What's up, folks? How is everyone doing? Happy Monday, everybody. I know we've been away for a while. I hope everybody's having a good, had a good New Year's, had a good Christmas, had all those types of things. I totally forgot to click go live on TikTok. We're just getting back into it. There's a whole bunch of things I'm going to forget how to do until we get it right, until we get it the way that it's supposed to be. Yes, new setup. I needed something to keep my mind busy last week, so we moved around the office. I wanted an actual background outside of just like Abbie in a corner, a closet, and an open door. So we got a new setup. We got obviously this way, we got the light. We got, this here is a memorial crucifix. So the idea behind it is inside. This one doesn't have it, but originally it would have, and don't worry, John, I see you. I'm going to bring you in 2 seconds. We would have a couple candles, last rites, some holy water in there, and you put it above somebody and you would give them their last rites. Then we have my boxing gloves that are from forever. These are the first oh my goodness gracious, funky. We'll come back to you in a second. So we had these boxing gloves, which I've had forever. These are the very first ones that I bought personally. I don't think I've ever bought any other gloves outside of these. And then we have another crucifix. Funky coming in with the $500. Bro, we really appreciate you. We're already hitting our daily goals. Missed y'all last week. We missed you guys too. We do got to get back into it though. Now, with that being said, let's drop some tunes. I hope you guys can hear it this time. And then I'll get it all set up and get John coming in.
Modern Centurion says, I already missed the open door.
The what?
He already misses the open door.
The open door.
Wow. You guys matched today.
I haven't brought him in yet. That's just what you're seeing.
Oh. I can't hear him.
Yeah, he's muted.
Why are you galloping? What do you gish? Topic to topic, you flop like a fish. Say what you're meaning while being concise. Still got my taco, I ain't
They see him, babe.
They see him?
Yeah.
I think you might have a special condition. I debate all of you Muslim and atheists, witches and wizards and new ages. I roll with Jesus, you still get defeated. You won't change
because I have this thing.
if you repeat it. Just keep
there, now he's gone. Well, I'm setting everything up. I forgot I had that going for some raids or something like that. That's what it was set up for.
They said they can still see him.
They could still see him?
Give me some logic, I just want to know why you so toxic, bro. I'm on a roll. You want to troll me, I'm shutting
now he's
you down.
gone.
I be too busy
Now he's gone.
Say that you hold a position, defend it. Linda, I know you don't listen, let's end it. It's your own fault that you're stuck in your state. I just move on if you come in bad faith. Don't say that I mean.
Oh, no.
What I mean. I'm showing love, pull you away from the thief. You run away, you afraid or you weak. Bro, I don't play, I can make them retreat.
Well, we're gonna find out in a second.
All
right, let's bring him in.
Money. Trying to lift up the soul of his gum is real.
Why is
Tell me how you feel.
You could talk now, John.
Yo, what's up?
Just keep it real. Tell me how you feel.
There we go.
What's up?
All right, everyone, smash the like button, share the live, do the things that you need to do. My goodness gracious. When I unplugged everything and rehooked everything up, everything moved around on me. You guys should see what TikTok looks like right now. There we go. Guys, smash the like button again. We haven't been live for a while, so we got to get past that algorithm. So everybody watching on TikTok, you got to make sure that we get up to at least 20,000 likes before we even consider taking a guest.
Yeah, so I did not get a new headset. I actually went to visit family for Christmas. And I left it with
that's
family.
Their headset?
That's it. Until the weekend, at least. I gotta use this one for now. I'm back home now, thank God.
Okay, I think we're good to go. You weren't so smug talking to Alex O'Connor. What have you done with your life? You were never a real atheist. Look into your heart and find the real truth. Okay. New shirt.
Oh, I thought it was gonna have like Noah and then an arc.
Jesus is king.
That's so cringe, John.
I Noah guy. Get it?
Jesus is king.
I actually heard a good joke, good Christian joke off of the George Janko podcast the other day. It says he goes, a couple scientists. Let's see if I don't butcher this. A couple scientists are sitting with God, and they say, God, we've got it all figured out. We figured out even how to make a guy from scratch. We can do it. We don't need you anymore. And God's like, okay, go ahead and do it. Yeah. Well, for the chat, in case they didn't hear it. And then they're like, okay, knowing that God created Adam from dirt, they grabbed a handful of dirt, and God goes, nuh-uh, that's my dirt. I liked that joke.
Did you say that was on a t-shirt?
No, that was on the George Janko podcast.
Oh.
Also, we got Abbie a new setup. I forgot to focus her, so.
I can't even see Abbie.
Wow.
No.
What happened to your camera, Abbie?
I don't know. I clicked the thing.
It's probably because I haven't taken the lens cap off.
That'll do it.
Problem.
There she is.
There
Hi,
I
Abbie.
am. Hello.
We're just getting back into it. So she's in the corner now, but she's got her own little setup. A lot better than it was before, I think.
Want me to change anything?
You can lower the ISO if you want. That's all yours. You can do it. It's yours. You do what you want. You do what you want. That's too low, Abbie. That's too low.
She did what she wanted.
Yeah, it's too much.
What if I
Too
just
much of
wanna
what you
be in
want
the
there.
dark?
You can. You can.
Anytime you bring her on screen, that'll really represent the whole good cop, bad cop vibe. It's perfect.
True.
You're not wrong.
But this time, Abbie's the bad cop.
Dun dun dun. How's that?
Whatever you want.
Okay.
Whatever you want. It's there if you need it. I'd turn it up a little bit, but.
Okay.
Is it Muslim Monday? It could be. If Muslims want to come in, today is Christianity is true. Prove us wrong. Prove us wrong. That's today's topic. Just want to make sure a couple things. Hold on. Make sure we are center. We are center. I'm a bit low though, but it's fine. We'll leave it for today. And then this is a little off kilter. A little off kilter.
Every single day is Muslim Monday, in my opinion.
Yeah, you've really gone for the Muslims lately.
Almost every day.
What the heck did I
so
just
far,
do?
2026. You cloned yourself.
What? What the?
Whoa.
I don't know how I did that.
Is that your TikTok screen? Your TikTok stream?
No, I think I just had it there twice for some reason.
No.
That's what I was looking for right there. All right, somebody's got some fuzziness. Is that Abbie or John? Going zzz.
I don't think it's me.
Here, wait, let me see. I'll mute. Tell me if it goes away.
Yeah, it was you. It was you.
Well, I'll try to stay muted.
We
until
also
I have to talk.
No, you're good. I don't hear it now.
No, I only heard it a couple times.
Yeah. Also, we might have a short live or not a really great live today because Andrew Wilson's live right now. So I guess a lot of people will probably be watching him.
Dang.
And that's he started going live on TikTok.
They're talking politics.
True. Also, I learned how to solve a Rubik's Cube this Christmas. That's what I did. I'm currently trying to learn the CFOB method, which is where you can learn it in 30 seconds. But that, my friend, is a challenge to try to learn how to do it in 30 seconds. It's great. I don't know how people do it.
Funky says we're more fun.
We're more fun?
Yeah.
Than who?
Andrew Wilson.
Agree to disagree?
Same temperament, depending on the guest.
All right, guys, 20,000 likes is the bare minimum before we start taking up a guest. Abbie, you want to open up the whatchamacallit?
Yes, I do.
The floodgates.
The floodgates. I'll do this another time. Open up the floodgates. All right, let's see what we got here.
I have a video I'm going to upload to YouTube of one of my live streams the other day too, John, where I was debating a Muslim on like Jesus creating a bird, right?
You always start talking to the worst time. Hold on. Just pretend the period isn't there and it's like funkies. What?
The $5.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yeah, I see. Thank you. All right, John, what were you saying?
No, so I was debating a Muslim the other day on like Jesus creating a bird, and it got to a point where he actually like changed his view because of the questions I asked him. And then he was saying that Jesus actually didn't create a bird. The bird that flew away was entirely made of clay. And it gets really bad. Like he's like, nope, it didn't have real bird stuff. It was all just like clay. I crashed out on this guy. I ripped off next to me. I had like freaking wrapping paper, and I made a bird. It was really funny. But
bro, I remember you crashing out on on that equality guy.
Oh yeah, that wasn't good. That wasn't good.
We were sitting watching TV, and he just starts laughing. He's like, John's crashing out on live right now on a gay guy. I was like, what happened to John?
I didn't.
John's a homophobe. That's what happened.
I didn't know he was gay. Now I'm even more angry. So.
How did you not know he's gay? All I had to do is his profile is equality for everyone with a rainbow color, and he talked with that like Valley Girl accent.
I was not paying attention to his profile picture. I was paying attention to his mouth. Freaking.
You're paying attention to the gay guy's mouth?
Hey yo. Hey yo. Wait. Like the words that were son of a gun.
Need the goal to be $1,200 to make up money. If you guys want to give me $1,200, I'm not going to complain. But I'm not going to change it because I chose to take a week off. You guys didn't chose to not donate for a week. So it's not up to you to make up the difference. That's on me to make sure I have emergency funds and stuff for things like that. All right, guys, we're almost there. 19,000 likes. We need 1,000 more likes, and then we'll start taking up guests. Today's topic, again, is Christianity is true, prove us wrong. And we'll argue affirmative and negative, I guess. Just want to argue people. John will do most of the arguing. Wow, little John, for shame. For shame. For shame.
That's going to be a clip somewhere.
That guy was so insufferable. I was very tempted to come up and start debating him, but then I realized it would have been pointless. It would have been pointless. There would have been no reason to. It wouldn't have gone anywhere at all.
He thought he was. This is the most infuriating part about him.
He thought he was cooking.
He thought he was doing good.
Yeah.
He thought he was doing good.
Yeah, he thought he was cooking so good, and he was not. He was not.
Did you hear the analogy I gave him?
I'm actually a bit salty. I'm no longer allowed to super chat. You're allowed to on our end, but obviously not necessary considering that you just did our dono goal and then some. What'd you say? Your analogy? Oh,
yeah,
we're at 20,000 likes. So give your analogy and then we'll bring up a guest.
You also have to pray.
Oh yeah. Let's do
No,
that.
I was just asking if you heard the analogy that I used about the kids scoring in their own basketball goal.
No.
I don't. Okay.
Lord, thank you for this day. Thank you for the ability to go live and have these conversations. Guide us today. Give us the sword to strike down our foes or give us good conversations. Whatever your will be, let it be done. In Jesus' name, amen. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. YouTube only lets you do 500 a day. That's probably good. That's actually probably a really good feature to put in. Because if you could do more than $500 a day for like some people, they think about it. There's some girls out there sitting in a hot tub going, we're just having conversations. And then all of a sudden guys are emptying their bank accounts because they promise that they're going to meet them one day. So like the fact that you can only give $500 is probably a blessing. Probably a blessing for sure. All right, let's bring up a guest. John's got the fuzz happening. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Sorry, good morning. Yes, well, good evening. How are you?
Good. How old are you?
I'm well old, man.
I need an age, bro.
Yeah, I'm 45.
All right, man. Christianity's true. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
Which Christianity?
The true Christianity.
What, Unitarianism?
Unitarian's not Christianity.
Says who?
It says Christianity.
Which Christianity?
The true Christianity.
Or the Roman version?
I didn't say the Roman version.
So which version is it then?
The true one.
Which is?
Christianity.
Okay, so who's she?
Dude, I'm gonna move on. If make an argument or a
Yeah, but
conversation,
I'm
I'm moving
asking
on.
simple
No.
questions.
You're
Which Christianity?
being facetious and tongue in cheek. You know exactly what I'm
But
talking
you're the
about. All right. Well, I
Okay,
appreciate your
simple.
time. Then, do you want to make an argument or no?
Yeah, so
right.
which Christianity?
All right. Appreciate your time. God bless.
You can't even answer that. Simple as that.
You know
Brilliant.
exactly what I'm
Thank you.
talking about.
You just proved
Have
it.
a great day.
Hello.
Hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm all right, thank you. And I am 25.
All right, bro. Christianity's true. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
Nice. So let's start off with this. There's many contradictions in the
Bible.
no the Bible that you guys read.
So the Bible.
Yeah.
Okay. What contradictions?
Well, there's loads. Let me just pull up some stuff from my booklet. 1 second. I know that from heart. There's one in Genesis. Let me just pull it up now. Hey. Hey. Hey.
No, bro. No.
No. Yeah. So anyways, yeah, so if you open up Genesis 2:15,
Beatbox Bible contradictions.
$2.15.
Yep.
Then the Lord took the man and placed him in the Garden of Eden to cultivate it and keep it.
All right, so I'm going to tell you what the contradiction is. I'm going to tell you straight
All right.
Yo,
Just tell me the contradiction.
Hey, how can God create a man if he isn't a black man?
I'm gonna move on.
This is really embarrassing.
Okay. So
At least he thinks he's funny, I guess.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
33, bro. How you doing?
Good, man. Christianity is true. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
Well, okay. So I'm on a spiritual, finding right now. So I'm not necessarily trying to disprove, but I'm also trying to find out if it is true.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to ask you a couple questions about some verses, what you think they could mean.
Sure.
So it can help me guide. But it could also be like a disproven thing.
Okay.
So Matthew 5:17 and 18.
You need a dark mode on Bible Hub. What the? Do you think I've come to abolish the law or the prophets? I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them. For I tell you, until the heaven and earth pass away, not a single jot nor stroke or pen will disappear into the law until everything is accomplished. Okay?
Correct. So that's saying that you're supposed to abide by the, basically the Torah, correct?
No. I'll explain to you.
Why isn't it? Because that's what he was teaching, right? That's what Jesus was teaching, correct?
No.
He wasn't teaching the Torah?
Nope.
Uh,
Okay, so
what was he
Acts
teaching?
15, I think.
The majority of Jesus' content was not the Torah. There were things that could be derived from the Torah, but the majority of Jesus' content was unique to Jesus.
Okay. So Acts 15.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on. You know the verse I'm looking for, John? You know what I'm talking about? In Acts, where it says that the Gentiles, what law they follow?
Gentiles, what law they follow? What do you mean?
I'll find it. You're useless to me, John. You're useless to me. What a pastor you are.
Can you quote it better?
No.
I don't. Gentiles, what law they follow? I don't know what you're looking for specifically.
Yeah, because you're terrible pastor.
Yes, you gave me so much to go on.
Somebody help me out. Somebody's got to remember where this is.
Yeah, because
I need more.
Is it
3:10?
Romans? Is it Romans 3:10?
In the chat? I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it's an Acts. No, that's not even remotely close to it. 21:25. Acts 21:25. Dog. I'm bad at my job.
I could.
I mean, we're just doing this journey together. It's not saying you're bad at your job.
Yes, here it is. So for the Gentiles, we'll start at verse 20. When they heard, so it's Acts 21. We'll do 20. When they heard this, they glorified God, and then they said to Paul, "You see, brother, how many thousands of Jews have believed, and all of them are zealous of the law, but they are under the impression that you teach all the Jews who live among the Gentiles, forsake Moses, telling them not to circumcise the children, observe the customs. What should we do? That they will certainly hear that you have come. Therefore, do what we advise you. These are the 4 men we have taken vow. Take these men, purify himself, pay their..." No, that's not it. I'm going to lose my temperature.
I don't think that's making really much sense of Matthew 5, 17, 18. But I didn't want to interrupt you.
15:29. Oh, yeah. Okay. So, this, I'm pretty sure, is it. Okay.
Oh, I can't see that. I'm sorry. I'm blind. Okay, thank you. Honestly, I definitely couldn't see that first. I'm like, there's no way.
Okay, then the apostles, the elders, and the whole church decided to select men from among them and send them to Antioch with Paul and Barnabas, and chose Judas called Barabbas and Silas, 2 leaders among the brothers, and sent them with this letter. The apostles and letters and your brothers to the brother among the Gentiles in Antioch, Syria, and Cilicia, greetings. It has come to our attention that some went out from us with the authorization to unsettle you, troubling your minds, and they said, so we all agree to choose men to send you along with the beloved Barnabas and Paul, men who have risked their lives in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ. Therefore, we are sending Judas Iscariot to tell it in person the same things that we are writing. It seemed good to the Holy Spirit and us not to burden you with anything beyond the essential requirements. You must abstain from food sacrificed to idols, from your blood, from meat strangled animals, and from sexuality. You do it well to avoid these things. These are the commandments that are given to the Gentiles. These are what we follow as Christians.
And that's Jesus's words right there?
No, this is Paul for Romans. Well, we don't really know who wrote Romans.
But Matthew 5:17 is Jesus's words.
Yeah, what's your point? You just pick and choose the parts of the Bible you like?
No. Hold on, man. I'm not trying to... No, I'm just not picking part of the Bible that I like. I'm just literally on a journey.
Okay.
I want to... Yeah, so... But that was... In Matthew, that's what Jesus said... to not until heaven and earth shall pass, the law stays the law.
Until it's all finished. And then what did he say on the cross?
Yeah. It's not finished because the second coming finishes that everything.
What did he say? What did he say on the cross?
I'm not sure. Can you enlighten me?
He says it is finished.
Yeah, his life.
Why would he say that? That makes no sense.
Why was he praying to the Father while he was on the cross?
No, so when Jesus says it is finished, the language that is used there is actually specifically related to like a type of financial agreement to an extent.
Okay.
So
Okay.
when he says it's finished, or it all is, what's wrong?
Nothing. Keep going. I'm
Oh,
just having a day.
yeah. Yeah. When he says it is finished, that is identical to saying paid in full. So
Yeah.
if you're looking back at the law, and you can check this for yourself, there
Okay.
was
Yeah,
always there was always a sacrifice for unintentional sin. Every single sacrifice that is represented in the old law is for unintentional sin. There
Except
was
for human
never a sacrifice. There was never a sacrifice for intentional sin. Okay? So if you did something intentionally, literally what people would do is they would pray to the Father. They would pray to God. A good example of this, David.
Correct.
Right? When David committed all of his sin against Bathsheba and Uriah, he goes to God. He prays to God. There's not a sacrifice being offered to atone for his sin because his sin was intentional. Right? So,
Correct.
fast forward, when we get to Jesus, Jesus says, listen, everything about the law is still in effect. Why is everything about the law still in effect? Because Jesus has to be the fulfillment of the law. 613 commands that are represented within the Torah. No man could keep the law. No man could remain righteous. Every single one of those laws, eventually, maybe not every single one would be broken, but in every single one of those laws that were represented, no one could fulfill it perfectly. Fast forward to Jesus, the law is still in effect while Jesus is on the earth because his mission as the Messiah is to fulfill those laws, to be the first man to which the covenant was given to Adam, right? God said, here's the earth, take over it, fill it, subdue it. Adam takes it, and then Adam and Eve, through the means of the sinful nature, all of this, they give that dominion over to the enemy. This is why we lean into a view, for me, for example, that is called ransom theory. So the enemy now, So the enemy has control, has a hold over the earth, over its kingdoms, over its nations, over all of these things, because dominion was given to man and man gave it to the enemy in some extent. And then we were enslaved to sin, which led to our death. When Jesus is tempted in the wilderness, you see that Satan, one of the temptations is he offers him all of the kingdoms of the entire world and says, just bow down before me and it will all be yours. I will give you all authority pretty much on the earth if you bow down and worship me. Why can he offer it? Because he has control of it. So when you get to Jesus and he says, not a jot, not a tittle will pass away from the law until all is accomplished, is because this is why Jesus had to come as a man. He had to fulfill the original covenant in which man was offered, and this is also why he's called the second Adam. He had to fulfill the original covenant because it was given to a man. So as a man, Jesus had to come and fulfill that covenant and be sinless, not have lawlessness. And so when it says until all is accomplished, this is directly in reference and connected to when Jesus says it is finished, which identically means paid in full as a financial term regarding the intentional sin to which there was no atonement.
But what about the universal knowledge? That's part of the one of the prophecies that wasn't fulfilled.
Universal knowledge, what do you mean?
Universal knowledge of the Creator.
Oh. Well, I mean, that's a different question. So are you asking
that's
whether
part of
or not
the
Jesus
prophecies?
Let's be clear. When we are referencing the prophecies of Messiah, there are two notions of the prophecy of Messiah. There is Mashiach ben Joseph and Mashiach ben David. Mashiach ben Joseph is represented as the suffering servant. Mashiach ben David is represented as the conquering king. Now, Jesus, upon his return, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but are you referring Isaiah 53? as a
Well, I mean,
suffering servant.
Yeah, well, the suffering servant, but also like the proto messiahs that were represented in the life of Joseph. This is why he's called the son of Joseph as the Messiah, because Joseph is represented as a proto Christ. So we can see things within Joseph's life that are going to be somewhat, in some sense, identical to the Messiah, but not absolutely identical. Now, the primary point of this is we can affirm that the prophecies regarding the conquering king, right, where there's peace on earth, all of these different things, that set of prophecies has not been fulfilled yet. No Christian really holds that those prophecies regarding conquering king has been absolutely fulfilled, unless you're unless you're like a strict preterist.
I don't understand what preterist is. I'm sorry.
Preterists are people that believe that the entirety of prophecy has been fulfilled and Jesus already has come back.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So yeah, I definitely don't believe that. But so then I feel like with the Matthew 17:18, if it says not little dot or anything be changed into all fulfilled, and that his second coming would fulfill the rest of it, then that means we have to abide by the original rule still.
No, because we're Gentiles.
He didn't fulfill everything.
Jews would.
In Isaiah 11, he didn't fulfill that.
I mean, what I'm saying is we're Gentiles, so we don't have to abide by it. The Jews still do. That hasn't been taken from them. But you could also look at the parable of the wedding feast and see that they've been cut off completely. So that's why Paul still adheres to the law in a lot of the New Testament. But as you can see in like Galatians and Ephesians and Romans, that we're no longer under the law, that we're under grace, that the law was given to us to make us aware.
Christian.
Well, even them, like there's nothing wrong with them keeping it because they still kept it in a lot of ways, but they didn't have to because the law was to make them aware of sin. Right. So as you can see, even with Jesus, as he's going through and preaching to the Pharisees and the Sadducees, he's basically telling them that you're missing the whole point of the law. Right. They try to rebuke him for doing good on the Sabbath. And he says, which one of you doesn't do good on the Sabbath? Which one of you doesn't do these things on the Sabbath? They're holding to a strict adherence of the law rather than the actual spirit or the feel of it. So Jesus makes us aware of that. And then again, us being Gentiles, we're not under it except for abstaining from blood and sexual immorality.
So what made Jesus a Messiah was the virgin birth, right? Correct? That's the main...
No.
That's the main... No, it's not?
No.
Why wouldn't it be?
Because the Messiah, that's a singular prophecy that is applicable toward the Messiah, but it's not the purpose of the Messiah. The purpose of the Messiah is to turn...
Doesn't it say that the Messiah would come from a virgin birth?
Well,
yes,
no.
But so it's not saying that the purpose of the Messiah is to be born.
Well, yeah. I'm not saying that's the purpose of him. I'm saying that's the only reason, not the only. I'm sorry. I'm trying to figure out how to say this properly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he couldn't be the Messiah unless he came from a virgin birth. Correct, right?
So,
like a spiritually.
Yes. So when it comes to the virgin birth, there's two things on this. So in the Hebrew, it uses the word alma. Alma does not necessitate Alma does not necessitate virginity, but it does take into account virginity. So what necessitates virginity is the Hebrew word betula. If we look at an alma in that culture very often, more than often than not, was also a betula. A young maiden was also a virgin. Now we can also see this that every single instance.
It's the other way around.
What, you don't think young maidens were?
There's no verse in the scripture where that word is not used for a virgin.
What, alma?
Every single
Isaiah 7:14. It says alma right here. I'm looking right at it.
Yeah, so Isaiah 7:14, is this the one?
Isn't that the one we're debating about?
That's the one. Yeah. Wait. Yeah.
What I'm talking about is in every other piece of scripture, including in like Genesis.
You're saying it doesn't say alma?
No. I'm saying is in the context where it uses the word alma, it's talking about virgins.
every single instance
young woman.
in which
No. Virgins. They are actual virgins.
Every single instance.
Alma means young woman.
No, bro, that's not what I'm saying. You're misunderstanding what I'm saying. Every context, I know it means young woman. What I'm telling you is in every context, it's talking about women. It's saying this young woman, in reference to the context, those young women were virgins. That's what I'm saying.
There's two different definitions of virgins in the Hebrew language, though.
Yeah, I'm not going to explain it.
And he just said it. The guy with the headphones just said what they were.
Okay, lock in. Every instance where you see the Hebrew word alma is always in reference to a betula. It's always in reference to a virgin. I know there's different words. I'm saying every. Yeah, so we can look at another instance. I think there's one regarding Rebecca. There's one regarding Solomon in Proverbs. Those are both instances where alma is utilized. Now, here's the point, right? Because I don't want to do a Hebrew lesson. When we look at, are you familiar with the Greek Septuagint?
Yes, it translated the Dead Sea Scrolls of Isaiah.
Okay, not just that.
Not just that. It was a good bit of the Old Testament.
Yeah. So the Greek Septuagint is many years before Jesus. Greek Septuagint is just the Hebrew Bible in Greek, right?
Correct.
The translators understood this to be messianic because they actually utilized the Greek word parthenos. Now, parthenos is a strict word for virgin in which it's applied before the birth of Jesus. So when the Jewish translators took the Hebrew Bible and then translated it into Greek, they used the Greek word parthenos. So, but anyway, what does this have to do with it?
Well,
Jesus was born of a virgin. So we believe Jesus is born of a virgin. That's not the purpose of the Messiah. That is just one point about the Messiah. So.
Okay. But then I don't understand why the Hebrew language has two definitions of the word virgin.
Because Hebrew is because Hebrew is very, very complex, and they have a Hebrew word for almost everything. Where Greek is far more simple. Greek uses more generalities. So when the Hebrew uses alma, it can also, do you agree that an alma could also be a betula?
I'm sorry, I was getting a phone call. I had to hang up on him. Do you also agree? You stopped at agree, then it interrupted me.
Do you also agree that an alma could be a virgin?
Well, it means virgin, but as a young woman virgin. Yes, I do agree with that. But then you have the other definition that means sexual purity.
Great. What does that matter?
Brendan, that's about my record too. My goal is 30 seconds. That's what I'm working on right now with the CFOB.
Anyway, so
context matters. That's why I was wondering.
Yeah, I mean that's the position.
Oh, okay. So all right. Well, thank you, sir.
All right, man. Appreciate you. God bless.
Yep.
You need to do all the chats.
Thank you, Abbie. Good job doing your job. Lord Striker says, "Hey, John and Abbie, the good Lord blessed my fiance and I with a beautiful new cat through the cat distribution system. It kind of fell into our lap. What is the best advice you can offer to us? Cats have their own personality. Don't force your personality onto a cat. The cat will tell you who he is or she is. Just let the cat be and let it do its thing. That's my advice to the cat. That's what I did with Bert. And Bert is the most cuddly, loving cat I've ever met in my life. I think if I tried to force it, it would have been the opposite. That's my advice."
Wow. Why did you bring a symbol of idol worship into your home?
Why do you breathe? Funky or Mink came in with 50 gifted. Funky, enough's enough, bro. I appreciate you. But my goodness. And another 20. My goodness. Also, I got to move that chat's like right over my eyes.
Whatever Funky does for work, I want to do that too.
Isn't he an electrician?
I think so. You could be an electrician too.
Never mind. I don't want to do that.
Mitzrayim coming in with the 200 big ones. Guys, thank you so much. You guys are very generous. You guys keep this channel going. You keep Abbie fed. So we greatly appreciate it. You buy Bert's cat food. Appreciate it. My goodness, another one.
Back at it again at the Krispy Kreme court. Happy New Year. May God bless you all.
Thank you. Thank you. Everything got shuffled around when I moved the office around. I don't know how that happened. I don't know what that means though. Crispy Court.
Funky's not an electrician. What are you, Funky? Who is Mitza an electrician?
Money, 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 money.
I have no idea.
I thought you told me somebody was an electrician.
I have no idea. I mean, we got some bigwigs in here. We got lawyers, electricians. I don't know. Funky's probably like a criminal drug lord or something.
You know what? He uses it for good.
Why is it?
This is how he pays. This is how he pays his penance.
Blurry?
This is how he pays his penance.
Why
Electricians.
is my camera so blurry?
I have no idea. Fix your life, John. Fix your life.
I think my mouth is delayed now too.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 23 and I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, man. All right, Christianity is true. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
All right. So first, I don't want to assume your belief precisely. So I want to ask a couple of questions. Do you guys are like Trinitarians, right?
Yes. Yeah.
All right,
Oh, are you a Muslim?
You couldn't tell.
Why?
Are you a Muslim?
John's got beef with
Yes,
Muslims
I'm-
right now.
Hi.
All right. Yes, I'm Muslim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Yes. All right. So guys, so anyway, you guys believe in the Son, Father, and the Holy Spirit, right?
Yep.
And
Amen.
they are one. And you guys do believe in one God, right?
Yep.
All right. So, what would you name those three things under the one God? What would you name those?
Persons.
So the whole persons, three persons. All right. So those three persons, they are essentially they're one. So, would one are they all knowing?
Mm-hmm.
They are. All right. Are they all capable?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So then, got a question. So, when Jesus says in John 5:19, I believe he said, "Without the Father, I'm nothing." What does he mean by that?
Yeah, because Jesus is in one nature with the Father.
All right. So, would you say one of those three persons are better than the other?
No.
All right. In John 14:18, it says, wait, I don't know if I have, it says, "The Father is greater than I." That's Jesus talking. It's on John 14:28.
Can you
Ye
guys?
have
Can you
heard
guys? Can you Muslims just come up with new arguments, please?
Wait.
But the
You
thing is,
said no
I've been
one-
doing this for 5 years.
You
and
said no
it's
one's
like,
greater than the other.
It's like over and over again. Just go read Philippians 2 and come back to me, all right?
I go away again unto you. If you love me, ye would rejoice, because I said, I go unto the Father, for my Father is greater than I.
Mm-hmm.
So you just said no.
Now,
no one's
here-
greater
here's
than
what I
the
want you
other.
to do.
Hold on. I already started this one, John. I'll let you do the last one. Just go read.
So
Go to Philippians 2.
What? So you just said no one's greater, and now you're saying go to Philippians.
Yes.
What's?
So here's the
why are
thing.
you sure?
Are you going to do it or no?
Yes, I can do it.
Okay, go do it. Go to Philippians 2.
But do you agree that you got it
I-
wrong?
no,
Philippians 2.
Yeah.
Wow, you're just running from your scriptures? Wow.
Yeah,
Philippians
running.
2.
And you can start at verse 5.
Chapter 2 and verse 5.
Yeah.
All right, so we're not going to address John because basically he said it's not legit. So let's go. 2:5:11.
Okay,
Your relationships
so
with
I'm going to
one
move.
another-
Hold on. I'm going to run from this conversation because you're a disingenuous baboon. I appreciate you.
You just agreed your own scripture.
When did I say that John was not valid? When did I say I
Because-
wasn't answering the question of John?
because
When did I do that?
because you told me just go to Philippians. I don't want to talk about John. Right.
When did I say I wasn't? When did I say I didn't want to talk about John?
You literally said which meaning.
When did
like,
I
just
say I
shut up
didn't
and go
want to
to
talk
Philippians.
about John? Why do I want to go to
When you said
Philippians? Why do I want to go to
that's why.
Philippians? Why do I want to go to Philippians?
You tell me.
Because it's going to answer your question in John.
All right. 5. In your relationship with one another, have the same mindset as Jesus, as Christ Jesus, who being in very nature God, did not consider equality with God something to be used in his own advantage. Rather, he made himself nothing by taking the very nature of a servant, being made in human likeness, and being found in appearance as a man. He humbled himself by becoming obedient to death, even death on a cross.
Alhamdulillah.
Therefore, God exalted him to the highest place and gave him the name that is above every name, that at the name of Jesus Christ every knee should bow in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue acknowledge that Jesus Christ is Lord,
You can
to
stop
the
now.
glory of the Father. So what does this have to do with? So John says one thing and this says one thing, right? Can you just tell me what's the thingy?
No, if you're
Why
too
you just
stupid,
have to go
if you're
here?
too stupid to understand it, that's not on me.
Wow, I'm stupid.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
John, do you want to do like a Muslim thing?
Ooh, hi. Yeah, so within John, the Father is greater than I. I want you to substantiate that Jesus means that the Father is ontologically greater than him. Go ahead.
Well, all right. So wait. You believe Jesus is God, right? And you believe the Father is God, right?
Wait. I just asked you. I said I want you to use the verse that you used to substantiate that Jesus is saying the Father is ontologically greater than him. For example, right? We have two. We can have two ways that we do this. We can have one way in which there's an ontological distinction to where one being is greater than another being. An ontological distinction could be like this: I, as a human, am greater than an ant. Right?
Right.
You agree with that? Now,
yes.
Let's say that I hired you to work for me, and I am your boss. Am I greater than you?
If you hire me and you give me a job, are you greater than me? In what extent? Like career-wise, I would say you're
dog.
Yeah. Career-wise, am I greater than you? If I
career-wise,
hire you, am I greater than you?
Yes.
Okay, so we have two instances.
Wait. Hold. If you hire somebody, like you're greater than them in all ways? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying he's a greater, more worthy human. I'm saying he has a higher position than me, which makes him greater in the company or whatever.
Come on.
Right?
Dang,
Preach
bro.
it.
Just
Now,
yourself.
so here's the case. So we have two instances now where greater is being utilized. I am greater than an ant, or I am greater as your employer. Right? So there's a relationship there. Now, here's what I want you to do with the book of John. I want you to show me how this necessitates that Jesus is saying the Father is ontologically greater than him.
All right. I will tell you why how Jesus said the Father is ontologically greater, right? So now let me just what was the verse? I had it on top of my head. So ontologically, so right, so if Jesus and Father and the Holy Spirit, right? If you just give me an analogy about the company, right? If I'm your boss. So but at the end of the day, the analogy you gave me, it's two humans, right? You and me. So now
wait a second.
So no, wait. I'm getting to my point. Wait. So now
we have the same nature. There's two humans represented. I'm perfectly fine with that, right?
Right. So wait, but if you call
I just
the
want you to
boss
show me
and
how
the
there's an ontological distinction. Go ahead.
Right. Because
he doesn't know what ontological is, John.
I do. It's like
what's
a clear
ontological
thing. Ontological is like the Father is better because
Told you he didn't know.
because this or that. Yes. What?
Told you he didn't know what it meant.
Okay, just by nature.
Just by nature. All right. So now it says in John. Can you read John 10:18?
I thought we were talking about John 14. Which one are we doing?
Oh,
Are we talking about John 14, where the
All right.
Father?
So let me read
Father is
it.
greater
No
than I,
one
or
takes
not?
it from me, but I lay it down of my own accord.
Wait a second.
I have authority. Yes.
We're not. That's not the verse we're in. You wanted to talk about the Father being greater. Jesus saying the Father is greater than I. Right.
All right. I will explain.
So
Jesus is God. The Father is God.
Wait. Let me just ask.
God says, "I am greater than God." It's a contradiction. God cannot say, "I am greater than God."
Why not?
It's a contradiction. Because now he said,
you absolutely
all right. Can I be greater than myself?
Yep.
How?
Be greater than you were yesterday.
Well,
no. Can I be capable and incapable at the same time?
Yep.
Well, I mean, you're just showing that you don't understand the Trinity, because is it the stance of the Trinity that there's a singular person that is greater than themselves?
So I understand the Trinity, but
no, you don't.
If you have one
you just
God,
said, why did you just say, am I greater than myself? If I'm greater than myself, there's a contradiction. Yes?
I will explain if you allow me. So you believe there's one God and three persons. That means one cannot, because the definition of God is all-knowing, all-capable. If then one is given authority, or if one is saying he's nothing without the other, there by definition you cannot have one God. You understand what I mean? Because it's
you haven't substantiated.
Because it doesn't.
So what you just did is you asked if I knew what you mean. What you just did is you made an assertion. You didn't provide an argument. So when I asked you, I'll ask you the question again. Can you show me from John 14? Can you show me from John 14 how Jesus is saying that the Father is ontologically greater?
All right. So, yes, I can. 14:28. If God is the all-knowing, our greatest, how can himself be greater than him? How? It's by you are going against the definition of God, right? Because you believe he's all-knowing, all-capable. He says here, my Father, I'm nothing without my Father, and what's this guy doing? Don't embarrass your wife in the back. Wife.
You're just not answering.
What type of husband does your wife have?
A funny one. He's been voted off the island.
Bye-bye.
Your wife's embarrassed, bro. Come on now. Don't embarrass your wife.
Standard Dawa script in the big 2026. I'm tired of this Dawa script. Same thing on repeat. Doesn't convince anybody. It doesn't even convince the Muslims anymore. It just convinces people in their own household.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 26.
All right, bro. Christianity's true. Prove us wrong.
If the Trinity is false, would that make Christianity false?
It would make that type of Christianity false. It'd make the Trinitarian type false. You could still be like, you could technically take like a Unitarianism or a modalism, or you could do those things. It wouldn't disprove all of Christianity. It would just disprove the Trinitarian version of it.
Okay, are you Trinitarian?
Well, really?
Yes.
Yeah, we both.
Okay, so at least I will disprove your position, right?
Yeah, but you understand, if you did disprove the Trinity, it wouldn't make us Muslim.
Yes, I understand. I agree.
Go ahead.
Okay, so do you believe that the prophets of the Old Testament preach the Trinity?
Not to the way that we understand it.
And why is that?
Because they didn't understand it the way we understand it.
Wait, so God sent prophets and did not understand the Trinity?
What?
God sent prophets and those prophets did not understand the Trinity?
Not the way we understand it.
So when was the Trinity revealed the way you understand it?
Probably about like 200, something like that.
So it was revealed to whom?
To whom? The church?
Yeah. How can we verify that?
How do you mean, how can we verify that?
So if the church contradicts what the previous prophets
That's not a
preached,
contradiction. That's not what I said. See,
Well-
this is what Muslims do. You guys are all filthy little gross, disgusting liars. I don't think I've met a Muslim that's honest. When did I say that when did I say that the new church completely contradicts what the original prophet said? What did I actually say? I want you to steel man it. If you can't steel man it, I'm going to move on.
I did not say completely contradicts. You said
Steel man what I said, or I'm going to move on.
You're saying that what the church preach and what the prophet preach are not the same thing.
Appreciate you. God bless.
John, why did you say that? Why did you say what the prophets preached and what the church preached are not the same thing? Why did you say that?
I didn't say that.
I didn't think you said that either.
No. But that's what they do. They slip in these little things, these little lines, and they say, see, this is what they said. This is what they said. And then they expect to win arguments that way. They're dishonest baboons, all of them. Mm-hmm. And they're gaslighters too. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 23.
All right, man. Christianity's true. Prove us wrong.
So, I mean, first of all, like, I'm kind of interested as to what your whole premise is with prove you wrong, because I feel like, from my perspective, I'm agnostic. So I don't necessarily believe in any one religion just because I think that there is a burden of proof on others to prove to me why their worldview is the way that it is. But that's just me. But we'll go with me trying to prove you wrong that Christianity is true, despite the fact that, like,
yeah, we get it. You're the intellectual superior one. Do you have an argument or no?
Okay, yeah. So, first of all, the Bible and how it contextualizes, like, the state of the world and the state of the universe can easily be found with contradictions in how our current, understanding of science just completely contradicts that. So, for instance, just starting out right out the gate with Genesis and this idea that the Earth is, a couple thousand years old. I don't know the exact timeline.
Where does it say that the Earth is a couple thousand years old in Genesis?
Not the biggest person on Scripture. I'm not going to lie. But like the entire idea of Genesis is that the Earth started with a couple thousand years ago, and then you had the story.
I don't believe you.
Garden of.
I don't believe Genesis says that the Earth started a couple thousand years ago.
Okay, where do you believe that the universe began?
Where do I believe the universe began? Based off Christianity. Christianity doesn't say.
Okay.
Woman,
I mean, that's.
Fetch me a coffee. Chop chop. Misogynistic white male Christian telling a woman what to do. Hurry up, let's go.
I don't know exactly where this gets pointed out in Genesis, but like if you talk to any Christian doctrine, a lot of those subscribe to the idea of 1,000-year-old or a couple thousand-year-old Earth. You have stories that have specific
just because other people subscribe to 1,000-year-old Earth, why does that mean that the Christianity teaches it or the Bible teaches it?
Well, I mean, if you have a large majority of people that are following Christianity that believe this to be true, I'm not saying that there isn't a number of Christians that don't believe it to be true, but like you have so many different ideologies even within your own religion. So how can you
Which model of evolution do you hold to?
Which model of evolution do I hold to?
Yeah, because there's about 7 of them.
I mean, Darwinism is kind of what I go to with that.
Darwinism has actually been debunked. Like no modern scientist holds to Darwinism currently.
That isn't true, but
Yes,
I don't know where that's coming from.
You want me to prove it to you?
Please do.
No, Darwinian evolution isn't the current model. It's been irrigated and expanded into the modern evolutionary synthesis, or neo-Darwinism, which combines Darwin's natural selection with genetics, metal DNA, population dynamics, and other mechanisms like the genetic drift, forming robust, widely accepted scientific framework for understanding life changes through ongoing research explores further refinements.
Okay, neo-Darwinism would have been what I would have been referring to when I said Darwinism.
Oh, it wasn't. Don't lie.
I don't know why you're insisting that I'm lying, but
because
okay.
You are.
All right, that's excellent debating. But my current model of evolution, which I'm not sure even where that is coming from. Do you believe in evolution?
I'm agnostic towards it. John believes in evolution.
Okay. Do you believe that the Bible believes in evolution?
The Bible doesn't talk about it.
Right, but I'm sorry, give me one moment.
Ricky. Can I figure that out?
He dipped.
He dipped? All right, let's bring up the next guest.
He dipped.
She dipped. She dipped, bud. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm good. I'm 18.
All right, bro. Christianity's true. Prove us wrong.
So do you agree polytheism is wrong?
Do I agree polytheism is wrong? Depends on what you mean by polytheism.
Believing in multiple gods.
No. Well, again, I'd hold that there are multiple gods. I don't think there are multiple most high creators.
When I say gods, I mean like creators of the heaven and the earth.
Yeah, there's only one that created all things.
So there's only one creator?
There's only one creator.
Is the Father a creator?
The Father is the creator.
Is the Son a creator?
The Son is the creator.
How many creators is that?
One.
Are they absolutely identical?
Are they absolutely identical?
Yeah.
Numerically identical in nature, not in personhood.
So if they're not identical in personhood, how is it one creator?
There's one nature.
Does the nature act?
Yes.
The nature acts?
Yeah, a person subsists in a nature, and therefore the nature does the things.
No, the person acts through the nature. Natures they can't act.
Why can't they?
Okay, how do you define a nature?
A nature is your substance.
And what is the substance?
Your substance is your being.
And what is your being?
All right, appreciate your time.
You can't answer the question?
I just answered it twice, and you're just going to keep going on and on. I'm not having these stupid arguments anymore. If guys want to have real conversations, have real conversations. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 21.
All right, man. Christianity's true. Prove us wrong.
Okay. So in my personal thinking, I think that gravity emerges from asymmetry, like things that aren't symmetrical. And then when they are symmetrical, they become structurally like they want to move, right? But they can't. So then black holes happen, and then the entire universe happens. That's where I'm going to start with. What do you think about that?
I have no idea what you're saying or why you're saying it.
I'm saying it because it's an ulterior cause to the universe than a creator, right? And you were talking about evolution earlier.
What are you yapping about?
A lot of things, bro. I'm trying to explain to you how the universe is made. It's going to be
How is it made?
Man, gravity.
How is gravity made?
By things being non-symmetrical.
How are non-symmetrical made?
By the it's the expansion of a shrinking universe.
How was the universe made?
The universe is made before it is made.
Dog.
It is nuts. It is pretty nuts.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 33. How are you?
Good, man. All right. Christianity is true. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
I'm so sorry. I am not in for that. I want to know what turned you.
My testimonies are on my YouTube. Go check it out.
What's your YouTube name?
Big John Steele. Dustin Clay Dirt. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 53.
All right, man. Christianity is true.
How you
Prove us
doing,
wrong.
brother?
Good, man.
No, I believe Christianity is true. It's just there's a big misconception about the Trinity, and it's not understood properly.
Is it
I
my
believe
turn or your turn?
originally defined. Can you hear me? Are you,
Yep, we can hear you.
Do you believe in the Trinity?
I do 100% in the Trinity. I think it's just defined.
Appreciate your time.
You're not going to talk to anybody at this point.
Well, as soon as somebody comes up with who can read or has half a brain cell, we'll have a conversation.
We're not going to have.
I don't think he.
right?
I don't think he actually believed in the Trinity in the way that it's supposed to be believed.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Oh, I'm 19.
All right, bro. Christianity is true. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
I was just wondering if the Bible was man-made and men could lie. How would that prove Christianity would be true?
Go ahead, John.
What is it about? So Christianity is true in virtue of the life, death, resurrection of Jesus Christ, right? So we could have the rest of the Bible be inaccurate, metaphorical, allegorical, a parable or something. And as long as that truth maintains, as long as the New Testament is reliable and is actually recording history, then we can actually evaluate that whether or not Christianity is true based off of that. So here's the thing. The claim is that the Bible in the New Testament is written historically. So we expect it to be written by man, right? They're recording events. They're recording people that they meet. They're recording certain things that happen. And so the expectation is that it's written by man, but that expectation is also going to say it's written by man and it's historical. And so if it's historical, then we can evaluate whether or not it's probabilistically true. And if we evaluate whether or not the information is probabilistically true, then we can evaluate whether or not Christianity is true.
He's gone.
No, I miss you. Dadgummit.
I didn't even kick him. He just left.
Probably a wise choice.
Sam, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, how's it going? 34.
All right, bro. Christianity is true. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
Well, my contention. Well, first, let me just say I'm a Muslim.
Okay.
One of my main contentions with Christianity is the idea of the Trinity and Jesus being co-equal, omniscient with the Father. And if I look at Scripture and I do an internal critique, I find that not to be true.
You've read the entire Bible?
No, if I'm going to be completely honest, I didn't.
And how do you know it's not true? How do you know it's not in Scripture?
Well, based on a passage, and if there's one passage I'd like to focus on today, which no Christian has ever given me a coherent, convincing answer for, it would be Mark 13:32, where Jesus says that he nor the angels nor any human being knows when the hour is. Yeah, I know it's a tough one, man.
It's not a tough one. That's the problem. It's not a tough one. It's been answered 70 million times for thousands of years. You guys need to come up with new arguments, bro. Go ahead, John.
Wait, is
I mean,
This is
having an overtop reaction
Your
doesn't
turn,
mean
John.
that you're proving it to be true.
Dog.
Proving
Okay,
Jesus' omniscience
chat.
to be
How many
true.
times have we answered Jesus doesn't know the hour?
I'm not talking to the chat.
I know you're not talking to the chat. I'm talking to the chat.
You're appealing
Dude, stop
to the
talking.
audience. Deal with
Stop
the
talking.
argument.
Blah blah blah. Stop talking. All right, chat.
Blah, blah, blah. Oh,
How
that's how
many?
you treat your guests?
Yes. How many times? How many times have we answered since I've started doing this live? Jesus doesn't know the hour. How many times? How many times have we done it in 5 years? Just 5 years. And I got these arguments from ancient sources, church fathers and scholars, right? This is such a played out argument. All you guys, we can't hear you, by the way. All Muslims do is run from live to live to live to live until they find a Christian who doesn't know the answers to these questions. And then they go, I got you. You tell me no Christian has sufficiently answered it in a way that I got. Yes, they have. Yes, they have. They have.
Okay, answer it.
Go ahead, John. I don't want to do it.
Okay.
Why doesn't Jesus know the hour, John? Why doesn't Jesus know the hour, John? You've debunked Christianity.
And then you just go on this, I can't believe you're asking this question.
Why?
What kind of nonsense is that?
Why doesn't he know the hour, John?
Here, I'll do it. All right. So first off, do you think that no can be equivocated upon in which it has?
Oh, 1 second, I'm making money.
Now we know that you know all things and do not need anyone to question you. This is why we believe that you came from God.
Damn.
John 16:30.
Dude, and he's only been a Christian for like 4 months.
It means reveal.
All right, go ahead,
The
John.
context is about revealing.
Yeah, first of all, when the disciples say know all things, that's hyperbolic, and that's according to what was revealed to him.
You freaking douchebag. Hold on. So when Jesus, hold on. I'm just gonna say one thing. I'm gonna let you go, John. So when they say to Jesus, he knows all things, they're being hyperbolic. But when Jesus says, I don't know all things, he's not being hyperbolic.
No, because he literally
You
lists
freaking douchebag. You tachia butthole.
You're not even...
Go ahead, John.
Okay, I want to listen.
I thought you guys were going to be mature and intelligent, and this is just turning into like this Reddit argument.
Just talk to me.
Like,
Talk to me.
Are we going to have a conversation, or is this going to be nonsense?
Just talk to me. All right. Here's the position. You said you're doing an internal critique. Yes?
Correct.
If the Christian in which you're performing the internal critique says the way this word should be understood is based off of oiden, and oiden is going to be directly in reference to like it's being revealed and it's being used in a hyperbolic fashion, right?
Am I saying it wrong?
Oiden.
So if you're doing it, this is the question. If you're doing an internal critique and the Christian says, well, the way the Greek is represented here, it can refer to revealed. It can refer to being used in a sense where the information is revealed.
Whoa, hold up. Pause 1 second. He said he's never heard a sufficient argument that's convincing, yet he knows the word?
Yeah, because every single explanation or refutation that's been attempted
no. Answer my question. Wait a second. Answer my question. If you're doing an internal critique and the Christian holds, whether or not you agree or not is meaningless. The Christian holds that Jesus is using hyperbolic language here. Then tell me how that does not sufficiently answer it if you're doing an internal critique.
Well, we're first of all, when you're referring
Don't stutter,
to
answer the question.
Do you want me to answer or what? I mean, like, this is not a debate. This is just like, you're going to say exactly what I want you to say. And if you don't say it, then you're not answering my question. Can we have a debate here? Or are you going to just do this thing where like, I'm going to dictate everything you have to say. And if you don't say everything I have to say, then it's not going to work out.
Nope.
Like, what is this? This is nonsense.
Did I tell you what
Christians do this all the time. They get on TikTok. They say, hey, answer the question the way you have to answer the way I want to. And if you don't
panic.
then you're not answering my question.
Your brain is hitting the emergency right now. Your brain is hitting the emergency.
Not. To be honest,
it's just, I get it.
I'm trying to point out
here's the thing.
The ridiculousness that's coming from your
lock
end.
Lock in.
I'm trying
If
to
you're
lock
doing
in.
an
I
internal
haven't been
critique-
able to like respond at all.
I'm
Every
gonna
time
let
I
you
like say a sentence or two, you guys cut me off. What's the point of this debate?
I promise. I'm going to shut up after I ask
No,
this question.
you haven't. For the past
Listen, I promise.
4
He didn't
minutes
say
that I've
he
been
did
up here,
shut up. He
I
said he's
haven't been
going
able to
to.
say
Swear.
one single sentence.
Pinky swear. Pinky swear. Come on, put your pinky up to the top.
Don't
Put
get
it
your
up. Put it
pinky
up.
out of
Pinky
here.
swear. Pinky swear. Pinky swear. See that? All right. I'm going to ask this question, and then I want you to answer the question I asked.
I wasn't even able to answer I wasn't even able to ask my own question.
Okay, using an internal critique, if the Christian holds that the word should be used in a hyperbolic sense, how does that not satisfy the conditions for that internal critique? Go.
It doesn't satisfy the conditions for that internal critique, because when we look at Mark and Jesus is talking about the signs of the hour, he names a specific signs, but he says except or but of the hour no man knows, not the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father. He excludes himself from the knowledge of the hour. So in order for Jesus to be God, he has to be omniscient like the Father and know the hour. Except that he explicitly says that he does not know when the hour is. And it's impossible to reconcile that.
When you do an internal critique, does the Christian have to use your definitions, or do you have to use the Christian's definitions?
It's the plain reading of the text.
That's not what I asked. Answer
I
the
don't
question
care
I asked,
if it's
not the
what
one
you
I don't.
asked. Deal with the plain reading of the text.
When you're doing an internal critique, listen,
If
I'm going
you're
to ask
going to
it
be
again.
honest,
I'm going to ask it again.
you could ask
when you're
it 50
doing an
times,
internal
but
critique,
you're
then
running
answer the
away
question
from
I
the
asked.
plain reading of the
Answer the
text.
question that I asked. If the Christian,
Why can't you answer my question? I'm asking you the same exact question.
Listen, no, because you didn't answer mine. The question is this.
Well,
when
can
you're
I just ask a
doing
quick
an
question?
internal critique.
I'll let you finish. I'm asking your permission, John.
Okay. Okay. No. Let me just finish the statement. The question I asked you was this: when you're doing an internal critique of a Christian's position, does the Christian have to accept your definitions, or do you have to accept the Christian's definitions and show some sort of incoherency? Which one? You have two options. Pick A or
I don't
B.
have two options. We have to abide by the plain reading of the text. If the plain reading of the text says that Jesus
That's
doesn't
not
know
one of
the
the
hour,
options.
and if you're intellectually,
That's not one of the
here we go.
options.
Here we go.
Not one of the options.
Not letting me finish. Not letting me finish. Okay. I thought.
It is
What
a
happened to your
true
pinky promise?
dichotomy.
One sec. Both you guys
What
got to be
happened
silent.
to
I'm
your
making
pinky
money.
promise?
I'm making money.
Enjoy Top Silly Goose for January. Looking forward to it. You might
Allahu
make it
Akbar,
into the top 12
Allahu
of the
Akbar.
year. Also, you sound like the fat toy collector dude in Toy Story 2.
So
Okay,
I just
so I'm gonna give
can I ask
you-
my quick question? It's a quick one. All right, you said just take the plain reading of the text. Why don't you just take the plain reading of the text in the Gospel of John, where 4 times it says Jesus knows all things?
Because it's referring to Revelation, and Jesus, when he refers to the
So
Father,
no,
he said, "The
notice
Father
how you
has
didn't
shown
answer the
me."
question. Plain readings of text.
Oh my God. So when Jesus said, "The Father has shown me all things," right? How come Jesus had to be shown all things instead of him
Okay,
just
so watch
intrinsically
this.
knowing everything?
Okay, so watch this.
Except,
all right?
except that
Do you
plain
know what
reading
a
of the text, where
here?
Jesus
Let's
says, "The
just
Father has
we're
shown me
gonna
all things."
we're gonna
Why does he
test
need to be shown if
your
he's God
understanding here.
himself?
Lock in. Don't panic.
I'm
all right?
locking in. Oh my God,
just-
this
you
is
know what?
incredible.
So,
This is why
what-
I don't accept Christianity, because of this.
Listen, I don't
Because your
care.
parents
Listen,
are cousins.
Listen.
How do you?
when you
How do you? Wait.
okay, listen.
Substantiate the claim that my parents are cousins. How do you know? How would you know my parents are cousins or not? Or are you just trying to be funny?
I just assumed.
Okay.
I just want to read this plain reading of a text. And we know that the Son of God has come and has given us the understanding so that we may know him who is true. And we are
That's
in him
1
who is
John,
true.
That's not even Jesus speaking.
Let me finish, Linda. In his Son, Jesus Christ, he is the true God and eternal life. Who wrote 1 John?
Unknown. Anonymous.
You freaking douchebag with cousins, parents.
All right, listen.
John wrote it.
Real Christ-like of you, these insults. You know the one who says, "You fool will be in the danger of hell." The one who says, "You fool will be in the danger of hell."
Just shut up.
And you are
Just shut
out
up.
here just calling me a fool. How Christ-like of
Okay,
you.
listen. I haven't
Jesus
called you
called
a
people
fool.
fools.
Just talk to me. Talk to me.
Yeah, you're
It's
not
fine,
Jesus,
all right?
bruh.
So, Paul says, "Be like me as I be like Christ."
Okay. Do you agree?
Oh my God.
Do you agree that a true dichotomy? Listen. Do you agree that a true dichotomy is such as to where there are two independent, exhaustive options to which no other third or fourth or fifth option can be applied? Is that a true
Listen,
dichotomy?
take your philosophical mumbo jumbo
Is
and
that
throw it
a
out the window.
true dichotomy?
Like, how come we're not dealing with Mark 13:32?
I'm showing
Say
you.
everything in the world
I'm
except
showing
actually
you.
dealing with
I'm
the
showing
plain
you.
reading of the
And
text.
you will say everything in the world except answering any of my questions because your brain
Because
is
they're
just
not
hitting that
relevant to
emergency
what we're
brake.
talking
Why
about.
do you accept Mark but not First
Lock
John?
in.
Because Mark is
Listen.
supposedly the person who is quoting Jesus while he's alive, and John is just giving his philosophical perspective of who he thinks Jesus is.
No, I'm showing the audience and I'm showing you how I'm giving you a true
All you're
dichotomy
showing is that
in
you
which
haven't
there are
answered
only
any of the
you're
questions
talking
that I've
again.
asked
You're
about the
talking again.
one verse that I've
I
asked
am
about.
showing you. I'm
You know
showing
why you can't answer the question? Because at the end of the
Can't
day,
answer the
if
question.
you are intellectually honest and you read Mark
You're
13:32,
scared.
anyone
You're
who is
terrified.
intellectually genuine will say
You're
that Jesus does
terrified.
not know.
You're terrified. Look at that. And now you're quiet. No. ASMR. You're quiet. So
He's still yapping.
A true dichotomy is just going to be this. There are two exhaustive options. They're independent from each other.
He's still okay. Hold on, John. He's still yapping, so I know he's not listening. So here's what's going to happen.
Oh, he
Sam.
doesn't know he's muted.
Sam, you're muted, by the way. So here's what's going to happen. I'm going to let John say what he has to say, and then I'm going to mute John because I'm not one of those guys who just mutes and lets we talk over people. We don't do that here. So we're gonna go do this. We're gonna let John say what he has to say, and then you're still yapping. If you stop yapping, listen to what I'm saying. John's going to say what he's going to say. Then I'm going to mute him, and I'm going to let you say what you got to say. Then I'm going to mute you, and that way there's none of this yap fest going on. All right, John, go ahead.
Okay. A true dichotomy is going to be this. There are two exhaustive options to which there cannot be a third option. Why does this matter? Because the question I asked you, which you are terrified of answering, is you said you're doing an internal critique on the Christian's position. And I asked you a dichotomous question. If it's the case you're doing an internal critique, do you have to accept and utilize the Christian's understanding of the text or not the Christian's understanding of the text? Notice Christian's understanding of the text in an internal critique or not the Christian's understanding, to which you're no longer doing an internal critique. You have those two options. Next time you unmute your mic, you have got to answer that question. Either do you take the Christian's understanding of the text or not the Christian's understanding of the text? There's no third option, so pick A or pick B or be silent.
Okay, so we're going to unmute him and we're going to mute John. And dude, you double muted yourself. I unmuted you.
Okay. So first of all, you don't get to put me in a box where you say you have to answer either this way or that way. Your false dichotomy you could throw out the window. I'm saying if you take a logical approach to reading the plain reading of the text, you have no option except to admit that Jesus Christ did not know when the hour is. End of story. If you cannot give a logical, coherent explanation as to why Jesus does not know the hour and simultaneously holding that he's omniscient like the Father, then you have to throw Christianity out the window.
I'm gonna steal man what he says.
Hang on, John,
You're still muted. So you literally just said you have to take the plain reading of the text. You can't explain it, but if you can't explain it, you have to disprove, or you're just Christianity is disproved. So basically, you're saying is I'm right. That's your argument. Anyways, I'm gonna mute you and let John go ahead.
He has been voted off. Just so you know, done.
Yeah. So here's the thing. All right. Challenge for you. You said the dichotomy, either the Christian's interpretation or not the Christian's interpretation. You said you're not going to choose either A or B, and you said it's a false dichotomy, which means you're saying there's a third option that is not included in those two. So here's the challenge for you, all right? As soon as you come off mute,
Making money.
I want you to...
Let me get that to 1,000.
Thank you, thank you.
Money, 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 money.
Go ahead, John.
Okay, so here's the thing. A false dichotomy means that you can now present a third option between the two options, take the Christian's interpretation or not the Christian's interpretation. When you come off mute, I want you to give me that third option. If it's such a false dichotomy, that should not be hard, right? So if I said that this phone is either blue or it is red, right? Or let's say purple. This phone is either purple or it is red. That is not going to be the case. Why? Because the phone is actually blue and there's a third option. So if it's a false dichotomy when you come off mute, give me the third option. Go.
The third option is not using terms like Christian or non-Christian. You could literally just say the plain reading of the text.
John, you're muted.
Hold on, I'm trying to figure out how buttons work. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's not a third option because you're using an internal critique of a what's position. Is it potentially a Christian's position? Hello? Do you know where you are? Are you lost?
He's on mute, dude.
Why is it so hard for a Christian to answer a simple question of how to explain the fact that Jesus said he does not know when the hour is?
Okay.
You're going all over the place with philosophical
hold on, I'll answer it simply.
dichotomies and what about this and what about that? Answer the question directly.
Okay, I'll answer it simply. He's using an analogy. There.
Okay, what analogy is he using? Please explain.
Yeah, he's using the analogy of the wedding feast.
The Jewish wedding feast where the father announces the wedding day, correct? Is that what you're referring to?
I thought you said you never got any of these answers.
I did, and I said none of them have ever been satisfactory.
To you?
Every single one of them falls short.
Fall short according to what? What standard?
Because there's no such tradition in Judaism where no one knows when the wedding day is except for the groom's father. There's no such tradition. It's made up. It's a myth.
How do you know that?
Because I did my research, and there's nothing that shows that, or that's recorded in history nor in Jewish literature, that shows that the father of the groom is the only one who, one, knows when the wedding day is, and two, is the one to announce it. Nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't Jesus know the hour of the tribulation and the Olivet prophecies? In Mark 13:32, Jesus says, "But concerning that day or that hour, no one knows, not even the angels in heaven, nor the Son, but only the Father." In this verse, Jesus says that only the Father in heaven knows the hour when these events will happen. But this verse appears to contradict the doctrine of the Trinity. If Jesus is fully God, then shouldn't he know the hour as well? It appears as though he is less in ontological status to the Father and cannot have access to certain pieces of knowledge. However, there are possible answers to this. Most Christians respond to this by pointing out that Jesus was both fully God and fully man, and during his earthly ministries, prior to his resurrection, he willingly cooperated with the limitations of being human. He suffered hunger, he had to sleep and rest, and he felt grief and pain. Jesus was fully man, and yet he was worshipped too, forgave sins, and claimed divine eternal status with the Father. This is the hypostatic union. Christ had two natures, and during his earthly ministry, he cooperated with the limitations of being fully human. Of course, this is because he is divine, who became fully man. Hebrews 2:9 says, "For a little while, he was made lower than the angels, so that he could suffer death for everyone." Philippians 2:6-7 says, "Jesus was equal with God, but willingly emptied himself and became human." So the scriptures teach us Jesus emptied himself, and thus suffered with the limitations of being human, which meant he surrendered properties like omnipresence and omniscience. This is seen in the fact that Jesus spent years learning and educating himself. And it also explains why Jesus didn't know the hour when that tribulation would occur.
You're really playing a
Jesus
YouTube video
cooperated
right
with the
now?
limitations of being human and wasn't fully omniscient. However, after his resurrection, he was once again in full glory with the Father and was omniscient and omnipresent. So this is the answer most Christians give. However, there are problems with this explanation. That is not to say that it's incorrect, just that it doesn't explain everything. The most notable is the fact that in Mark 13:32, Jesus says only the Father knows, but why not the Holy Spirit? If the Holy Spirit is fully God, then shouldn't he know as well? Why wouldn't Jesus say the Father and the Holy Spirit know the hour? Well, some have tried to answer this by suggesting that perhaps the Holy Spirit willingly limited his knowledge as well, but this almost seems ad hoc. Is there any answer a Christian can give on this? In fact, yes, there is. If we look at the entire passage this verse comes from in Mark 13 and Matthew 24, and if we look at the cultural context, a different picture emerges of what Jesus was actually alluding to. In ancient Jewish cultures, marriages were almost always prearranged. After arrangements were made, the young groom would begin building additions onto his father's house where he and his future wife would live. The custom was that the father of the groom would decide when the additions were finished and was ready for the young couple to move in, which meant only the father knew when it was time for him to get his bride. But this doesn't mean the groom actually didn't know when the time was. A wedding was a bigger event in those days than it is even today. It was a community-wide event. This meant people would have to plan for them far in advance and set aside time from their usual daily work. Dates would need to be known weeks before so people could adjust their work schedules for the wedding. Food would also have to be prepared in advance. There was of course no refrigeration or supermarkets, so arrangements for food needing livestock and crops were planned well in advance. Everyone would know when the time was getting close, as the traditional wedding food would need to be readied and prepared. However, despite it being obvious to everyone when the wedding would take place, in order to give respect to the father of the groom, it would naturally be said that only the father knows when the groom was going to get his bride. But obviously the groom would not have been unaware of the day or the hour, as it would have been obvious to everyone in the community. So with this in mind, a new understanding of Matthew 24:36 and Mark 13:32 can be seen. Jesus was not claiming that he or the Holy Spirit did not know the hour of his return, but was explaining to what the events leading up to the tribulation would be like. It would be like that of an ancient Jewish wedding, where everyone would know it's drawing near and the Father will give the word for it to take place. But the events leading up to it will be seen and understood by all. If we look at Mark 13:32 in context, we see it actually makes more sense with this understanding. Prior to saying this, Jesus gives another example of how we will know when the tribulation will take place. He says to learn from the fig tree. As soon as its branches put out its leaves, you know summer is near. So also, when you see these taking place, you know that he is near. Likewise, Jesus then gives another example by alluding that it will be like a Jewish wedding, when the father will give the word for his son to get his bride. So he borrows phraseology from a Jewish custom. So it is likely Jesus wasn't saying he truly doesn't know, but that he gives respect and authority to the Father to give the word when these things will happen. But he and the Holy Spirit would know, just like the community knows when the wedding will take place. As we said in our video which explains the Trinity, the doctrine of the Trinity says the Son and the Spirit submit to the Father's authority. Jesus was simply reiterating that here, and explaining the events leading up to the tribulation will be like that of the events leading up to a Jewish wedding.
Any other questions?
Yeah, where in that does it say that the son didn't know when his wedding day was? In that whole entire YouTube
so hold on.
explanation,
So
where did it say?
let me just, because he used it in explaining it through the other text, how he used comparisons to the other verses, and how he's talking about the wedding when he uses other parables and the way that Jesus understood it. You weren't paying attention. I'm not going to go through it again. So let me just do this, right?
Yeah, because it was a waste of time.
Hold on. Shut up, Linda. Shut up. Let me make an argument. Make me make an argument.
You know what? You shut up.
Let me make an argument. Okay, so let me just ask you a simple question, right? Let's say without unequivocal of a doubt, unequivocal of a doubt, we could show that this was an actual Jewish practice. Would that give an explanation for this verse? Yes or no?
Absolutely not.
All right. Appreciate your time, you disingenuous baboon.
Hi,
Hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 27.
All right. Christianity's true. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
I'm an agnostic atheist. I grew up in a Christian household, very, very religious household. So I've read the Bible. I go to church my whole life. And although I believe that Jesus was a historical person and that a lot of the Bible is historic, I don't believe that that equates to us giving him the title of current God or an all-knowing, all-powerful being that still affects the world today. There's just no evidence for that. It's
So
kind of
hold
like,
on. Then what's the evidence that he was an actual person?
yeah, because there's historic text. Historians can say that there has been.
Wait. So just to be clear, then historic texts are evidence.
That someone existed.
But is it or is it not evidence?
I mean, that's how we know that, like, for example, Picasso existed.
Right. So historic texts are evidence. So what do you mean when you say there's no evidence of him being God?
So just because someone existed does not give evidence that they are God, though.
That's not what I
right?
said.
He was a real human.
That's not what I said. If there's evidence that he existed, and those are through historic texts, what do you mean there's no evidence that he is God? Can you turn off the music in the background, please?
Can you elaborate on that? Because I feel like I answered your question.
Can you turn off the music in the background? Thank you. Yeah, so if there's evidence that he's an historic person, there's evidence that he's God. Because the historic text says that he's God. Just like the historic text says he was a person.
Okay, so if there's evidence that Saint Nick was a real person, does that then qualify Santa Claus as being a real and being Santa Claus? No.
Yeah.
Right?
No, that's a false equivalency, and you know it.
So how are those two things different?
Because we know the stories and the mythos of Santa, right? We know where that came from. We have an understanding of that. We understand why it developed. We understand the actual historic figure of Saint Nick. There's no historical documents of Saint Nick doing miracles or going down chimneys. That's not a real thing. It doesn't exist.
Okay, so then how did it evolve into that?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one making the comparison.
Right, because in a lot of ways it is very similar.
If it's similar, show me.
You know,
Show me a one-to-one comparison between St. Nicholas and Jesus. Go ahead, I'll wait.
Sure. So like I said, both were historic people that existed.
No. These are conclusions. Show me the actual data. So for example, I have writings of him at Nicaea punching Arian in the face, right? That's a writing that I know of. Can you show me writings of St. Nicholas going around, flying down chimneys, doing these things from actual historians or historical sources? Go ahead.
Well, yeah, you just have to go into the legends.
Don't tell me where to go. You present it to me. You're bringing up the argument. You bring it. You present it. Show me the writings of St. Nicholas flying around with reindeer, going down chimneys from historical sources. Go ahead.
Sure. Every year around Christmas time.
Oh my God. Show me. Show me. Do you understand what the word show means?
How do I bring up an article while I'm talking to you on TikTok?
www, wherever I found this article.com, give me the citation of where it is.
Okay, well, I don't have a computer pulled up. So if I leave on my phone, though, then I have to pause my conversation with you. Or you could just look it up if you have a computer in front of you. It's kind of disingenuous to just say,
it's disingenuous for me not to make your argument for you?
No, I have made the argument, and it's very obvious.
Okay, present it an argument.
So how can you deny it? How can you deny it saying, since I don't have an actual website pulled up, you can't just deny my claim and pretend like Santa Claus isn't a real thing? That's disingenuous, right?
Claims made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Okay, so you've never heard of Santa Claus?
That's not what I said.
Well, that's
You're
what
making the
you're saying. I
claim.
have
You're
to
making the
prove- I
claim
have to
that
prove-
Santa Claus. You're making the claim that Santa Claus is a one-to-one comparison to Jesus Christ. That's the claim. So present the evidence.
I'm not saying that they're one-to-one. I never said that they're one-to-one. What I am saying is that similarly, how they historically were figures, we don't give the equivalence that they are magical beings today based off of the fact that they were human beings. That was
Right,
your
because
claim that
Jesus
I disproved
Christ-
with the analogy.
So Jesus Christ, in the historical documents of Jesus Christ, it says he was a real figure. The reason that people know he was a real figure, for example, is the Gospels. In the Gospels, it says he did miraculous things. For it to be a similar comparison, we would have to have the historical documents of St. Nicholas also saying he did miraculous things. Now, you said there's no evidence that Jesus Christ was God, but yet you say there is evidence that he was a real person. Why is there evidence that he's a real person but not God? Is it just simply because the claim is grandiose?
So I'm not sure where to go with this, because even though there has been legends that have been written out for Saint Nick, I don't have a book in front of me about Saint Nicholas, but there are books that have been written. But we can say the same about any world religion that has texts that support that. And if people who are in that religion,
Do you have any evidence, or are you just going to
result-
make whataboutism claims all the time? Make an argument or present actual evidence. Because I can just dismiss everything you're saying, because claims made without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
I feel as if I'm from the point where I initially asked you this question. I said, hey, what evidence is there that he's a magical being today? And you said because he was a historical real person.
No, that's
So
not
now
what
you
I said.
have to
That's what
prove
you
to
said.
me-
That's what you said. I went off of your criteria. You said there's enough evidence to say that he was an historical real person, in which I asked you, what's the difference between the evidence that says he was God and he's the evidence that says he's a historical real person? Why do you accept one and not the other, considering the evidence that says that he's a real person is the same evidence that says he is God?
Can I ask a question? John?
Yes,
No, I wanted to answer that question first.
Well, after
because that reasoning, that is an unreasonable thing to hold. That if somebody makes a claim that they are an all-knowing, all-powerful
That's
God,
not. I'm not
but then
asking
there's
you to
no
accept that he's
there's
God.
no
You're
evidence of
misunderstanding
that?
my question. You're misunderstanding my question.
Okay.
My
Go ahead.
question
Ask me.
is whether or not there is evidence for it. If it's evidence for criteria A and not criteria B, by definition, it's called special pleading. So if there's an evidence that says that he's a real person, why is there no evidence that says he is God? Having evidence doesn't mean it's true. It just means there's evidence. Evidence just raises the probability of something being true. So if this book that says he's a real person is enough for you to say, yep, there's evidence he's a real person, and that same book says he is God, why you dismiss that and say that that is not evidence?
Because if he was a God today, why is there no evidence of that today? Why
Lord,
is there
die and dance in
nothing-
Jesus. Answer the actual question. Why is it
Yeah,
in
because there's
criteria?
no evidence
It doesn't matter if it's God, not God, whatever it is. If the book says criteria 1 says X is true, and you say, yep, that's evidence that X is true, then the same book, when it says Y is true, why would you say Y is false? Remove God, remove whatever it is, whatever it might be. Just answer it mathematically why X would be true and Y would be false.
One of them can be proven and the other one cannot.
That's not...
Okay. Let me ask you a question really quick. Okay, so when we're making a claim, what category of document are the Gospels considered in academia?
Historic.
Okay, well, more specifically, you're not wrong, but more specifically,
Religious?
they're considered more specifically, they're considered biography, right? They're telling about an individual. His name was Jesus. Here's what he said. Here's what he did. Here's how he lived. Here's how he died, right? Here's how he rose from the dead, whatever. The type of document is a biographical account in which it's relaying information about Jesus. Now, apply this to St. Nick. Can you offer a biographical account of St. Nick's life that in the same source that talks about his existence historically also is mentioning magic reindeer, elves, making toys for little boys and girls, and pushing his fat self down a chimney by stopping time, like whatever, right? That's the point that John is making. We agree that Jesus and the Gospels is considered a biographical account, but the same biographical account that talks about his life also talks about his miracles. Offer a biographical account of Saint Nick that talks about his life and then talks about any of these like other traditions that come about. That's the claim that you have to fulfill. That is the burden that you have to fulfill, right? If I know you're not saying they're one-to-one, but you're saying that if it's true of Jesus, it's true of Saint Nick. But if you cannot offer a biographical account of Saint Nick's life that also associates his life with these like other magical things, then they're not going to be comparable. That's the point.
Okay, well, things that were written about Saint Nick were written by other people, as similar to Jesus. Jesus wrote not one part of the Bible. Everything that was written about Jesus was written by either his disciples or Paul, who came something like 70 to 200 years later, who never even met Jesus.
Dog, what does that have to do with anything he just said?
Because he just said that in order, I'm making the connection. You're saying that Saint Nick has to be biographical. Well, there have been legends, stories written about Saint Nick by other people years after he passed away. Same with Jesus.
Are they historically biographical? That's the question. The sources that you're talking about, are they
They are
considered?
based on a real person, so yes, in the same way.
That's not what I asked.
Dog, okay.
Are the documents?
Yeah, okay, so hold on. We have documents from Saint Nick that have no miracles at all. And later on some like Santa Claus figure comes out. That's your argument. You're saying that's compared to Jesus. Great. Show me the documents of Jesus that has no miracles. The earliest documents that don't even talk about miracles at all. That he's just some guy.
There were no earliest documents.
Great. So then why do you think he's a real
Jesus.
person? Why do you think he's a real person?
Because his disciples wrote about him. Multiple people wrote about him.
So multiple people wrote about him. So they wrote about him being a real person. That's evidence as a real person. They also wrote about him doing what?
Yeah, but that's the same as
No,
Saint
just
Nick
answer the
going back to
question.
the same point.
They just answer the question. What else do they write about him doing?
Fairy tale stuff, yeah.
Oh, so they wrote about him doing,
Same as
they
Saint
wrote about him existing. So just to be clear, I just want to be clear, this is your logic. They wrote that Jesus existed is evidence. They wrote that Jesus did miracles is not evidence. Give me the symmetry breaker. Why is one evidence and one is not evidence?
Because again, it's the same exact analogy.
I don't want an analogy. I want an actual mathematical answer. They wrote Jesus is person, is evidence. Jesus did miracles is not evidence. What is the difference between the two? Is it just the fact that it's miracles? Because if that's the case, then you have a bias.
So what I'm hearing from you is that you accept all hearsay.
Oh my
Is that
God.
the point
Nate
that you're
has been
making?
voted off the
Yeah,
island,
thank
baby.
goodness. All right, appreciate your time.
Goodbye.
Do you actually appreciate her time?
Appreciate
No.
anybody's time today.
I did not appreciate that time.
Malise, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
1 second. I am 19. How are you today?
Good, man. Christianity's true. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
Right. So my first thing is, I was kind of curious. What is your reasoning for the burden of proof, as you said in the past, is on the speaker for Christianity being true?
Burden of true proof is on anybody who's making a claim.
Okay, fair enough. The reason why I personally contend with Christianity being true is because while obviously there's a lot of people that believe in the Bible, the main thing for me is that there's no real sense of grounding. The Bible very clearly makes the point that believing in Jesus is purely through that of faith and not so much through worldly examples of absolute concrete truth. If that
What does Bible
hopefully that
say?
makes-
What does the Bible say faith is?
Well, faith is just. I don't actually remember. It's been a while since I've cracked the book open, but my understanding of faith was always that it's based on a trust in God.
Yeah, so faith is literally a hope for the evidence of things unseen. So it literally talks about evidence. And scripture actually talks about evidence frequently throughout it, from Old to New Testament, right? If all you needed was faith, then it would make no sense for Jesus to come down and perform miracles in front of people. If your definition of faith is just to trust for without any evidence.
Well, I don't necessarily mean it in that the Bible doesn't try and give reason to trust in him. I am aware that in Genesis, it foreshadows Jesus Christ's sacrifice when Abraham went out to sacrifice Isaac. I am aware that there's a lot of reference and emphasis on the sacrifice that Jesus Christ made, right? But my issue is, I know you mentioned that this is a historical text, and it is, but I think, for instance, my argument is that this is a biased piece of historical text. Like, only the Bible itself will claim that itself is true. In a way, to me, it seems like circular reasoning.
The Bible never says it's true. Never says that the Bible never says the Bible is true. It's not a thing.
Not in those exact words. Not in those exact words, but
not even in any form of those words. Not even an analogous of those words. The Bible never makes the statement that this is all true and you should take it just because we say it's true.
Well, in the same way, Jesus Christ, I forget where he would have said this in one of the Gospels, but he made it very clear that he is the way, the truth, and the life, and no man cometh unto the Father but by me.
Yep.
So
That's
while
true.
I'm aware of this scripture, right, that itself is implying that, and also there's just a lot of, I don't want to call it analogous. The word's not coming to my mind right now. I do apologize for that, but give me a moment. There's a lot of mental image used in the Bible, I guess is what I'll come to, that you kind of need to trust in the Bible. You need to believe in it, right? Not so much because it is the objectively correct thing to do, but because not only does it benefit you, but it's to give him glory.
Again, that's wrong, because if that's the case, then the entire early church all failed because they didn't have the Bible.
Can you explain that a bit further for me, please?
Well, the Bible didn't come into existence until like 300-400 years after Jesus. The actual Bible. Like, now there were scriptures that floated around, and there are ideas of those scriptures, but like it being a Bible, like this whole idea of like Christians being like the Bible is God's word and that's all he sent down for us, and all, like, that didn't exist until Trent, I think it was, that idea. So hold on, I'm like half focused on you and this thing at the same time.
No,
Sorry, I'll put my focus on you now. Yeah, so the earliest Christians didn't have the Bible. They only had the church, and then they had scriptures to rely on. So the idea that you just have the Bible and the Bible says it's true and you have to trust that, that's a new idea that came like pretty recently. So
in terms of historical context, I think you're right on that. Is it okay if I give some context on like my background?
Yep.
Okay, so I came from a church that's actually very much based on the idea that the Bible is enough for the Bible, if that makes sense. Like the Bible can stand on its own.
Well, the Bible, I would agree the Bible is sufficient, but you're making the argument that it's the only way. That's different.
Yeah, and that's because of my preconceived notion of what this specific sect of Christianity was. I do apologize for that. I don't actually know what your background is as far as that goes.
Yeah, I don't share my denomination.
Totally okay. But for me, for instance, right, I came from a Baptist group. I don't know if you've ever heard of the new IFB, but that was sort of like my background.
John,
before
you know?
I went more agnostic. Say that again, sorry?
I'm so sorry.
Yeah. Oh man, you don't need to be.
No, like
yeah.
IFB is culty, bro.
Yes, it is. Completely agree.
It's culty. Like John, you know the guy Steven Anderson?
Yep, there it is.
Independent fundamental Baptist, the guy who like screams, has a beard, like
oh, that guy.
Yeah.
The guy who literally like is really mad at gay people for no reason.
Yeah, that guy. Yes.
That guy. He's also the same guy who I think.
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
that's
but yeah, as of a year ago,
it's KJV only. It gets bad.
It gets very bad over there.
Yeah, I understand why you left Christianity.
There's other factors for me, but I'd say, for instance, the main thing for me, again, actually, not really. Again, it's kind of Noah's Ark, I'd say.
Okay. What about it?
Mainly like the scientific aspect of that amount of water and rainfall.
Well,
right, hitting the earth.
That's only if you
The
hold to
ark
a
itself
world
existing.
flood. Right, like me and John believe it's a localized flood.
Okay. So are you saying that the flood would only then be in that area and it would still wipe humanity because like humanity didn't really like branch further on Earth?
Well, pretty much it's just talking about that area and the humanity that was there.
Okay.
It's also utilized as a polemic against other nations and cultural stories.
What is polemic? Sorry.
Yeah, a polemic is just going to be where, like, let's say these other nations are attributing something to their god. A polemic is going to say, well, here's why it's not your god, and here's why it's our god, and going to make like different arguments and going to change different theological positions within it. So the simplest way to understand it is just you're using a text to argue against other cultures' texts. And you're writing it in such a way that your content is adversarial against that other culture's content.
Okay. And remind me, you said it's polemic to what?
So it's basically cultic competition is what he's saying. So like, for example, we have the Moabite tablet, or not the Moabite tablet, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and then there's another tablet that comes before that talks about...
Atrahasis.
Yeah, so it talks about the flood, and they attribute it to their gods and things like that. And then which Israel responds, no, that's not your God. This is our God, and this is what actually happened. And our dogma with this was that God would have revealed it to Moses, the truth.
Okay.
Yeah, so like an example of this within that narrative is going to be this. One nation in like the Akkadian tradition or the Sumerian tradition, when it talks about either the Epic of Gilgamesh or Atrahasis or whatnot, they say this so there's an agreement. Okay, there's some type of flood that all these cultures are talking about, right? Something happened. Everyone's aware it happened, and so one culture says the reason it happened is because humanity was really noisy and annoyed the gods. And so, because they were really noisy and annoyed the gods were like, shh, and then sent a flood and killed them all, right? That's a tradition that is non-biblical. What the biblical writers do is when they look at Genesis, they say, no, the flood did not happen because humanity is noisy. The flood is happening because man is sinful and evil, and every single desire of their heart is evil. That's why the flood. That's what I mean by a polemic, right? The cultural content that is being represented. There's some sort of agreement culturally on the event happening, but then there's different attributions as it is applied as that polemic.
And I don't know why that whole thing was kind of absent on me. I'm decently aware that there's like just about every culture that dates back to like an early time like that has mentioned some sort of mass flood. Is that true?
Not every culture, but there's a lot. Like I said, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and like we actually have we have like archaeological evidence of a localized flood. So like the scholarship on this is that a flood actually happened, and then they started attributing it to gods. That's the idea in scholarship.
If you don't mind me, I'm going to pause you really quickly. Where would I find information on this localized flood that you're talking about?
Top of my head, I can't think of anything.
So you could look at Michael Heiser.
Oh yeah.
Michael Heiser is a scholar that has information about it. There's another one.
How do I spell Michael Heiser? Heiser.
If you sound it out, it will show up. I promise you. I do it every time.
Okay. Heiser?
Yeah, Heiser.
Okay, I found him.
So
I will look
Michael
into
Heiser
him after
has
this.
content on this as an Old Testament scholar.
Okay.
There is there's another one. I can't think of their name right now.
Okay. Well, I'm sure. What's that?
Yeah. So, go ahead. I like
Okay,
you. You've been the best guest of the day. So,
just by asking questions. Okay, lovely. Must have been really bad earlier then. My main thing as well, like on top of this, is for instance, size of the ark, species, ventilation, food supply, all that stuff. It's not really explained, and while it's not really like required, I don't think I'm crazy for looking at that and saying like, yeah, so all that looks kind of insane. Like,
you could also
it doesn't
take
really make sense.
You could also take Matthew Lynch's perspective that the Ark story is not actually real, that it's just parabolic, and that's perfectly fine because Jesus used parables all the time.
I'm not really too quick to go on that because while I do understand that, I think I remember you mentioning that you're not really want to just go off of scripture alone, and you already said it earlier. But based on scripture, it's very much implied that it is to be taken in a very literal sense.
I don't agree with that 100%. Like I do think it actually happens, but I think you have to understand context surrounding things. So for example, Genesis does speak literally quite a bit, but then there's times it is 100% hyperbolic. And a great example of this is it says Jacob fed all the nations. It said it fed the whole world. But we know it wasn't the whole world. It was just the people who were under Egypt's rule, right?
Yeah, kind of like the immigrants and like the different cultural people that were there at the time. Well, it was more so representing that there was a bunch of nations.
Yeah,
in that place.
Yeah. So he was just feeding them. And Job is the earliest book that we have in the Bible, right? We don't get older than that. And the unanimous consensus amongst scholars, including Christian scholars and even old church, is that Job is parabolic. It's not an actual historical event. It's a parable that is given.
Based on like the life events that happened where he lost his family and had his friends.
Well, whether I personally, like my personal belief, my dogma on this is that Job is a real person and things did happen to him. But the way that it's written is not written. It's impossible for the events to take place, be written exactly how it happened, because it's written in a poetic nature. It's written in Hebrew poetry from like start to finish.
I'd have to do more research on like what Hebrew poetry looks like. By the way, are you like what Bible do you use?
I use all sorts of translations. I don't like to stick to one.
Totally fair.
ESV, NASB.
Okay.
NRSV. If you want scholarship, it's going to be the NRSV. That's what they give out to you.
That's a new
seminary.
one. Okay.
Yeah, New Revised Standard Version.
Right. Okay. So the reason why
all of them were considered word for word translations.
Okay. Word for word, really?
Well, okay. So
yeah. So yeah. So there's three different. There's four types. There's an interlinear translation. Interlinear is going to like actually be written in the Hebrew and the Greek. Then there's going to be paraphrase translations. Paraphrase translations. Oh, okay. I'll do it. Shut the door. I love you. Interlinear, Hebrew and Greek. Paraphrase translations, which are just, trying to make it relevant for a modern audience. Thought for thought translations, which isn't really about a modern audience, but just wants to maintain the thought of the passage. And then word for word translations, which is really trying to maintain the integrity and the structure of the original Hebrew and Greek to the best of the ability, to where you can study what is going to be closest to the manuscript record.
Okay. It didn't really occur to me that ESV would be considered word for word.
I'd say it's kind of in between. It is considered a word for word, but I'd say there's some issues. That's me personally.
I vaguely remember. Yeah,
NIV is thought for thought. NIV is awful.
I think there's pretty much a unanimous consensus that the NIV is trash.
Yeah, is there not just straight up missing verses in that left, right, and center?
Well, it's more about they really take liberty in what they think things mean in their translations, rather than
I see.
than trying to convey the meaning of the authors.
Yeah, and there are things missing, but sometimes it's for good reason, right? So what the NIV sometimes will do is like get rid of scriptures that were not in the earliest manuscripts or something to that effect. Where other Bibles that are word for word, they'll just like leave a footnote, and NIV will take it out completely. Which isn't a bad thing necessarily, but it can be bad as it applies to a couple other things. So
Well, I don't know. It's hard for me to view it that way just because of what the end of Revelation has to say regarding people who add or remove from biblical texts. I understand that it is going more into. I see you holding up your pen. I understand that might be going more into like a bit of a wormhole where it's like, okay, well then.
Yeah. So that is specifically given for the book of Revelation. That's not given for the entire Bible. Huh?
Okay. Specifically Revelation.
Yeah. Okay. So when Revelation is given, there's I'm going to mute you for a second, John. Your kids are just really loud. So in the what? You said something.
Me?
No, John.
I said sorry.
Oh, no,
sorry.
You're good. You're good. It's not your fault, man. Kids are kids. So the book of Revelation was given as a prophecy specifically to John. In this specific time, there was an issue where people were trying to reword documents. This is a very common thing. And this is not me just talking about this. This would come from Bart Ehrman. So this is in his book Misquoting Jesus. So when the revelation was given, John was given a prophecy. And in the prophecy, when he sent it out, he was giving a warning that anybody who tries to change this prophecy is going to have issues, is going to have problems. And that's the warning that's specifically given. It's not for the entire Bible or all of Scripture. It's specifically for Revelation and specifically for that time when he gave that prophecy.
I just looked at the Scripture. You are right. It says this prophecy. I do see earlier that it says the prophecy of this book, but I think the only reason why I'm looking at it, I'm getting like, is because I was told in a sermon where it's like, this book is in the Bible, like the all.
I'm not trusting anything that came from any one of your sermons, bro.
All good. Again, preconceived bias is a big influencer on my outlook and my awareness of what the Bible is. So I do completely respect that you don't really value what came from my previous experience.
Well, I value your experience. I'm just saying from the church that you sent me, it came from. Yeah.
Relative to yours and regarding the information itself, like the content of it.
I would fight those people on the street.
I respect that. Right, I do just want to focus because I don't think I've really gotten a chance to make much of an argument for why I don't personally believe in Christianity, why I don't see it to be true. Again, I understand that you would make the claim that maybe it's more of a story, right? And how it can be seen as written more poetically. But to my understanding, for instance, if you look at parables and
if we're talking so specifically, you said you have issues with Noah's Ark. What I'm saying is that's not a salvific issue. Like I said, you can hold to Matthew Lynch's argument that it's parabolic if it's truly an issue for you. Would I be more interested in, like there's so much of the Old Testament that we don't know because it's just lost to history. It's just so much that's so old that we just can't find this information. We have a few confirmations, like we have the Moabite tablet, we have the Balaam tablet, we have the temple blessings and cursings from Joshua. So Joshua's temples. We have things that can confirm these events were placed in Israel was a real people group that traveled around. We have writings of David from the Babylonian kingdom. So this all exists. This is all real. This is all true. But there's so many things like we don't have an ark. We don't know if Israel, like we can't say 100% that Israel had an Exodus. Inspiring philosophy gives a really good argument for why there was an Exodus. What I'm more interested in is the historical accuracy of Jesus Christ, because we have a lot of data. We have a lot of information about that. And if we can basically work our way backwards, if we can confirm that Jesus Christ actually was crucified and actually resurrected, then we have to wrestle with that information. Well, okay, we have this person who has this authority over life and death. And what does he confirm? Well, he confirms this Old Testament, right? He confirms the things that were said. So then I can, through my trust in Jesus Christ, I can trust in the Old Testament. And that's where I'd say my faith comes into play, because a lot of the events happen there. So like, do I personally believe Noah's Ark happened and there was an actual flood? Yes. I think it's a localized flood. Could it have been a world flood? Sure. I have a good friend. Well, I wouldn't say a good friend, but I have a friend who argues that it was a world flood and makes one of the best arguments for it. You can talk to him if you want. Is Vor, Voice of Reason, on TikTok. And so that's his belief. But we wouldn't look at each other and say, well, you're not a Christian for having this specific viewpoint. Just like I wouldn't look at Matthew Lynch, an actual biblical scholar, and say he's not a Christian for not believing that the flood actually happened. It's such a tertiary side event. Like I said, the main focus is Christ Jesus. If you came to me and said, well, he never resurrected, I think that's parabolic. I'd say, okay, we got a problem here.
Okay. One thing I do want to point out, Mark 13:31, heaven and earth shall pass away, but my word shall not pass away. Personally, my reading of that was always that the words and content of the Bible, and I guess this is why, I think this is actually the main reason why I looked at like the entire Bible as being something that we need to take pretty seriously, is because
we need to understand what it means for the words not to pass away, right? So when Timothy talks about all scripture is inspired by God, and then it lays out the usefulness of scripture. Yeah, so it lays out the usefulness in which it says all scripture is inspired by God and is useful for teaching, correcting,
I'll be right back, guys.
Rebuking, and training in righteousness, right? This is how we use scripture. And so when we talk about it not passing away, that doesn't necessitate that these past stories have to be literal and historical, but rather, just like the parables of Jesus, or just like other stories that we see, other narratives, different categories of documents within the Bible, just like those things, we still say it's useful for teaching, correcting, rebuking, and training in righteousness. We can find value that we can teach off of the story of Noah's Ark. That value can be expressions of faith, listening to God, like all of these different things, right?
Okay.
And so when it says it doesn't pass away, that doesn't necessitate that everything that came before is literal and historical, but rather everything that came before is useful for teaching, correcting, rebuking, or training in righteousness.
Okay, and just for my own reference, because you mentioned 1 Timothy, what chapter? Do you know?
Yeah, 3:16.
3, okay. I thought, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I was like trying to skim. I didn't want to like...
No, you're good.
Okay. Okay, I'll look at that later. So, damn, I can't lie. I was looking for that scripture.
Oh, by the way, it's 2 Timothy.
2 Timothy. That makes more sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Something didn't feel right there when I was reading that.
Yeah, it's like,
okay.
I can understand.
Okay. So, can you remind me of your like closing remark with what you were just saying? I was definitely zoning out trying to look for this.
Yeah, 2 Timothy 3:16. All scripture is useful for teaching, correcting, rebuking, training in righteousness. When Jesus says none of it's going to pass away, that is in reference to the material that can be applicable toward teaching, correcting, rebuking, training in righteousness. It does not necessitate that everything that came before now has to be literal and historical, because we can look at the Psalms, right? The Psalms are going to be included. The Psalms are strictly under the category of poetry, right? When we're looking at the life of David and he's like sharing these songs and all of these things. The Psalms are a very long book, but it is useful, even though it is not literal and historical, but there can be like little like sprinkles of historicity within it when David's like talking about his life or things that happened, how it made him feel, how he's very sad, how he's very happy, things like that. But fundamentally, Psalms categorically is poetry. Jesus says these things are not going to pass away. That does not mean now we have to take Psalms literally and historically. Rather, we can take it as poetry and then apply it to 2 Timothy 3:16, where all scripture is inspired by God and it's useful for teaching, correcting, rebuking, training in righteousness.
Okay. I wouldn't really say that I'd ever take Psalms as like historically accurate to begin with, even when I was in my faith. Like that was something that we always looked at as, while it can be important for reference to things regarding if I'm not mistaken, there's some Trinity stuff in there. There's also Psalm 89. I'm not sure what your guys' takeaways are on like salvation, for instance, but in my old group, we would look at Psalm 89 and say that was a good example of what it would be like to live like God's children. Psalm 89:30. I forget what exactly, but in there. And we still use scripture like that as a reference point for like, yeah, well, we can still look at Psalms and take away scripture from that, get meaning out of it, right? And it was actually one of our main passages that we used going door to door when I was doing
You
that,
went door to
right?
door?
Yeah, it was one
Dog.
of those.
Man, if I had an IFB knock on my door, I would invite them in. I would give them tea and crumpets or whatever. I'm not British, but I'd give them crumpets, and I would have a conversation with them. It would not go well, but I would have a conversation with them. Anyway, but we definitely appreciate you coming up and your candor and your demeanor and your all of those things. So
yeah, of course. I kind of want to ask really quickly, what would you say is like the basis for Christianity being true? Because I think
resurrection.
We should probably get back on that. Okay, resurrection.
Death and resurrection of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, so it can literally be said this: if the resurrection did not happen, Christianity is false. If the resurrection did happen, Christianity is true.
I can get behind that. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Going from there, I've noticed you guys have like pointed out that the Bible is considered historical text. My thing though is that historians don't view it as reputable. From what I was reading,
hold on.
Like on
just two things. There's a big difference between historians and biblical scholars. There's two different categories of like study, and they often interlap. But like historians generally don't focus specifically on biblical studies. Biblical scholars focus on biblical studies. So by which criteria and by who are you saying they're not considering it historical? Because there are many biblical scholars that would say it's historical. And if we hold to the actual historical method, there's zero doubt it's historical.
I think there is like some amount of historical meaning you can get out of it in the sense that Jesus Christ existed, right? Like, I wouldn't look at the miracles Jesus performed and say that we can look at that in the context of the Bible and say
neither do historians. So historians operate under a methodology that is called methodological naturalism, right? So it assumes naturalism in virtue of historical records. Methodological naturalism is going to be something that is fundamental to like historians when they do their work and they evaluate their texts.
Yeah, because I was just going to bring up, like, as far as Jesus healing a sick person would go with leprosy, would you, like, I don't know what I'm saying there. Like for me, for instance,
no. Let's use it. Right. So let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let's say hypothetically, okay?
Yeah.
Jesus healed a leper 2,000 years ago. There was a man named Jesus, and he did heal a leper. Okay, we're saying it absolutely happened, just for the sake of the argument.
Okay, sure. Okay? Yeah.
What is the best way that the people of that time could have preserved the truth of that event for a future generation, such as you and I?
See. It obviously would be through written
What's
text.
The best way?
Written text, word of mouth through children,
right? Exactly. So if they are using at that time their absolute best method in order to preserve the truth,
expensive method too.
Yeah. Parchment. It was not animal skin, all that, right? They didn't just have like notebooks lying around the house like we do today. They'd probably, like, if they walked into a paper store, they'd probably think it was heaven. But the point is, they're using the best method they have to preserve the truth of the event. So when historians have methodological naturalism and they're looking backward and they say, okay, well, we're only going to consider like the naturalistic elements. We're not going to consider the supernatural elements.
It's called the principle of analogy.
Yeah, that's just dealing with that methodology. But it is not saying that Jesus did not heal the leper, as it could be evaluated historically, especially within like biblical scholarship.
Okay, so for my own little pea brain's sake,
You don't
just
gotta
like
pea
really
brain.
boil it. I'm just dissing myself. It's just part of how I talk. But
What is that Spider-Man movie? What's with all this negative talk here? Let's stop it.
Bear with me here.
Yeah.
You're saying that with methodological naturalism in mind, that's just a terminology for saying that since we can't observe it in today's world, and
so the principle of analogy basically says this: when looking at anything in history, if you cannot repeat it today, then we have to disregard it, which I actually think is unscientific, because it means, by definition, if we found 1 billion documents, 1 billion individual documents from individual people that all collectively agreed with no contradictions, no issues, no historical problems, they got everything right, except they just had this one factor that Jesus Christ resurrected. That one fact, we would have to disregard it because we don't see people resurrecting nowadays. It's like, oh, we don't see it, so therefore it cannot be true, which I think is a very, very, very dogmatic viewpoint.
Yeah, even though they're utilizing the best method. So
yeah, and I guess I don't know if this is a straw man or not, but one thing I was thinking about as you guys were mentioning that is like, in the same way, written text and documentation is the best way to preserve something, right? It's a bit murky when you consider what truth might be. For instance, right, let's say I write my own biography about my own life, right? And let's say I stated in my book that I grew up Catholic, right? And I happen to know a lot about Catholic culture, right? In a way, if, like, I understand there's not like nearly as much weight regarding some person's biography, like their autobiography, right? But it's still like the best.
You're saying
method.
this would be false, right? It's false that you grew up. It's false that you grew up Catholic. It's recorded that you grew up Catholic. So what we have to rely on, and this is why this is like so important, when we're actually looking at like a historical method or a criteria of authenticity or something like that. You want a criteria that is going to check certain boxes in order to evaluate the truth of it, right? That's actually helpful for us in Christianity. Let me give you an example. If you take a Muslim with the Quran has a single author over 23 years, and that singular author is pretty much the end all be all, and that singular author not only is making like strong theological claims, but actually changing things that have historically been uncontested, right? Like the crucifixion, for example. Historically, that is incredibly weak. But apply it to Christianity. Christianity does not operate off of a single document. We have 66 documents that we evaluate in terms of the Bible. And if we're talking specifically about the life of Jesus, the resurrection of Jesus, then we're going to have Paul's letters, right? 27 books in the New Testament that we're going to be able to use to evaluate and independently evaluate, and like specifically the biographical accounts being Jesus's life, Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, all of them in agreement as it pertains to the life, death, and resurrection of Jesus, and independently separate from each other, except like if you're looking at synoptic gospels, Mark is obviously a source, but there's content between Luke and Matthew that are in agreement as well. And so the content between Luke and Matthew, people want to instantiate like potentially a Q source, another source, which would be a fifth document if they say that there's a fifth document that is the sayings of Jesus. But if Q does not exist, then it's just Matthew and Luke recording these historical events that are not found in Mark. And so what we have here is a principle where there is a singular independent attestation for the Quran, but as it applies to the Bible, there are 4 independent attestations that we can rely on, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, that actually raise the probability of the historical method and the historical accounts that are being offered.
Okay. So again, I'm not very good.
There's more criteria. Yeah, there's more criteria than that, but that's just one way that we can evaluate historical methodology and like criteria of authenticity. Is, hey, 4 independent documents are better than 1 independent document. We can say that because they're complementary to each other, not contradictory.
Okay.
Now, it's not saying there's not differences, but it's saying that they're not contradictions. So.
Okay. I understand the claim where 4 texts better than 1. I agree. Math is in fact mathing there, but nice fidget spinner. But I still find myself contesting with this, right? Because it's obviously still in the Gospel's best interest to have a fairly uniform interpretation of what happened. Right, obviously, it's not gonna be word for word. They're still trying to give different perspectives, and they are people, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken, they also are supposed to have what is it? I forget what exactly this is in reference to, but I remember my church making the mental image, I guess you could say, or the spiritual resemblance between Luke and dang, I'm not even gonna get into that because I can't remember it very well at all. But TLDR, they represent different things, different values. Luke is the only book out of the 4, if I'm not mistaken, that actually shows Jesus Christ as a child and as he grows up, right? Mark, it showed more of the miracles he worked, if I'm not mistaken. It gets into that. I'm not really
they have different audiences that they're writing to. Some of them are writing to entire people groups. Some of them, like Luke is not even writing to a people group. Luke is investigating for himself, and he's writing to a man known as the most excellent Theophilus. Most excellent, more than likely, is going to be determined like some sort of Roman official, because most excellent was never something that was applied toward like a Jewish rabbi or an early church father or something like that. So Luke is writing to a specific individual. The question you need to ask fundamentally is, are the authors of the gospel seeking and motivated to record real historical events? That's the fundamental question. If the answer is no, they're not seeking to record historical events, then you have an argument. But
can I recommend
Can
I recommend a book for you?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Hit me.
I'd say for you, read Hidden in Plain View by Lydia McGrew.
Hidden in Plain Sight.
Plain Sight, sorry, yeah.
Your keyboard is very thick.
I am so sorry. Let me see if I can change my microphone. That might help.
No, you're fine. I'm just making a joke. It's fine. It doesn't. That's a thick keyboard. That's like triple C thick.
This is such a trip because of the frame rate of my camera.
Whoa.
I could stare at that for a while.
Who made it
actually,
again?
That's pretty cool. Lydia McGrew.
Lydia. Okay. I got it. I will check that out as well. But yeah, no. I think the question you brought up regarding assessing if it's in their best interest to provide historical text, that's definitely
not their best interest. Not their best interest. We're asking, what is the motivation of the authors to why they got this very expensive material in order to write about this Palestinian Jew that is a rabbi going around and doing these things, saying these things? What's their motivation for doing it? If it is to preserve historical content for either Jews or Gentiles or individuals, then we can say their motivation is to record real history, which is why it's called the historic reportage. Reportage model. Yeah, the historic reportage model. So if that's their motivation, then okay, let's actually evaluate this as history. seriously. If that's not their motivation, then you have an argument against Christianity, because now it opens up for the principle where like these things didn't happen. So
okay, it's just that upon my hearing that, right, as like the basis for this argument regarding historic, I guess, merit. I'm not really sure what other word to use there, but
it's fine.
We can kind of be skeptic about any historian in that light, right? At least that's how I'm still looking at it. Because we can still
you can
say
look at you can look at ancient historians that are not Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You can look at Herodotus. You can look at Josephus. You can look at these individuals. You're still going to find miracle. You can look at Xenophon. You can look at documents regarding Caesar, Roman documents, right?
Mhm.
Almost every single one of these contain miracles. Almost every single one. But you also get that problem of just independent documents that are not actually collaborating with each other. So
fair enough. And if you don't mind me asking, this is not really.
I'm gonna make it your
anything.
no, and I don't mean to offend because you've been great. I'm gonna make it your last question though, because you've been on 40 minutes and we got a queue of people.
Oh dang! I didn't even know that. Okay, yeah.
So go ahead though.
Oh no, my whole thing was just like, oh no, I lost it. I forgot.
Sorry,
no,
bro.
you're good.
I forgot.
You are the golden goose of the day so far. And
So far.
I doubt you'll be topped. We're probably gonna bring up the next guest and then have to encounter stupidity. But you've been nice. So
You've been great, man. Appreciate your time. Good luck on your journey. Come back again in the future if you got more questions.
We actually
it might be hard for me to come back on, but I will see if I have time.
All right, man. God bless.
Have a good one.
W's in the chat for that guy. We appreciate a genuine conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
23.
All right, bro. That mic is not going to cut it.
Hello.
Hey, John.
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
45.
All right, bro. Christianity's true. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
Frodo Baggins. Sorry.
That was terrible. You need to work on that.
I completely agree with you.
I think that's probably the only thing we're going to agree on throughout the whole day. So I'm an atheist. I don't accept the claims as true because they lack sufficient evidence. What evidence do you have to present that Christianity is true?
Okay, first define the word evidence.
That which comports with reality. For me, that's evidence is the body of data that comports with reality and can be tested and verified.
A body of data that comports with reality. Okay, so
Yeah,
if it's the
that can be
reality,
tested and verified.
oh, okay, if it's the reality that God exists, that's evidence
Do you have
because that
any
comports
evidence
with
that God
reality.
exists?
Well, your definition
doesn't
that
comport-
your definition
No.
is that things that comport with reality. So if
John.
God exists, then we have then there's evidence.
How do you demonstrate that God exists?
Well, I'm just using your definition. I'm saying your definition doesn't really
My
work.
definition, there's nothing wrong with my definition.
That which comports with reality.
Sure.
So God
can you
exists.
demonstrate that
That
God
God, but how do I do that? I don't have a criteria in which you can do that. You just say that which comports
did.
with
It says that-
reality.
Sure. So observable, testable. I said a body of data that's tested and verified, right?
So it has to be it's the scientific method.
Sure.
Okay. Do you believe the scientific method is true?
For all intents and purposes, it's a method that produces consistent results which comport with reality. So yes.
So yes, the scientific method is true. Can you give me the scientific method that proves the scientific method?
Do I need to do that?
Well, you're saying the scientific method is true. You're saying evidence is only things that are confirmed through the scientific evidence, through the scientific method, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how did you conclude that the scientific method is true?
On its ability to give continually reliable results.
So then there's another criteria which you come to truth outside of the scientific method?
No, it continuously provides reliable results. That's how I know it's effective.
Okay, so then what's the scientific method to prove the scientific method?
I don't require a scientific method to prove the scientific method.
Okay, so
It's
then
based
there's
on
another
logic and
way for
reason.
you to come to truth outside of the scientific method?
So logic and reason underpin the scientific method, and logic and reason continue to provide reliable results.
It's just a yes or no. Is there another way to confirm true information outside of the scientific method?
I'm not aware of any unless you provide me with evidence.
Okay,
of
so
one.
scientific method is the only way to come to truth claims?
From my perspective, yes.
Okay, great. So then give me the scientific method for the scientific method.
I don't need to do that. I've already
Then
explained.
how do
to
you know
that
the scientific method is true? If the scientific method,
ability-
hold on, let me
on
finish.
its
Let me finish.
ability
Let
to
me finish. Let me
provide-
finish.
Sure.
If the
finish.
scientific method is the only way to come to the understanding of something being true, then by definition, there must be a scientific method to confirm the scientific method is true.
Sure, we start with logic and reason, which, from my perspective, are the basis of anything.
So is logic true?
From what I can tell, yes.
What's the scientific method that proves logic?
It's not. That's my starting point. That's my presupposition.
Okay, so then
That
there
logic is
are other
reliable.
things that are true that you can come to truth claims outside of the scientific method.
No, logic is.
You just said logic
underpins-
is true.
Sure, logic. I accept that logic is the starting point. It feeds
Okay.
into the scientific method. The scientific method helps me understand the world around me. It's a method that's reliable because of the way that it operates. It's self-correcting.
Right, that's completely irrelevant to what I'm saying. We're just trying to confirm if scientific method is the only way to conclude truth. You're saying it is, but yet you hold to a whole bunch of things that are true that are outside the scientific
Based
method.
on this is the best method I have for understanding the world around me.
That's a method.
Until you provide me with a better method, I can't really use a better method than the scientific method. Right?
So
the scientific just FYI, the scientific method got us to the point where we can
I just
cure
need,
things like
you're going
cancer.
on a big yap fest and you're not answering my question.
No, I'm not going on a big gap fest.
You are going
I'm
on a
just
big
saying-
gap fest. I still have yet
Sure.
to, is there another way to come to truth outside of the scientific method? Yes or no?
If truth is what comports with reality, the scientific method is the
Just
most
yes or
reliable
no.
way
Just
to
yes or
establish
no.
truth.
Just yes or no.
Yes.
Yes, there are other
Yes.
ways to understand true claims
No,
outside.
Just no. Scientific method
Dude,
is the best method.
I'm not saying if it's the best method, the worst method, the meteor method. I'm just asking
But
if there's
that's-
other methods. Now, I'm going to ask again if you
I'm
don't
not
answer.
aware
Hold
of
on,
any
stop
other
talking.
methods.
Stop talking. I'm going to ask again. If you do not give me a straight answer, I'm just going to move on because I'm not dealing with bullshit today.
I did
So
say
stop talking.
no.
Stop talking. The scientific method, is it the only way to come to truth claims?
Yes. Yes. If you want a straight answer, the answer is yes.
So it's the only way to come to truth claims.
Correct.
Great.
From my perspective.
Great.
Yes.
Give me the scientific method for the scientific method.
No, that's circular.
So you do not have the scientific method to prove the scientific method?
I don't need the scientific method.
Then how do you know the scientific method is true?
On its ability to provide reliable results.
You just told me
Why
the
is that not
scientific method is, you freaking idiot. You just told me the scientific method is the only way. Listen, Linda, let me finish. You tell me if I said this wrong. You just told me the scientific method is the only method to come to truth claims. You just said that, yes?
No, I said it's the best method.
Let's try this again. Is the scientific, yes or no? Is the scientific method the only way to come to truth claims?
Yes.
Great. So the scientific method is the only way to come to truth claims.
Correct.
Got it. Is the scientific method true?
Yes.
Great. What is the scientific method that proved the scientific method?
The results that it provides that are consistent with the facts of reality.
What is the scientific method?
I don't require a scientific method
Okay, great,
to validate
great.
the scientific method.
Great. So
that's like saying I need
there is a
ruler to
truth
validate
claim.
The ruler.
So then there's a truth claim that is confirmed to be true outside of the scientific method, correct?
Undertool? What the fuck? I can't establish. I don't know if there is a scientific method to establish the scientific method is correct. I can't answer that question.
Is there a scientific method that proves logic?
No.
Is logic true?
From what I can understand so far, yes.
Then, by definition, you can get truth claims outside of the scientific method, yes?
I've never seen a truth claim outside of the scientific method.
You just told me
Can you
one
provide
logic.
me? Can you provide me with an example?
No, I'm moving on. You're literally retarded. My God. You okay, John?
Look to the east.
Oh my God.
Bello.
The Biscuit Man. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? The Biscuit Man?
Is the Biscuit Man mine?
Do you know the Muffin Man?
Do you know the Muffin Man?
All right.
There is a new Shrek movie coming out this year.
I
I'm
will not
excited
be
for that.
watching it.
Why? Just because they changed the face a little bit?
No, because I guarantee you it's going to be trash.
It might not be. They're
It
trying to
will be.
revive it for a new generation.
Yeah, that's why I'll be trash. This new
Slick.
generation is trash.
Yeah, that's fair.
Marty, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you? Marty.
Do you just have all the guests muted by any chance?
No, it's not muted.
Oh, yeah.
Marty. Let me double check. No? All right, appreciate you.
I didn't do it.
The Biscuit Man.
Bro, it's muted. Hello?
I can hear you now. Hello, how are you? And just
Oh,
real
my
quick, how
goodness,
old are you?
sorry. Thank you. I'm over 18.
I need an age, please.
I'm 35.
All right, bro. Christianity,
Just curious.
because it's the terms of service. All right, how old are you? Or sorry, we already did that. Go ahead, disprove Christianity.
So I think I want to start with, and I obviously came up to this live, so I understand, but it is a shifting of the burden of proof.
Burden of proof is anybody making a claim.
Right, and the Christian makes the positive claim. And I came
Anybody
up
who
here
makes a
live and
claim,
said, "Prove me
positive or
wrong."
negative, has a burden of proof.
Okay, I'm asking for the recognition that you've shifted it as the Christian. And
No.
I am going to accept it.
No, I'm not giving
Prove
you
me
it. I'm not
wrong is the
granting that.
shifting.
I'm not granting that.
Okay, that's fine. So we'll move on. So I think Christianity is untrue. Is the main thing I saw you say is that it's because of the death and resurrection.
Yes.
So Jesus dying doesn't have anything to do with Christianity being true. Humans die all the time. The resurrection of Jesus has nothing to do with Jesus being true. People resurrect all the time in your religion. The daughter of Jairus was raised. She didn't say a thing about it. During the time of the crucifixion, all the graves opened up in Jerusalem. So clearly, these people can come back to life. It's somewhat of a modality, it sounds like.
So you're
resurrection.
granting
It's not
all these
that
people
important.
came back to life?
Well, it's an internal critique of your position.
But are you granting that?
For the sake of this argument, yes. It's an internal critique.
Great. Who brought him
I
back
don't
to
think
life?
So. I'm an atheist. Oh, sorry?
Who brought him back to life?
Who brought him back to life? I think I'm not sure. I guess some supernatural force.
You're granting that they resurrected, that they were brought back to life through the documents. Who did the documents say brought him back to life?
It doesn't matter to my point. I'm not trying to dodge, but
Yes,
my
you
point
are.
was
You're literally
you can be
trying to dodge.
resurrected. You can be resurrected, and it doesn't.
Aren't
make
atheists
what
supposed to be the
religion
intellectual arbiters of truth? Aren't you guys supposed to be
Definitely
the
not.
intelligent,
I don't
smart
think so.
people that show us like the truth, reality of the
No.
world on why we should reject this
Atheists-
supernatural being? You're absolutely trying to dodge.
I disagree.
Who does it say resurrected them from the dead?
I already answered you, sir. I said I don't know.
Would it be God?
Sure. God, Yahweh, Old Testament Yahweh, New Testament Yahweh.
It's the same Yahweh.
Did Jesus do it?
Jesus.
Jesus did it.
Okay. So granted, fine. Jesus did it. That getting resurrected doesn't make you God.
So having
Other people
authority
got
over
resurrected
life
and
and
they're not
death.
God.
So hold on. Having authority over life and death. Who can do that?
Well, I don't take that. That's a presupposition. You have to
No, you're doing an
presuppose
internal
God
critique,
exists,
remember?
and
You're
well,
doing
true.
an internal critique, remember?
And I want like you to recognize it's a presupposition, though. Who has
That's
authority?
not a presup.
In the
How do you
book, God
presup
does.
with a question? Who has authority over life and death?
In the book, God.
Okay. So
Yeah,
so
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 how's
so
that
we
a-
have
so
two
how's
we
that
have
a
two
presupposition?
hypotheses then if you're doing an eternal critique. Either God did it or it's some supernatural trickster.
Sure, or an alien, a completely naturalistic explanation. Maybe an earthquake swallowed his body up. Completely naturalistic explanation. Maybe a teleporter or a time traveler did it. Completely naturalistic
Great.
explanation.
Cool.
Teleportation has been demonstrated
Phenomenal.
on
So
a
you have these
quantum
different
level.
hypotheses. Now you must give me a reason why it's more parsimonious than God did it.
Yeah, absolutely. By definition, supernatural causes are the least likely thing. So any natural cause.
What definition? Give me
within
the
natural
definition.
world
What's the definition of supernatural?
Is by definition infinitely more likely.
You keep saying by
because we have
definition.
it-
What's the definition of supernatural?
if you'd let me finish, I'm trying to give it. So by definition, what I'm saying is because we have evidence of
What
natural
is the
world, and we
definition
don't-
of supernatural?
outside of nature, which is
What is-
unfalsifiable.
what does
So
that
by
mean,
definition,
outside
you
of
can't have
nature?
evidence for it. That's what it means. That's what it means. Supernatural means outside of nature.
Okay, then I don't believe in
You
supernatural things either.
You believe in God is in nature. He's
God
not
has a
outside of
nature,
space and
yes.
time. So he's not outside of space and time.
How do you
He's
come
in
to that
nature. He's just
logical
another
conclusion?
physical being.
How does that come to
Well,
that logical
you're the one
conclusion?
who said it. I don't agree with that.
No, now you're changing the definition of nature. Now you're saying nature is physical.
The fact is, supernatural claims require evidence. They're unfalsifiable.
Oh my God,
So
you
by
guys are all
definition, you
idiots.
can't
I
provide
swear to
evidence.
God, there's not an intelligent atheist on TikTok or YouTube for crying out loud. Okay, so what is your definition of supernatural?
Outside of nature.
What? Okay, outside of nature. What is nature?
That's what the Latin definition is, like above, right? Above
What is nature?
Nature is observable reality.
So observable? Okay, is it natural for you to think of a pink elephant?
That's non sequitur.
Answer the damn question. Is it natural for you to think of a pink elephant?
Yes, because thoughts are natural.
Okay, can I observe it?
Sorry?
Can I observe you thinking of a pink elephant?
Yeah. Use your eyes.
How?
JP
Show me.
machine,
Show me how I can see the pink elephant in your head.
Well, pink color just come from a certain part of the brain, so you could do an EEG. I've actually had EEGs done on me. Your brain lights up when you think of certain colors or relatives. You look
So
at
there's a
you see
machine that
sunset.
we can connect to your head, and then a picture of a pink elephant will show up.
It's an EEG. It's a very standard medical practice.
Yeah, and there's no pink elephant when I look at an EEG, is there?
No, I didn't say that. I said your brain lights up and associated areas of your brain with colors or remembering what an animal looks like.
So can I observe the pink elephant? Yes or no?
I'd say not now. Open in the future, maybe.
Okay, so just observable. Okay, actually, you know what? I'm just going to grant it. Observable things. Why can't we observe God?
Well, reality, observable reality. It's unfalsifiable. That's the big problem.
It's completely
If you could observe
irrelevant.
God,
We're
I'd
just
be
going,
happy to-
oh my
listen,
freaking God.
Dude, I'd be happy to.
We're just
have
trying to
bigger
get your
observations about
definition
God.
of natural. I disregard your definition of supernatural. I'd say God is natural. And you're just saying it
God
can't be
is
possible. It's not
sounds like
parsimonious
pretty-
because it's
sounds like-
supernatural. What the fuck does supernatural mean in your standard?
If
So
God
it just
is
sounds
natural,
like
sounds
it
a
sounds
pretty-
like your definition of supernatural is just anything associated to God, therefore it's false, which is just a bias.
Granted, you asked me my definition. I gave it. It's not.
Yeah, and you
everything
said
that has to do with
outside of
God.
nature.
It
So
could
what is
be-
nature? And you said
it
things
could
that
be
are
other
observable.
Maybe it's a supernatural dragon that is not a god, right? Maybe it's that created the universe. It doesn't have to be a god. It could be literally be infinite many of things. I could think of infinite many of
Right.
universe creating
Now you're
things.
just jumping all over the place.
No, it's a recognition.
No, you're
that
literally
you're
jumping all
playing
over the
with a god.
place. So again, your definition of nature is just things that are observable. We've observed God, so therefore he's natural.
Observable reality is what I said. I don't. I
Okay, so
contend
God,
that
if God
is
is
reality.
part of God, if God is part of observable reality, therefore he's natural.
Please show me where you observed him.
That's not the freaking thing that we're talking about, you douchebag. You said that it's more parsimonious. Oh, shut up for a second. Shut up for a second. You said, you shut up for a second. You said it's more parsimonious that aliens did it because supernatural things don't happen. Now all I'm just saying is that God is a natural event. And then you're saying, where did we observe him in nature? That's all I'm saying. You granted the resurrections. You granted all the resurrections. You said it's most likely that aliens did it. I asked you why it's more power. Hold on, shut up. I'm not done. I asked you why it's more parsimonious, and you said because it's natural, right? Well, based off your definitions of natural, so is God. So why is it more parsimonious aliens did it?
No, sir. Your definition of natural. You said it's a natural God. I think God is supernatural if it exists.
What makes him supernatural then?
I don't know. I think there's no way to know.
Then how do you know he's supernatural?
If a God existed, then the Bible is supernatural. That's my point.
What is supernatural outside of things that are natural? I don't think God is outside of things that are natural.
I think you're being heretical right now.
I'm being what?
God in the Bible is supernatural. Heretical.
According to which council? Which council am I going against?
I just think in general, God is a supernatural being. The Christian God is supernatural.
What does supernatural mean?
Rhetorical device.
What does supernatural mean? You say it's anything above nature. Okay, so then by your definition, I cannot say that God has a nature.
You could, you'd have to prove it. I think
that's not, I'm not talking about if he actually exists. I'm just talking about the definitions. To first figure out if it exists, we need a definition of what it is.
Bro, I don't believe in God. You have to give me your definition.
I know you don't believe in God. I'm just talking about the freaking nature. Right? Can the Christian from an eternal critique, you freaking baboon, say it has a nature? Can we say God has a nature?
You're the Christian in this conversation. I'm not going to do your side of the phone.
Okay, fine. I will say it. As the Christian, we say God has a nature, so therefore God is natural.
You're using the nature. He has nature. That doesn't mean he's within nature. He has a nature. That's an equivocation fallacy. You're using the word in two different ways. He has a nature. Granted, if he exists, he has a nature.
How am I using it two different ways? How am I using it two different ways?
3 times. Are you listening?
No.
You said he has a nature. Granted, if this God exists, he has a nature. That doesn't mean he's within nature. All Christians say that he invented, he created all of nature.
What do you mean within nature? So hold on. Within nature, so nature is a collective of things? Nature holds things? Sounds like you're using an equivocation fallacy. Sounds like you're equivocating nature. It sounds like you're equivocating nature with reality.
I said that 3 times, observable reality. We've been around this 4 times. I think nature is observable reality.
So it's just observable reality. So if we observe God in reality, he's natural.
Present your observations. Yes,
I'm not saying we have. I'm not saying we have observed him. I'm saying if we observed God in nature, he would be natural. Yes?
Yes.
Great. The Christian now go back to your original argument. You said it's more that resurrections actually happen and it's more parsimonious that aliens did it because they're natural. Based off this definition, so is God. So why is aliens more parsimonious?
Respectfully, I think we got a little bit off. So
No, you got off. I'm still on the debate topic.
I said we, sir.
Not we. I'm still there. Don't drag me down with you.
Well, I'm about to demonstrate it to your face. So the initial point that I made was that being resurrected doesn't make you God. Then we got into the point about what's more parsimonious and the resurrection, if there's someone in the tomb or not. And that's where the part about this whole definition thing came from. My initial point
No, it wasn't. You said that you were willing to grant all the resurrections and that even Jesus is the one that did it. And then hold on. And then we said, hey, we have either it's some supernatural trickster, it's God, and then you posited, well, it could also be a natural event like aliens. And I said, well, how is that more parsimonious? And you said it's more parsimonious because it's within nature. And then we went into the definitions of how nature is. And then we both now have concluded that God falls into that definition of nature. So therefore we go back to the original question, how are aliens more parsimonious than God?
Well, the point is you didn't give me an observation.
I never said I did.
I know. So how are you?
Do you know what parsimonious is? You presented the hypothesis. You freaking
and
baboon.
Your position has more substance, dude.
You presented the hypothesis. This is your hypothesis that the resurrections have actually happened. You granted that, but that it's more likely aliens did it. And you said it's more likely aliens did it because it's within nature. But now we have both agreed that God is also within nature. So how is it more likely aliens did it?
Nature. That's the point, is you're skipping over that, dude. I give you this if, and it's not.
Observe aliens. Show me the observable aliens. You said aliens are more. You said aliens are more likely. Show me the observable aliens.
So it would be the Drake equation. It's the
Drake equation says that there are no aliens.
No. It says you would expect there to be aliens. Why are there none? That's the paradox.
No, that's not the Drake equation, you freaking idiot. The Drake equation tells us why it's very unlikely that we'll ever see aliens. It's literally the antithesis to your argument.
No. The Drake, you're wrong. You're talking about the.
I am not wrong.
That's the antithesis.
The Drake equation is literally how unlikely it is for us to see aliens.
The Drake equation is not. It is about how many different worlds there are within habitable zones. Billions of.
I'm done now. I'm done now. That guy is silly as Goose award today.
I'll get the next one. Take a break. I've been quiet. I've been quiet for two of them. I don't think I said anything. I just sat back and was sad.
Why are you sad?
Huh?
Why were you sad?
Arguments.
Jack, hello. How are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. How old are you?
33.
All right, bro. Christianity is true. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
All right. Well, like I'm sure you've heard from other callers, that's a reversal of the burden of proof, but you don't accept that, so we'll just move on from there.
You're so lucky. There's no one else in the queue. I would have kicked you right then.
No, it's fine. I got it.
What it is, that's kind of the standard MO, but that's fine.
Define the burden of proof and where does the criteria come from?
Little John Doc.
No, I want
make a positive.
No. Where does show me where the criteria comes from? When you make a claim,
I was actually going to make the exact same argument. So it's like he's speaking through him, or I'm speaking through him. It's fine.
When you make a claim, you have a burden of proof. Yeah.
Sorry, I have a 5-year-old trying to talk to me as well.
I also have a 5-year-old trying to talk to me.
Clever. Sorry, what? I missed what you said before. What?
Nah, go ahead, John.
Okay. So
that's it. No time.
Who has? No. You're going to talk to me now. So the burden of proof, right? It rests on the person making the claim, right? You came up here. You said you're going to prove us wrong. In doing so, are you making a claim?
Well, I didn't say that, but I can.
Wait, okay, so you're coming up here to what? Talk about the weather?
Well,
what's your motivation for hitting the guest request?
Hello?
What's your motivation for hitting the guest request button?
Sorry, your audio is very low.
His motivation is to flex his big atheist brain.
My audio's low? Is my audio low, John?
Yeah.
That sounds fine to me.
I think that's on your end. Yeah, so anyway, I'll just grant it. Just say we're shifting the burden. Go ahead. Take it.
Oh, all right. Every argument for a god is a logical fallacy, and every logical fallacy has been used to argue for God.
Okay. Name an argument for God that is a logical fallacy. Just pick one. How about this? I'll give you one.
Wager.
I'll give you one. Pascal's wager is an argument for God.
Wager.
Pascal's wager is not an argument for God.
It's not an argument for God.
Also, let's just say it was. What is the fallacy?
Yeah.
Well, it ignores the other possibilities, so it's a false dilemma.
Which fallacy? False dilemma?
That's a false dilemma.
Okay, can you steel man Pascal's wager?
Sure. If I believe in X God, then I get the boons of believing in X God. If I don't believe in X God, then X God will punish me forever. So it's better for me to believe in X God than not believe in X God.
It's a wonderful straw man. Can you give me the steel man?
That was the steel man.
Really? Can you pull
reject
up
that, but-
Pascal's quotation on it then and show me that it's an actual steel man?
Can I pull up Pascal's wager to, excuse me, what?
Show me the steel man. Because you say that's a steel man in Pascal's wager. You should be able to show me then. Prove it.
Do you want me to share a screen? What?
Pull it up.
What do you want me to show?
And quote it.
Quote it.
Quote it from Pascal.
Okay. Let's play this game. Can you hear me now?
Could hear you the whole
Chat
time.
makes me laugh.
Sorry, I can't open one window and have this going at the same time.
Yes, Ken. I literally am doing it right now.
Well, that's nice. Like for you, I guess. When I open the other screen, I can't hear you. So what do you want me to do here? It's a 2x2 mapping of like if yes, then result, if no, then result, if yes and no, then result, if yes and yes,
No.
result.
Let us weigh and gain the loss and wagering that God is. Let us estimate the two chances. If you gain all. If you lose nothing. Wager then without hesitation that he is. Where's this whole part about going to hell? Or believing in a specific God? Where are all those things that you added in?
I didn't add anything in just because
You literally
rephrased
did.
it.
If you believe in X God, you get X things or X punishments.
So when you
that's
asked me
literally
to
what
say
you
it
said.
in my own words, what you
I didn't
weren't-
ask you to say.
what
I didn't
weren't
ask you to
asking
say it in your
for-
words. I did not. I said steel man it. You guys,
Yeah,
I
that's
swear
what
to God,
steel manning is.
atheists.
In
That's
my
not.
own word. Do you
That's
want me to
not what a
use his
steel
words?
man
Just
is.
quote him.
That's not what a steel man is. A steel man is presenting it in a way that they would say that yes, that is what I am saying, not my own
So
words.
what you're saying is, in order to steel man it, I have to quote him verbatim.
You have to get as close as possible.
Okay, that
Well, it's not
that
even as
was
close.
close
It's not even
from
as
my
close as
perspective.
possible. A steel man is supposed to be the strongest.
Oh, John froze. Even God doesn't want John to speak. Come back, John. Oh, we lost him. Oh, he's back.
Where did I go?
I can hear him, but I can't see.
Hello.
There we go. You're back, John. You're back.
I don't know what happened. Anyway, no, a steel man is where you reinforce the argument as the strongest.
I'm familiar with
possible
what a steel
version.
man is. Yes,
Well, then why can you do it?
I did.
You didn't.
Just because you didn't like it, that doesn't change. That I did.
Okay, at what point does he talk about picking a specific God, or that the fact that you get the rewards, or the fact that you go to hell, or any of those things that you added in?
At no
That's why it's
point
called a straw man.
did I say that Blaise Pascal phrased it the way I did.
Then it's not a steel man, you freaking baboon.
If a steel man is the strongest form of an argument, and you phrase it in a way that Blaise Pascal would not have phrased it, then you're by definition creating an argument that is easier to knock down, which is going to be a straw man, not a steel man. You should,
I'm
if
aware
you're
of what
going,
a straw man
I'm
is
not
too.
saying,
No, you're not.
Okay.
I don't
then
even think you're
if you're
aware of
not-
like what
that's
color
fine.
sky is.
That's
Look, I get the dick measuring
point
contest,
is that-
guys,
listen.
but that's worthless.
Listen.
No, if it's a dick measuring
listen, this
contest, I lose every day of the week. Why do you think I do this?
Make yourself feel special, I guess.
That was the implied joke.
Okay.
You didn't need to explain it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Anyway, listen, let's just go back. All right. You want to say every argument for God is a logical fallacy. First off, do you know what an argument
contains at least one logical fallacy. I won't say
Do
they are individually a logical
Okay, do you-
fallacy. I mean,
okay,
each
do you know what an
argument
argument is?
for a God
Do you
contains
know
at
what an
least
argument
logical
is?
fallacy.
Do you know what an argument is?
Yes.
What's an argument?
A series of premises leading to a logical conclusion.
Okay, so when you presented Blaise Pascal and you present the dichotomy that he offers, is he giving premises and a conclusion?
It is indeed an argument, yes.
No, is he giving premises and a conclusion?
The premises are kind of implied, but
Nope, they're not implied. He gives two options, right? If anything, you could say he's offering a dichotomy. Are dichotomies arguments?
this
To
one
which
is framed
there's-
as an argument, yes. It doesn't matter if all dichotomies are an argument. This dichotomy is framed as an argument.
How did I disappear?
Keep losing, John.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I don't know what happened. Anyway.
Yep.
Yeah. So if I say numbers are either even or odd, have I presented an argument to which there's premises and a conclusion?
I would consider that more closely related to a statement of fact, but
Great. Why? Because you're offering up a dichotomy to which there's no third option. And it's a true dichotomy, right? Numbers are either even or they are odd. It's a true dichotomy. But what Pascal is doing is not offering an argument such as there is premises and conclusion. So for you to say that he's offering up an argument, you would have to show me P1, P2, conclusion, either in modus ponens, modus tollens, hypothetical syllogism, if you want to add more premises, like whatever, or it's not an argument.
Conjunctive syllogism, disjunctive.
can you read back that
It's
last
just an
part
argument.
of the argument then?
Let us weigh and gain the loss and wagering that God is. Let us estimate the two chances. If you gain all. If you lose nothing. Wager then without hesitation that he is.
What was that conclusion again?
That's not a
Wager
conclusion.
then? What?
Wait a second. Where is the premise? Let's just ask, where is premise one in what he just said?
Premise one was sentence one. Premise two was sentence
Okay,
two.
so let's say it's a
Conclusion
conclusion.
was
What is the
sentence three.
conclusion? Hold on. Let's say that it is a conclusion. What's the conclusion?
Wager then on God existing.
For what reasons?
The ones detailed in premise one and premise two, or
So
sentence one or sentence two.
does
depending on how you
does it
view
conclude that God exists? Is it saying God exists, or is it saying wager that God exists because if he does,
No,
then
it's
yeah,
concluding that you should believe that God exists, which kind of is the whole focal point.
it's okay. Let us weigh and gain the loss of wagering that God is. Let us estimate the two chances. If you gain all. If you lose nothing. Wager then without hesitation that he is. So it's basically saying, hey, either he's real or he's false. If he's false, you don't lose anything. If he's real, you can gain so much. So why don't you make the wager that he is? Does it say that he is? Is it making the argument that God is real?
It's making the argument that you should believe that he is real.
It's saying that if you wager and he turns out to be real, you're going to gain. Does it make the argument that God is real? Yes or no?
Once again,
no. Just so
It's
no.
wagering.
So just no.
It's
Just
saying
no.
that
Just
you
no.
should-
It does not make the argument that God is real, right?
Cool. Also irrelevant.
It's fucking relevant because you came up and said all arguments for God are fallacious, and you gave the example of Pascal's wager. How are you going to tell me it's irrelevant when it's what your argument was? It's not an argument for God's existence, is it?
No, it's not.
Great. We're both on the same page. Now bring up a fallacious argument for God's existence.
Okay. Let's see here. I need to be careful so that way you can't nitpick between believing in God arguments and accepting the existence of God arguments.
Here. How about this? I'll even give you an argument.
Look at the trees.
Be charitable.
Look at the trees.
Look at the trees. Look at the trees. Okay. What's the premise?
I get hit with it every day, man.
Okay. What are the premises and the conclusions? Look at the trees. If you look at
oh
the trees,
man, you're really asking me to steel man look at the trees? Oh man. Okay.
You're
actually
presenting it like it's a fallacious
the
argument.
things that exist around. I'll call them creation. Therefore, they are created. It's really hard to steel man something that's that bad.
Whose argument is this?
Well, I hear it a lot from creationists.
Who's the specific philosopher or prominent Christian that brought this argument forward? Look at the trees.
Well, I've seen William Lane Craig make this argument a few times.
I'll give you $1,000 if you can show me William Lane Craig doing a formal argument of look at the trees.
Can I get that in a formal writing that you will give me $1,000?
You just had it recorded. You just had it recorded. Right here. It's recorded live on YouTube. That William Lane Craig gives a formal argument. Look at the trees.
Man, it's hard for me to just take you at your word.
Here, I can just give you. Listen, here's what you would have to say. You would have to. This is the argument you'd have to see from William Lane Craig. If conditional premise 1, the conditional is going to be if trees exist, God exists. Premise 2, trees exist. Conclusion.
Oh,
God
okay.
exists.
So it's conditional on him actually saying the word trees, and not every painting needs a painter, every building needs a builder.
Oh yeah.
If he phrases it a little differently, I don't get the payout.
Well,
is that
so what you just agreed to is that when you said look at the trees, you're straw manning a teleological argument?
No, what I'm saying is when
I don't know,
creationists argue that this thing is created,
That's not what I asked.
therefore all things are created.
John, I tell you what.
It doesn't matter what.
John, if I ever see you go on a live,
John,
if I ever see you go on a live and somebody asks you why you believe in God and you say look at the trees, I'm going to drop kick you in the face. Yeah, sound good? I want you to do the same. I want you to do the same for me. Fair enough?
So what you're doing, absolutely. So what you're doing is a straw man again. Present an argument that is fallacious for God's existence. You said, yep, the argument is look at the trees. But no philosopher says look at the trees in such a way to which there's a biconditional.
Right. They don't say those exact words. So it doesn't matter when they do say something that is
then that's a straw
exactly
man.
that by essence.
Then that is the definition of a straw man. You did not reinforce the position, rather you weakened it so it's easier to attack and knock down. That's the definition of a straw man. It's a definition of a straw man.
Paper. There's no way for me to make this weaker than it already is.
Is the straw man? Yes or no?
It's already straw. Me pointing to straw and saying that's straw doesn't make a straw man a straw man.
You don't know what a straw man is.
No, I don't think he does either.
No. Define a straw man.
No, I do know what a straw man is.
Define it.
It's still made of straw.
Define a straw man.
What?
Define the fallacious argument, straw man.
Rephrasing an argument or position to make it weaker than it necessarily is, so that way it's easier to attack or critique.
Great. So even if the original argument is a trash argument, it's not already straw by definition. You could steel man a trash argument and point out how it's trash, but you're not steel manning a trash argument. You're straw manning an argument that you think is trash already and making it more trash.
Okay, let me try to steelman. Let me try to steelman trash. The problem is the argument relies on pointing to something that we know
What
is
argument?
designed.
What argument?
Pointing out that it
What
is
argument
designed.
relies on it? What argument? What's the argument?
Something to the tune of every painting has a painter, every building has a builder, therefore every universe has a universir.
So your argument is every painting has a painting. Every universir has a universir?
No. Every painting has a painter.
Every painting has a painter.
Has a builder.
Every building has a builder.
Every universe has a universir.
Every universe has a universir.
It's that thing is designed, therefore all things are designed.
That thing is designed,
Argument.
therefore all things are designed. Which Christian makes that argument?
Every creationist I've heard.
Name
heard
one.
of. Oh boy, how to not pick low hanging fruit here? It'd be really easy to be all like Kent Hovind, Ray Comfort, Ken Ham. What are some big ones that people actually take seriously?
Oh, so you don't actually study credible scholars.
I find me a credible creationist scholar.
A credible creationist scholar? William Lane
One.
Craig.
Yeah, I brought him up earlier.
And you did not represent any argument that he has presented.
I mean, I can tell you my favorite one from him.
What's your favorite one from him?
When he outright stated that we should lower our epistemic standards for God.
That's not an argument. What is your favorite argument from William Lane Craig?
That we should lower our epistemic standards for God.
That's not an argument. Do you know how you already know? You told us what an argument. You already told us what an argument is. It's premises and a conclusion. What are the premises and the conclusion?
Man, I underestimated your ability to be disingenuous on this. Okay.
So when you make a claim, you have a burden of proof, right?
I agree.
Right? So when you made the claim, all arguments for God are logical fallacies. Is that a claim?
Yes.
Do you have a burden of proof to substantiate that claim?
Sure do.
Have you named an argument that has two premises and a conclusions, either in modus ponens or molus tollens or some other type of syllogism, to which now we can poke out what the actual fallacy is? Because the first one that you gave regarding Blaise Pascal is actually just a dichotomy that is being offered, and there's no premises and a conclusion. You came up on the wrong live. You made a mistake. You can rectify it by leaving. But
or just actually being honest.
But if you want to hold the burden of proof,
stay honest.
As to the if you want to hold the burden of proof to say that all arguments for God are logical fallacies, then you better present an argument that is actually applied to where there's premises and conclusion, and two, pull out what the logical fallacy is. You've done neither. And then when we hold you to your burden of proof, to which you've provided no justification, you say we're being disingenuous, try again.
I do say you're being disingenuous because you're finding every way to weasel out of everything.
I'm going to eat my soup now.
Prove it. Prove how we're weaseling out of these quite basic questions.
All right. When I give an example, it's just kind of off the cuff. And because I'm not doing it in the format you want, you can nitpick that I haven't done X, Y, and Z. Therefore, you can just negate the entire premise of the argument and go around it. You don't actually have to address the meat of the argument.
I understand what you're saying. Are logical fallacies formal argumentation or informal argumentation?
They can be both.
They can be
There are
both.
informal fallacies.
So informal. So when you're talking about these fallacies that are brought up, which informal fallacies are being presented? Like which fallacies, specific fallacies, are these Christian arguments that you've yet to present? Because like what you're basically saying, what your contention is on why we're being disingenuous, is that you're trying to have an informal discussion, and we're trying to make it too formal to the point where we're not actually arguing with the substance of what you're saying.
Oh, no.
Okay, so if we're not actually arguing with the substance of what you're saying,
that you're making things too formal. That's not it.
well, then what is your contention? Can you give me a specific example of how we're weaseling out of the substance of the argument?
My contention is that the gimmick at play here is essentially a smoke and mirrors show.
So what is the specific example of the smoke and mirrors?
Okay. When I give a statement or an argument, rather than contend with
a specific example. A specific example.
Okay. Let me continue what I was saying.
So you do not have a specific example of how we were being disingenuous?
I do.
But you're saying you're going to continue what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, but how are you going to continue what you're saying if you're not while simultaneously presenting an example?
Well, I am.
So you're going to continue and simultaneously present an example where we're disingenuous?
So you're doing it right now.
How is this disingenuous?
Because one, you're not allowing me to actually speak and get to my point. And two, whenever you do just enough so that way you can pull, twist, and deflect to something else.
So when you're saying we're being disingenuous, and I specifically ask for a very specific example on how we're being disingenuous, and then you refuse to actually give the specific example and just say, well, you're doing it now, I'm moving on to another thing, would the data point to me being disingenuous or you?
If you were to go back and look at like all of the things that have been said here, I think an objective look over like a transcript of this.
Was my question is if we looked at all things, we would come to X conclusion, or was my question specifically in the realm of what we were talking about?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes to both.
Okay, so again, who do you think's being disingenuous here?
You.
Me. Yet you have no actual examples of being disingenuous, even though I've asked you straight questions directly and you've yet to give me a straight answer.
I've given you straight answers that you have been interrupting.
Okay, so which specific example where I disingenuous?
You've been disingenuous throughout.
Which specific example?
Okay. Specifically, every time I go to talk and say something, the moment I get to anything resembling a point, you interrupt and deflect to something else.
Is that a specific example or an overarching theme?
Both.
Okay. Did I ask for an overarching theme or did I ask for a specific example?
Well, it's both, so.
Did I ask for an overarching theme or did I ask for a specific example?
Well, it's both.
Great. Did I ask for an overarching theme or did I ask for a specific example?
And it continues to be both.
It may be both, but my question is very straight. Did I ask for an overarching theme or did I ask for a specific example?
You asked for a specific example,
Great.
so I gave one.
Can you give me a very specific example of where I was being disingenuous, please? And thank you.
So my specific example wasn't specific enough, and therefore you can just reject it entirely.
Is it specific to say every time I do X, you also do Y, or is that an overarching theme?
That is both an overarching theme and a specific example.
Can you define specific?
And now we play the definitions game.
I don't think you know what specific means, because specific means to be precise. If you're overarching, you're giving an example of an overarching theme, you're not being precise. I'm asking for a specific example. For example, an example would be, John, you said X at this point, in which I responded Y, and then you responded X. As you can see, that X doesn't line up with your first X, so therefore you're being disingenuous. That would be how to give an example. Can you or can you not do that?
Would it require I have an encyclopedic knowledge of this conversation and how it's played out?
I would take a vagueness, as long as it's to a specific thing.
Hang on.
Let's just move on. I'm gonna crash out.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
A lot of people want to crash out when talking to you.
Listen.
Well, I talk to a lot of like flat earthers and young earthers, so yeah.
We are neither.
I mean, kudos, credit where credit is due, I guess.
All right. Well, appreciate your time, bro. God bless.
Do you though?
I'm going to keep going, John. What do you want to do?
It's my day off.
All right. Gumbo, hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 24. I'm good. How are you?
Good, man. All right, Christianity is true. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
Okay, so when you say Christianity, I'm assuming that entails Trinitarianism.
Yeah.
So if Trinitarianism is proven false, then your version of Christianity is proven false?
The Trinitarian Christianity be proven false.
Oh,
okay.
Is this Unitarian Gumbo?
Yeah, what's up, man?
I know you.
Yeah, so just as a clarifying question, do you guys believe that God is essentially impeccable?
I don't know what that means.
It means he's without sin.
God is without sin?
Yeah, do you believe that God essentially doesn't have the capacity for sin?
What do you mean by sin?
Sin, transgression against God.
Can God transgress himself? No.
Okay, good. So God doesn't have the capacity for sin. So if Jesus is God, then Jesus doesn't have the capacity for sin. But if you say that Jesus isn't essentially impeccable when he instantiates a human nature, then the argument becomes, if Jesus is God, then Jesus is essentially impeccable. If Jesus is not essentially impeccable while he instantiates a human nature, then Jesus is not God while he instantiates a human nature. But if you say that Jesus is essentially impeccable even while instantiating a human nature, then you have to rectify the redundant obedience that Jesus has without it becoming arbitrary. In Romans chapter 5,
what the
19,
fuck did you just say?
No, it doesn't. No,
hold on. I didn't understand a word he said. Simplify it.
Okay, so I mean, we can just go premise for premise. You believe Jesus is God, so you believe Jesus is essentially impeccable, correct?
Simplify it.
Okay. If you believe that Jesus is God, then you believe Jesus can't sin, right?
Jesus cannot sin. It's impossible for him to do so.
Okay, good.
I'm clarifying. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Do you agree with that?
I'm just trying to hear your argument first. I'm not making any claims whatsoever.
I was trying to simplify it. Yeah. So if Jesus is God, then Jesus cannot sin. It's impossible for him. If that's the case.
So premise one, Jesus cannot sin.
That's correct.
Okay, premise two.
So yeah. So well, I'm not giving a premise to the specific argument. I already did that. But now you're saying that Jesus is essentially impeccable or essentially without the capacity.
It's the first premise. Hold on. John, I'm going to let you argue him. I promise. But yeah. Phil Bro's got to stop coming up and just like, what do you call it? Jargoning all over the place, right? Even if John gets it, if I get it, the chat doesn't get it. So premise one, Jesus cannot sin.
Good. Yeah.
Okay. What's your second premise?
Yeah, so premise one is an if-then statement. If Jesus is God, then Jesus can't sin.
Okay. If Jesus is God, Jesus cannot sin.
Yeah. So premise two of the argument would be Jesus can sin while he instantiates a human nature. Therefore, Jesus is not God while he instantiates a human nature. That's if you take that position.
Premise two.
And yeah.
I can't do full bro shit.
Can you
What?
Can you put it in
Jesus,
the chat? Can you put it in the
Jesus
chat so I
can sin. So therefore he's not
Um,
God. Premise 2.
No,
Or
premise 2 is Jesus
conclusion,
cannot
Jesus
sin.
is not
Conclusion.
God.
No.
Dude, stop.
That's not the
Stop.
argument. I'm trying to help you.
Premise 1. If Jesus is God, Jesus cannot sin. Premise 2,
Correct.
Jesus can sin. Conclusion, Jesus is not God.
No. Conclusion, no. Jesus is not God while he's here instantiating a human nature. Yes, correct.
So it is correct.
Yeah. I misheard you. You're right. That's correct.
Right.
Okay. Yeah. So why would we accept P2?
Well, hold on. Yeah. Well, one moment. The argument's not finished. That's only if you take that position, right? If you don't take the position that Jesus is not essentially without the capacity for sin while he instantiates human nature.
We take the position. We take the position that while he instantiates the human nature, he remains impeccable.
Yeah, right. That's what I'm saying.
That's fine.
So the second horn of this argument is disregarding the modus tollens inference rule, and it's shifting over into basically a reconciliation or a recapitulation that you guys have to have. So according to Romans chapter 5 verse 19, Jesus' obedience is what is efficacious for our salvation. Since that's the case, you have to show how it's not redundant, or else you reject salvation itself.
No, actually, we don't. You have to show how it is redundant because it's your argument. So, if you're, what's the verse you want to pull up?
Yeah, Romans chapter 5 verse 19.
You have to instantiate this within your argument. This has to be a justification for your premise. It is not something that we have to prove. So, if you're going to say that Jesus within his human nature, has ability to sin, otherwise his obedience is redundant, you have to show that, not us.
Yeah, no, so I didn't say the obedience is redundant. I said that the claim of his obedience would be redundant. His obedience would become arbitrary. And yeah, my argument did hold a presupposition.
Yeah, you have to show that.
Yeah, but I know I can just substantiate it for you. So the principle of alternative possibilities accounts for things like contingent relations.
Which verse? Okay, stop with the jargon. Which
Romans
verse?
Chapter 5 verse... Bro, do you want me to substantiate it or not?
But I want you to stop with the jargon.
No, he just wants the verse.
Now, what's the verse?
Yeah, I said it 6 times. Romans 5:19.
5:19.
Yeah.
For just as through disobedience of one man, the many were made sinners, so also the obedience of the one man, the many were made righteous. I have no clue how you conclude that Jesus can sin through that.
I didn't conclude that Jesus can sin through that. I'm just assuming your paradigm, offering you a reductio. So, the substantiation to my claim is that the principle of alternative possibilities accounts for things like contingent relations. For example, in order to be...
Oh, you're already off to a bad start.
Okay,
Principle of alternative possibilities is not going to apply to an internal critique of our position if our position is such as that metaphysically we say that it is impossible for there to be a principle of alternative possibility. That's the point. So if our metaphysics substantiate that...
I'm assuming... Wait, well, hold on, you cut me off. So, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I'm assuming...
Then there's no principle of alternative possibility there.
Hold on. I reject the principle of alternative possibilities myself when it comes to things like free will worldviews. But when it comes to things like contingent relations, this is embedded analytically. So when we look at, for example, obedience, right, it requires the real possibility to be disobedient, or else it's just arbitrary. That is what the argument assumes, and I'm imposing that based off of the principle of alternative possibilities, which does account for these contingent relations.
So it doesn't apply that, right? Because we're talking. So for example, we could apply that metaphysically.
What is the principle of alternative possibilities, John?
Principle of alternative possibility: a person is morally responsible for an action only if they could have done otherwise.
Yeah, correct. And so, this doesn't account for free will worldview. For example, compatibilism has a way around this using things like Frankfurt style cases. But when we look at things like contingent relations, it's going to be analytically embedded, I would say, necessary.
Yeah. Is the divine nature contingent?
No, I don't believe the divine nature is contingent.
Is impeccability indexed toward the divine nature?
I think that impeccability is
Answer the question. Is it indexed to the divine nature?
Yeah, sure. One could index it to the divine nature.
Then if impeccability is indexed to the divine nature, such as you're representing within that metaphysical commitment, then it's not going to be the case that impeccability has now got to be instantiated within the human nature, especially when we're talking about like different categories. So, for example, you are ontologically human. That is human by nature, right? And so we can say that obedience, as it pertains to contingent reality there, obedience there and disobedience, that is going to be something that's actually applicable because it's metaphysically possible for you to be disobedient. But upon the divine nature to which impeccability is instantiated, it is not metaphysically possible for disobedience to be present because the divine nature is non-contingent.
I still don't understand how, even if we grant this argument, it creates a problem.
Yeah, so I agree with you, bought by blood, that this doesn't apply to divine nature because I don't believe that divine natures are obedient. I don't believe any natures are obedient. When we're saying obedience, this is something proper to the person, right? And so I believe that who and what are coextensive. So I'm not making this kind of distinction between who the thing is and what the thing is when we're talking about it in its full identity. So when we say Jesus was obedient, in order for that obedience not to be arbitrary, there has to be real capacity to do otherwise, which you reject metaphysically, which means that it's something that you have to rectify. You're agreeing with me in your definition and the explication that you just gave.
Can I just grant it and ask why that leads to the conclusion that he's not God?
Yeah, no. Okay, so the argument one, horn one, leads to the conclusion that Jesus isn't God. Horn two leads to the conclusion that you, as a Trinitarian, reject salvation, and therefore Trinitarianism can't be true.
Why do I reject salvation?
Because
John, I know you want to argue it, but let me understand it. I don't understand the argument.
Go ahead. So because if you reject what is efficacious for our salvation, that is just to say what gives us salvation, i.e. Jesus' obedience, then you reject salvation itself. If you're saying that Jesus' obedience is arbitrary, which I'm saying is the entailment of your belief based off the idea that Jesus doesn't
What makes it arbitrary because he can't? Why is it arbitrary because he can't do otherwise?
Because it's not real. Because in order for obedience to be real and meaningful, I'm imposing that there has to be a capacity to do otherwise, and I'm grounding this in the principle of alternative possibilities, which, while not accounting for things like free will, does account for things like contingent relations.
A person is morally responsible for an action only if they could have done otherwise.
Yeah, that's correct. That is PAP.
Okay, so but if we're taking like that kind of understanding, then by definition, then God isn't morally responsible of anything?
No, I don't believe that. Like I said, I don't believe that this is applicable in terms of free will worldviews because
just God Himself, right? So God Himself, is He morally responsible for anything? Because God cannot sin against Himself, right?
Yeah, no. I mean, obviously, but I hold that that's a metaphysical incapability.
So God. I'm just trying to understand. I'm not even making an argument here, right?
Yeah,
I don't understand. So
you're fine.
God has a metaphysical reality. He actually exists. He has an ontology. God cannot go against his nature. His nature is good. And you being a Unitarian, I think you agree with this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then God, if we hold to the principle of alternative possibilities, God is not morally responsible for anything.
Yeah, so no, I don't believe that the principle of alternabilities is applicable to God in terms of things like free will, but in terms of things like contingent relations, it would be applicable if
I'm getting lost. I just need a yes or no, and then you can give me an explanation for it.
I don't believe that it's applicable to God in terms of obedience and disobedience.
Okay, so
regard, I don't believe that God can be disobedient. I don't believe God has to be disobedient.
Hold on, stop, please stop. You're going on a big tangent. I'm still confused. I just need a yes or no. Does this apply to God?
What, the principle of alternative possibilities? No, it does not.
Okay, if Jesus is God, then why does it apply to him?
Yeah, because you're saying that he must be obedient. I don't believe God must be obedient.
I don't understand that. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so the principle of alternative possibilities is going to account for things like contingent relations. An example of a contingent relation is going to be something like obedience. And I'm saying that if you're saying that Jesus must be obedient, then you're saying that Jesus' obedience must be real and meaningful and have efficacy towards our salvation.
Why must make all these conclusions? Like I'm just saying, if I take your understanding, why can't I just read that Jesus came down, did all the things that he's supposed to do, right? Whether he had no choice to do it or to do it, and then therefore we were saved through him. I don't get the issue.
Yeah, no, that's fine if you want to say that. That's okay. But then you're just saying that Jesus' obedience is arbitrary.
Why is it arbitrary?
No, because
it's not meaningful. Because he couldn't have done anything different.
But it's even if he couldn't do anything different, it's still done.
No,
Yeah, but
because
it's not meaningful.
it's still. Well, one second. 'Cause this is what you're missing. It's still obedience in virtue of temptation. So, for example, you can be obedient in two senses. You can be obedient as it applies to the impeccability sense, right? The impeccability. I am obedient insofar as I have not sinned. But
no, I reject
also,
that, John. I don't believe that impeccability is going to be like entailing obedience. If you're impeccable, then you're essentially impeccable. When we're referring to God, I don't believe that God is obedient to anything. He can't be obedient.
I'm saying you can be obedient in two senses, right? So, for example, let me just ask this: do you believe Jesus sinned?
But can I just before you do that, can I just give one quick like modus ponens here? Or modus tollens even, or modus tollens. I don't remember. So, PAP is not applicable to God. Jesus is God. PAP is not applicable to Jesus.
Yeah. So this is just assuming that Jesus is free from things like contingent relations, which is implicit within the text that we're picking out here. So Jesus must be obedient. Therefore, this does apply to Jesus.
But hold on. Is this a sound and valid argument?
No, it would be valid, not sound.
Okay, so
it's valid. He doesn't think it's sound.
Okay, so then there's either a missing premise or I'm assuming something. What am I assuming? What's the missing premise?
Yeah, so I just think you're equivocating on premise too. I don't think that you're highlighting the nuance of what response I gave in terms of what PAP accounts for.
Yeah, that may very well be true. It just seems very instinctual, intuitive. PAP does not apply to God. Jesus is God. PAP doesn't apply to Jesus.
Yeah, I think you're just making, like I said before, I think you're just making a little bit more perspicuitous, I guess.
What's that word mean?
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Plain. Yeah.
Okay. It's too simple. I'm not arguing, John. Okay. I'm still trying to understand. Okay. So what is it about Jesus that makes him have PAP where God does not?
Yeah, because Jesus must be, according to Romans 5:19, obedient, and obedient is a contingent relation, which principle of alternative possibilities does account for.
Where does it say it must be? It just says, for just as through the disobedience of one man, many were made sinners. So also through the obedience of one man, many were made all righteous.
Right. So are we made righteous through Jesus' obedience?
Yes.
So that is something that's efficacious for our salvation?
What do you mean by efficacious? Or efficacious?
Efficacious. So yeah, so it has efficacy towards our salvation.
What does that mean?
Like real effects.
Yes.
Right. So could Jesus have given us salvation without his obedience?
Could he have? Well, that's like saying, can God not be God?
Can God? I'm just asking you according to the text.
According
to Romans 5:19,
all the text says, like the plain reading of the text, it just says that Adam went against God, and therefore we were separated. Jesus stayed in unison with God, and therefore we were unified.
Yeah, exactly. So Jesus' obedience gives us resurrection, according to this verse.
Right. So Jesus, being without sin, unifies us with God. I don't understand the contention.
According to this verse, could we have resurrection without Jesus' obedience? Since that's what gives us salvation.
But can you have existence without God?
No, you can't have existence without God, but I don't know how that's at all answering my question.
Right, but what I'm saying is, of course we can't have a salvation without Jesus' obedience. But that's just like saying. But that's just like saying.
Hold on. Obedient. Therefore, the principle of alternative possibilities.
Hold on. Let me finish, please. Right, I'm being very polite and listening to what you're saying. Right.
I mean, you dropped me the last time I was here, but yeah, go ahead.
Well, I might have. Yeah. Were you being a dick?
No.
You don't think so?
I mean, that's subjective, though.
Okay, well, if I kicked you, you're probably being a dick. You're not being a dick right now.
That's also subjective. But okay, sorry, go ahead. That was dickish, but go ahead.
See, when I try to be civil, try to be polite with people, try to understand where they're coming from, they're still dicks. All right. I don't even remember what I was saying. So, okay. Where was I? I completely lost now.
You're saying that you're failing to understand the contention about why the principle of alternative possibilities applies to Jesus if Jesus is God, and I don't believe that applies to God. And I'm telling you that the nuance comes in where Jesus must be obedient, and you rejected that Jesus. You said,
"Oh yeah. Okay, so
Jesus must be obedient."
Jesus,
you just said that
yeah, so
is he
Jesus
left-
forced by his nature is to be obedient, brings us into salvation, just like God forced by his nature sustains existence.
Can you be disobedient to your nature?
No.
By this standard, Jesus didn't die. Because if death couldn't hold him, he didn't truly die.
Yeah, that's a complete non sequitur, but okay. That was pretty funny though. But yeah, so if you're saying that you can't be disobedient to your nature, then you're saying that Jesus's obedience isn't like meaningful. You're saying it's arbitrary.
I still don't get how because he can't go against it, right? Makes it meaningless. Right? Just like God cannot stop sustaining existence, doesn't mean existence is meaningless.
Well, his own existence or our existence?
Just existence in general.
Well, I think his existence he can't stop sustaining, but that's something proper to nature.
But the idea of existence, things that exist, right? Would you say that God has meaning?
Yeah, of course God has meaning.
Can God stop sustaining his own existence?
No, but the principle of alternative
But then it's not arbitrary then.
The principle of alternative, no, that doesn't apply here. I believe God
so
is a
again,
necessary being.
you still haven't explained to me why PAP applies in Romans 5.
Yeah, it applies because you're saying that Jesus' obedience is what gives us salvation, i.e. resurrection. And then you're saying that his obedience is real and meaningful. In order for a contingent relation to be real and meaningful, there must be a genuine possibility or capacity for another action to have been taken.
Why?
What do you mean why? Because that's what the principle of alternative possibility states.
No, that's not what it states.
It says
a person is morally responsible. Hold on. It just says a person is morally responsible for an action only if they could have done otherwise.
Yeah, that's correct. So if Jesus couldn't have been disobedient,
but that doesn't say it didn't have meaning or value.
Frank.
Oh my God! My question to you is how do you rectify
Frankfurt
it?
case gets rid of this. Frankfurt case gets rid of this so quickly.
I agree. Frankfurt style case is a sidestep to PAP, but it's only a sidestep to PAP in terms of things like free will. But you believe that Jesus is a metaphysical incapability for him to be disobedient.
But listen, is obedience an action of will?
Is obedience an action? Yeah, it's volitional, of course.
Okay, if obedience is volitional, then a Frankfurt case is still applicable here, in which we say, hey, let me ask it this way. Do you think...
Dude. Okay, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah. Do you think that moral obedience is only efficacious upon the principle of alternative possibility?
No, I reject PAP when it comes to free will.
Okay, moral obedience, right?
Jackson Hennessy
PAP does not apply to the moral obedience.
Yeah, because obedience is something.
When I'm making money, you got to be silent.
Sorry,
yeah,
my boy.
You're good, bro.
Let me just clarify real quick. So no, it doesn't apply when it comes to moral obedience or moral actions, because obedience is something that's volitional. But you believe that Jesus is metaphysically incapable of being disobedient. Therefore, it's no longer a volitional thing. You think it's something that's proper to nature. And I'm asking you, how is something that's proper to nature and can't be done otherwise at all meaningful?
Now, I just want to point out
something. This is what I wanted to say.
I'm going to let you go, John. I just want to point this out. This is going to help, I think. Yeah. I don't know. But just from the Google AI and granted, it's an AI overview. I know that. It says Frankfurt's conclusion, since Jones is responsible without alternative possibilities, PAP is false. Responsibility hinges on reason and will behind the action, not just the availability of the options.
Exactly. So Frankfurt's cases account for things that are volitional, not for things that are metaphysical incapacities. So if you're saying
just says it's false.
But this is the point, right? When it comes to Jesus's obedience, remember what I said earlier. Obedience can be indexed in such a way that obedience means it's indexed toward with the type, right? You are obedient insofar as you do not sin, right? There's a volitional sense there. Now, you cannot sin is going to be back to like the metaphysical commitment, but obedience insofar as you do not sin is not identical to obedience insofar as that you reject temptation, right? Reason I'm bringing temptation here, can you justify using the verse that you've used that the obedience here is being directly referenced toward the impeccability notion rather than the obedience being directly referenced toward a token of like this type, right? The type is sin. Temptation is going to be like a type of a token of that sin, right? So, can you justify how this verse is applying obedience to the type, how it's non-volitional rather than volitional, as obedience being referenced toward the token of temptation?
Yeah, so the obedience is going to be something that's like predicated upon the sin itself, right? You can be tempted externally and internally without being sinful, right? And so the
Yeah, so
obedience is
that's
something
obedience.
that's
Well,
yeah. So
that's
yeah, so
really quick, really
yeah, no,
quick.
no,
The reason
I get your
I'm cutting you
question.
off.
Okay.
You just have to. I want you to justify the the specific
I'm telling you.
usage of obedience.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Yeah, so
Okay.
so the temptation of Christ when it comes to his willingness or metaphysical incapability to commit sin or fall into that temptation, which is what the temptation would entail had he fell into it, which would have been disobedience. That's something that didn't happen and could not have happened. Now, my worldview.
You didn't justify it.
Hold
You
on,
didn't justify it
hold
yet.
on. Wait, hold on. I'm giving a deductive case. If these things, if these
Well, no.
interpretations
Remember.
don't fit. Oh my
Well,
gosh.
I asked you using the text. So right now, right, I can grant you there's different senses in which obedience can be applied. It could be applied as it pertains to the impeccability of Christ and the divine nature, but obedience, I'm saying, and the defense I'm offering, is how it is purely volitional in virtue of the rejection of temptation. Not the type distinction, but the token distinction. So what I want from you specifically is using the verse that you brought up, present a hermeneutic, an exegetical hermeneutic, to where it necessitates that is in reference to the type and not the token.
Okay, so just as a clarifying question, do you believe that
Yeah.
Jesus could have ever not resisted the temptation?
So
Could he ever have
I'm
not?
gonna let you guys keep going. But everything I'm searching says that, if you hold to Frankfurt, then Pap is false.
Yeah,
He-
Pap is false
Yeah, he
insofar as
agrees.
it applies
He
to
agrees with
volitional
that as
things,
its
because that's definitionally. Yeah.
No, but it says it's false in its entirety.
I don't know what it means.
Yeah, that's fine. Just continue, right? So the argument I'm making is that the obedience is in
So I
virtue of
asked you a
Jesus'
question.
volition.
I asked you a question. Do you believe that
Oh,
Jesus
sorry,
could have
ask
ever
the
not
question again.
resisted temptation?
Ask it in a different way. Could he ever not have resisted?
Could Jesus have ever fell into? Could Jesus have ever fell into temptation?
No.
And is that volitional or is that because of his impeccability?
It's volitional.
It's volitional.
But it's yeah. So the token is going to be.
So you believe that he could
the
have
reason
volitionally?
Jesus volitionally rejects temptation, right?
Mm-hmm.
But there's another stance in which the one of the reasons that
What does he reject
not
temptation to?
totality. Well, it's
What
not
does he reject
totality. Really
temptation
quick.
to?
Oh, a number of different things.
Well, I mean, are
He
the
rejects
things
temptation to a number of different things.
Okay, like let's say vanity, vainglory, hunger, things like that, right?
Yeah, that's fine. Well,
If
I
he
wouldn't
fell
say
into
hunger
any
is
one
the
of those given
temptation.
things.
I wouldn't say hunger is. I wouldn't say hunger is the temptation. I would say specifically
Whatever.
that,
I was just giving
like
examples.
yeah.
So
Go
if you
ahead.
believe,
That's fine.
so if you believe that he couldn't have, like, if he did fall into any one of the number of those things, would that be sinful?
If he did,
would that be sinful?
Oh yeah, I think that would be sinful.
So
Yeah,
not only
but
is his
at the same
rejection of
time,
temptation,
but at the same
Right.
time, when I say it would have been sinful, that's just going to be like a like a counterfactual world.
Yeah, no, I know it's hypothetical. So my point being is, if you believe that Jesus's resistance to temptation, i.e., resistance to falling into sin, as you just defined it, is volitional, but only volitional insofar as the principle of alternative possibilities doesn't account because of things like Frankfurt style cases, you still have to substantiate it being a metaphysical account because you believe he's incapable of doing it. So if Jesus couldn't have willed to sin,
How are you guys using? Hold
hold
on, guys. You guys are getting too jargony. How are you using volitional here?
Yeah, like the choice or cognition to choose.
the ability for choice.
Yeah. So let me just ask it in this way to make it really simple. When Jesus rejects temptation, does he volitionally choose to do so?
Isn't that redundant?
Yeah, no, I believe Jesus
Well,
volitionally chose it. I believe it's a
I
topic
do.
to volition.
I do as well. I
No, but
do
you
as well.
also
Right.
but
That's
you
the
also
position that I
believe
hold.
that but you also believe it's a metaphysical incapacity.
It's a metaphysical incapacity in far as is the divine nature. So let me ask it in this way. You're Unitarian, right?
Yeah.
Is it logically possible for the Father to take on a human nature?
Is it logically possible for the Father to take on a human nature?
Yep.
No, I don't think it's logically possible, but we're not here for me to give an account of what I believe is logically possible.
No. This
I mean,
I'm reductio. I'm giving you a reductio. So the reason I
Yeah.
want you to give an account for whether or not you
Wait, I'm
the
asking
reason
you to
this
respond
matters
to my
because
reductio.
you haven't given a reduction. So you haven't actually answered my question. I'm not saying like you might have just forgot. You haven't actually answered my question. How you're substantiating the type responsive obedience rather than the token responsive obedience within the text, right? It seems like you're just assuming that to be the case, that obedience here is only going to be referenced toward the nature and in terms of impeccability, whereas in the interpretation that I'm offering is actually identical to your interpretation, to which obedience is volitional, right? And because it is volitional, it's being indexed toward, and we actually see this. So, for as though the one man's disobedience, that many were made sinners, all right, even through the obedience of the one, that many will be made righteous. Now, notice something. The disobedience that many were made sinners, even so the obedience of those one will be made righteous. So
Dog,
there's a notion here that's
that.
not talk.
I still don't get how this is an objection.
I understand the objection. I just I
Yeah,
don't.
so
I don't
you
think
straw
it, I don't think it works.
you straw man me a little bit there when you said that. 1 second, I have to answer.
Well, I didn't actually make a claim that I didn't make a claim against you. I just said you're taking this verse that obedience is directly being indexed toward the type, and the type there is going to be impeccability, where I'm saying it can be volitional in reference to temptation.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is I'm saying that the obedience is proper to the person. I'm not, like I already said, I think who and what are coextensive. I don't think picking out a distinction between who the thing is and what a thing is here is irrelevant, because we're talking about the thing in its full identity. So when I'm indexing this to Jesus Christ himself, the obedience, I'm indexing it to the person as a whole. So whether or not you make that, distinction between the natures, or you make the distinction between volition,
I still don't get how this debunks the Trinity.
Yeah, so you believe that it's a volitional incapacity as well as a metaphysical one.
Okay, like you guys might be having your own private conversation in the jargon.
I'm sorry,
but
we're not.
Hold on, just real quick. I don't see how this debunks the Trinity at all. Chat, do you guys see it?
Yeah. So
hold on, just wait, just chill, just chill for a second.
I can't see the chat.
Yeah,
Horn 1 is what debunks
just
the
1
Trinity.
second, just 1 second.
Horn 2 debunks your account of salvation.
Okay, nobody. So it's not just me.
Okay,
hold on, just 1 second. Hold on, so I'm making.
Big John and I are on the same page. This argument is pointless. The caller has refused to bridge Christ's arbitrary obedience with it not be efficacious for salvation. His answer was intuition pump about meaningfulness.
I kind of agree with that. I'm still trying to find the connection between even if Jesus couldn't choose any other way, why this does anything that makes it any less meaningful.
So I'll answer that in a second, even though I already have. So my first argument.
He just thinks he thinks it's arbitrary. That's
but here's the thing:
yeah,
hold on, you might have answered it, but if we don't understand it, then we're not swayed. Correct?
I mean, sure. I'm not here to sway you. I'm here to get you to refute the argument.
So you're not. Prove us wrong. You're not here to try to convince me that your position is better.
Well, I mean, no. I mean, my position is inherently better. It's what the Bible teaches. But so that's what we're here hashing out. So, John, when
you got to convince me of that.
Okay. So Here's the point of the argument, right? Horn 1 disproves the Trinity insofar as disproving the deity of Christ. Horn 2 disproves the Trinity insofar as if Jesus' if Jesus' obedience, rather, God forbid, if Jesus' obedience is arbitrary and not meaningful, then you have to find a way to rectify that and give it meaning.
But that's the jump in logic that I'm missing. Is how it becomes arbitrary.
I'm not there yet. I know I'm not there yet. We're going to hash that out. I'm just giving you the points of the argument because you said that it doesn't refute the Trinity. So I'm showing you how it does.
Well, okay, so I understand. So I'm going to stop because I understand this part. I understand that. Hey, if it becomes truly arbitrary, then he cannot be God, and that would debunk the Trinity. I think we got that.
No.
The part that we're lost is why it's truly arbitrary.
Yeah, so and the account that I'm giving as to why it's truly arbitrary, and I'm grounding this with the principle of alternative possibilities. What we're disagreeing on is that you guys are saying that the principle of alternative possibilities doesn't apply to things like you're saying that you reject it, essentially. And I'm saying that, yes, I reject the principle of alternative possibilities too when it comes to things like volition.
I'm not rejecting it.
So you hold to the principle of alternative
I'm not rejecting or holding to it. I'm saying even if we hold to it, how does it make it arbitrary?
Yeah, because if the principle of alternative possibilities is applicable here, which it is, then Jesus' obedience isn't meaningful because there's no real capacity for him to be disobedient.
Why does that make it not meaningful?
Okay, can we I think we're a little confused here. Can we define obedience? I would define obedience as the willingness to comply to the commands of authority higher than yourself, or simply to submit to another's will.
Yeah, so Jesus, through his will, submits to his will.
Okay. Okay, you said earlier that one cannot be disobedient to their nature, right?
Sure.
So you can't will to be disobedient to your nature, correct?
Jesus cannot will to go against himself. I'm just trying to listen, I'm granting all that. I'm just trying to how does it take away the meaning?
Yeah, we've arrived. If Jesus could not will to go against his nature, and Jesus' nature essentially implies that he is impeccable, or without the capacity for sin, then Jesus could have never willed to be disobedient, i.e. go against his nature.
Sure.
Therefore, if the principle of alternative possibilities applies, then his obedience is arbitrary. You just lined it out yourself.
You're jumping to arbitrary, and it's not what arbitrary says. It's not what it said. The principle, it says moral responsibility. It does not say it takes away value or meaning.
Okay. A person can only be held, or an agent can only be held morally responsible so long as they have the opportunity to do otherwise. Is Jesus' obedience what is efficacious for our salvation, according to Romans 5:19?
Listen. I'm granting all. I'm not even saying that it's true. Okay. I'm just saying for the sake of argument, if we go all the way to the finish line, I still don't understand how him not being morally responsible makes it meaningless.
Yeah, so we just lined that out as to why that would be the case, right? You're saying that
you haven't. You have Jesus not morally responsible. I understand that. I've understood every step of the argument, concluding to that point. I completely comprehend that. Not morally responsible. That's the PAP, the principle of what again? How did you say it?
Alternative possibility.
Principle of alternative possibilities. Not morally responsible. I don't know how you get from that to meaningless. There's a bridge here that I'm not seeing.
Right. So in order for a person or an agent to be held morally responsible, it's only insofar as they have the opportunity to do otherwise, according to Paul.
I've agreed with that 10 times. Now can you do the bridge? The bridge between the two.
You're not letting me finish.
But you keep repeating the same thing.
Dude, in order to have a bridge, you got to start at one side, right?
I already agree with that. What's the bridge?
Okay. The bridge is going to be that you agreeing, according to your paradigm, this is what I'm critiquing, that Jesus' volition is only insofar as something that's not a metaphysical requirement. You're saying that Jesus, as a prerequisite, cannot be disobedient. And I'm saying that if that's the case, then the principle of alternative possibilities only accounts for the volitional side of things, not this metaphysical side of things. So you are not actually holding to any meaning within obedience. You're making it arbitrary because you're saying there is no real capacity for otherwise.
Dog, how does it lose its meaning because there's no capacity otherwise?
John, I
How
don't think
about
you're
this?
tracking, man.
Here's no, he's tracking. Answer
I
it
don't
this
think
way.
so.
I'm 100% tracking.
Answer it this way. Answer it this way. I'm gonna just rephrase it. Right? What is salvation? Insofar as that salvation is meaningless without the PAP.
Yeah, so according to Romans 5:19, salvation comes through Jesus' obedience. If that is the case, which it is, then Jesus' obedience must be meaningful. I'm asserting that obedience is only meaningful if a person can do otherwise.
Right.
You're saying
Why is it
Jesus
only
can't?
meaningful if they can only do otherwise?
Because it's a contingent relation. Because in order for a person, in order for me to, let's do this analogy here. If I went up to the top of a skyscraper.
Hold on one second.
Okay, dude.
This is a stupid argument. If I am disgusted by the idea of being unfaithful to my wife and therefore cannot do it, does that mean I never loved her?
That's another non sequitur, dude. Your chat is really donating to be dumb. That's crazy. Anyways, so insofar as this thing applying, right? We're saying that if I went up to the top of a skyscraper and I jumped off, I can't fly because it's a metaphysical and physical incapacity that I have as a human being. Am I willing not to fly, or I just can't fly?
You can't fly.
Right. If Jesus' obedience is something that's a prerequisite, it can't be otherwise. Is he willing not to be disobedient, or he just can't be disobedient?
I listen. I've already agreed with all that. That's not my contention. That's not my contention. My contention is how it removes value and meaning. So, for example, right?
John,
Hold on. Let me give my example. Let me give my example. My mother is giving birth to me. She's in the process of doing that. It's happening. The body's naturally doing it. She cannot do otherwise at this point. Is there no meaning in the pain she endured for me to come into the earth?
Well, regardless if pain is meaningful, that's completely subjective.
Is there any meaning or value to it, the pain she had to endure to bring me into the earth?
It depends on what you're saying the value is of.
Is there or isn't there?
Well, yeah, there would be meaning in that specific instance. I don't think that this accounts for.
Great. So there is a type of meaning. Okay.
So then
kind of a great. Now,
herring.
Great. It might be a red herring, but then explain to me how there could be absolutely no meaning in Romans 5:19 then.
Okay. So the meaningfulness comes from the volition not to do so.
Why?
What do you mean? Why does the meaningfulness come from the volition? Because is obedience something that's proper to volition?
Obedience is proper to volition. Are you saying volition as in to make the choice to do so?
Correct.
I don't know. I'll say I don't know.
Okay.
Because
so
a log moving down the stream, like floating on the water, you can make an argument that it's obedient to the waves of the water, but doesn't have a choice to do differently.
A log doesn't have choice at all.
That's literally what I just said.
We're talking about things with volition here, man. Talking about the universe of persons.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but can someone make the argument? Can someone say that a log is obedient to the waves?
I mean, yeah, sure, somebody could say that. It wouldn't be true.
So there's a type of obedience there.
No,
because what does the word obedient mean?
I'm saying, the willingness or the submission to another's will, or willingness to comply with another's commands.
So the submission to something.
Yeah, I don't.
So if I pick up the cup and I throw it, did the cup submit to my will to throw it?
No, it doesn't have volition.
So your argument for obedience here is just with will.
Well, yeah. Well, not only will. I'm saying, well, yeah. It's something that's proper to will. That's what I think we're all agreeing to. But you're saying that you don't know.
Right. I'm navigating the argument. I'm not making an argument.
To us meaningful?
Does God remaining faithful to us is good? Well, you'd say that PAP doesn't apply to God, even though God has a will.
Yeah, no. So I think God is the grounding factor through which all things exist. I think cognition, reason, and intellect come to us through God. So I don't think that's I reject the principle of alternative possibilities insofar as us. So if it comes to me being obedient, if it's a specifically ordained thing, I can't do otherwise, something outside of God's plan, but I still have moral agency. because of things
Yeah.
like Frankfurt style cases.
I'm going to be completely honest, man. I don't see this as a contention or an issue, and I don't think you bridged the gap for me. You just asserted as is to be
Okay.
true that it loses its
No.
meaning.
Well, I mean, you kind of like wiggled out when you said, I don't know if obedience is volitional. John, on the other hand, had no problem saying that earlier. But just so
It's not
that
a
we're
wiggle
all
out.
clear-
If it's hold on, how's
that's
it?
okay, but
This is my issue with you, Phil Bros.
'Cause you do
Hold on,
know.
shut the fuck
'Cause
up, you
you do
douchebag.
know.
I don't know, right? I genuinely don't know.
Why are you so mad?
Because Phil Bros are dicks, and you're one of those dicks, right? I'm genuinely trying to navigate this conversation. I genuinely don't know how the argument comes to the conclusion that you're coming to. I'm genuinely
Bro, if
trying to
I'm a
understand it.
dick-
You asked me a question that I genuinely don't know the answer to. So I gave a genuine answer to it as an I don't know. I'd have to navigate that and think about it. And then instead of just accepting my answer, you throw it back as I'm trying to wiggle out of it and trying to be like some sort
Wait,
of like
I did
snake or
accept your answer
snail.
and continued on with the conversation. No, I did answer you. I did accepted your answer that you didn't know, and I
You
tried to
just
continue
said
on
I
with the
weaseled my way
conversation.
out of it.
Yeah, this is like 2 minutes after the fact, bro. What the heck?
How did I weasel my way out of it?
Yeah,
If I can make an
think
argument
that
if I can make an argument that a log is obedient to the waves, what's wrong with that?
yeah, I don't think that logs have volition. Obedience requires.
I agree
something,
they don't have volition. Make the argument why I can't say a log is obedient to the waves.
Yeah, because obedience requires volition.
That's an
Logs don't have
assertion.
volition. John,
That's
you
an
can't
assertion.
Be this serious right now.
I am serious. You're
no-
making an
no doubt it's
assertion.
an
I don't know if you're right or not. You could be right. You could be right that it requires a volition.
Can you
110%.
repeat the substantiation I gave earlier for this question?
For which part?
Yeah, that why is that the case that obedience requires volition?
That's what I'm asking you.
No, what was my answer I gave earlier?
I don't remember.
Okay, I think that's the problem here.
What the fuck's the problem? Just give it to me again.
Okay, I've said it 100 billion times.
Say it 100 billion and one.
Okay, 100 for the 100 billion and first time.
Yeah.
The principle of alternative possibilities,
Mhm.
if it is true, accounts for things like contingent relations, even if rejected for things like free will. When it comes to obedience, obedience is an act of volition because it genuinely requires the opportunity to be disobedient, i.e. a contingent relation. This is something that's accounted for, like I just said, under PAP. So unless you're rejecting PAP or accepting PAP, that is what we have to hash out. You're saying, I don't do either. I don't know if I should accept it. I don't know if I should reject it. So since that's the case, you don't have an objection to what I'm saying. So when I tell you that the principle of alternative possibilities accounts for things like this, and this is volitional, then therefore your argument or analogy about the log having obedience is a complete red herring and non sequitur, because logs don't have cognition.
Okay.
But hold on. I listened to everything you said there. I paid
let me-
specific attention. I'm still getting, where do you get the obedience has to be volitional? Just because it could do otherwise?
Yo, it's all good, man. I'll
So-
chat
so-
to you guys another time, bro.
No. Listen, don't leave. Hold up.
Oh, you're right.
I want to ask you.
He's gone.
No. Frick. I didn't even get to finish with him.
But hold on, John. Listen, I don't care if you embarrass me in front of the whole chat. Was I tracking that?
No, I think you were tracking as it pertains. So I think there was an equivocation on obedience.
Yeah, well, sure.
He was saying I only accept obedience to be something that is going to be required with something volitional. And so when you presented a log, he's saying logs do not have volition,
Mhm.
and therefore it's not going to be operating under the same definition that he's using for obedience. You would be equivocating on obedience.
Well,
Like
but he asked me
what he said.
specifically. He asked me specifically, would I say obedience is directly towards volition? And I said, I don't know, because you can make the argument about the law.
Yeah, and so that's where you're consistent. If you would have said obedience is only toward volition, and then you instantiated the log, then you would have had an issue there. You would have had a contradiction.
Okay.
But you didn't say that.
Okay, so again, feel free to embarrass me in front of everybody here. What? Because I don't know. Was I tracking that argument all the way to
I
the
think you were
conclusion?
I don't think he was actually presenting it well to where it actually reaches his conclusion. So,
Okay.
I mean, fundamentally, it wasn't formulated, so I can't say directly it's a non sequitur.
Okay,
but I
so
don't think his conclusion follows.
Do
based off
you
of-
understand how he was connecting that it had to have, that it lost, that the meaning became arbitrary, that the obedience became arbitrary. Do you understand how that connection came?
Yeah, he's saying the obedience became arbitrary, right? He's understanding obedience. Obedience is something that is only going to apply with something with volition, right? And so he's saying because metaphysically it's impossible for the divine to have the ability or the principle of alternative possibility to sin, then that principle is not going to be applied. And so there's not actually a sense of obedience that Jesus could be using because of that divine nature. And so it's not meaningful in the sense that like him being obedient to the cross or him being obedient to not sin or whatever.
But that'd be a specific type of meaning, would it not?
Yeah, no, that's actually what I was drawing out.
But that was my objection.
He's bridging, and I again, I don't think it works. He's bridging because there's something called like nested arbitrariness, to where you can have like an arbitrary decision and then it's nested in another like more foundational arbitrary decision. There's things like that to which there's nuance when we're actually talking about something arbitrary. But if we say salvation has like these certain criteria in how it's going to be applied, salvation is going to be brought about by the death of Jesus, right? Jesus dying, that's in virtue of the human nature. So it's meaningful insofar as that Jesus died for our sins.
Okay.
What he wants to say, yeah.
So I'm not as dumb as I thought I was, because I tracked that completely, and right there is like, okay, it loses that type of meaning. I granted that, but that doesn't mean it loses meaning. Am I wrong?
Yeah. Yeah. So he, like I said, I don't think he presented his conclusion well. But what I wanted to ask him, because you could actually have an account of, like, for example, let's say I created a robot. All right. Most people are not going to say a robot is volitional. But can a robot disobey a command? Right? It's going to be made of the same material as the log. Right? You have all of these material components, and a log is made up of all of this material component. And so if you are just computing and you say, okay, I want to create some type of artificial intelligence, that artificial intelligence, everything is still going to be based off contingent reality, but we could still meaningfully say that a robot could disobey us, or that a robot could obey us. So if I create something that is that is still going to be contingent, and it is going to be purely material, just like the log obeying the river, then there's a sense in which it has volition. It's not the same sense in which you or I have volition, right? Because our volition is going to be something that is more on the metaphysical side. This volition is going to be entirely on the physical side of this robot that you create. But you can meaningfully say that if you tell the robot, go into my bathroom and clean my bathroom, and the robot looks at you, who's an artificial intelligence, and says, no, I will not do it, you can meaningfully say, even though everything about that robot is entirely made up of material reality and like physical parts and all of these things, that it meaningfully disobeyed you.
Well, even thinking to your robot analogy, let's say I was in a car crash and there's robots that are programmed to save me, and that robot goes and saves me, but it could not do otherwise because that's the way it's programmed. Does it lose all of its meaning and value? Like, that's the part where I'm contentious. Like, I just think there's different, like, even if Jesus, right, was like a robot in a sense that he could only do X, right? I still don't.
Well, this is where I really wanted to get down to the reductio I was going to give with him.
Well, hold on. Let me bring up my contention, right? So even if it's true that that he could only do X, that's the only possibility, the only reality, I still do not see how it just removes the value and meaning of it. Now, because what he's saying with the PAP, what is it? Principle of what again?
Principle of alternative possibility.
Principle of alternative possibilities. That it, from what I read from the definition, he agreed with it. It just moves moral responsibility, which again, he has no issue with that being in relation towards God and his nature. So I just don't see the issue of him doing it here on earth.
Do you know what a Frankfurt case is?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So Frankfurt cases, if the position I'm holding is that Jesus' obedience is insofar as the token regarding temptation, he refused temptation. He did so volitionally, right? Even though there's no principle of alternative possibility, we can say based off of a Frankfurt case that is still extremely meaningful and non-arbitrary. That was the position that I was holding. What he was trying to say is more about just the impeccability. He was trying to say obedience is going to be indexed toward the person, right? It's going to be indexed toward the person. And so if it is indexed to the person, then it's obedience insofar as like the metaphysical side of things. Like metaphysically, he is unable. There is no principle of alternative possibility that applies to the divine. And so because there's no and he thinks it only applies to contingent reality, because there's not like a contingent reality being represented there. He's saying it's non-volitional in the sense that it's based off the nature, or it's grounded in the nature, or something to that effect. But
here's what I genuinely believe now at this point. And I think this is going to go for like a lot of people. Guys, when Phil Bros come up and speak at 100 miles an hour and use a whole bunch of jargon, force them to make it simple, because I think they hope you get lost in the jargon and you don't see the issues with their arguments. Let me do some super chats here. Thank you for the Big John Steel membership. Lord Striker says, now we know that you know all things and do not need... Oh, yeah, we did that one. Thank you. Thank you. Caller, enjoy Top Silly Goose for January. Looking forward to... That was good, yeah. Let me get to that 1,000. I still can't believe we broke $1,000 today. Thank you guys so much for your generosity. It's greatly appreciated. It helps this channel. It keeps us going. And, you know, it's definitely needed after taking the week off, or a couple weeks off, I guess. Can we leave there's no modern day miracles behind in 2025, please? Yes, we can. How do you deal with these guests? Let's just say I'm a Christian. I'm not one of those Christians who believes that you shouldn't drink it, that it's a full sin. Let's just say that. I don't think he's straw manning. He's just dumb. That was from way before. That wasn't the guy that we were talking to. I have clients who have permanent brain damage, who have had more rational conversations with than this man. Again, not the most recent guy. There's a guy from before. Is it a sin to imagine being married in your heart? No, I wouldn't say that. By this standard, Jesus didn't die because...
Are you already married?
Well, then yes. Yeah. Right. By this standard, Jesus didn't die because if death couldn't hold him, he didn't truly die. I mean, I kind of get what you're saying. Spam the chat over and over. What? Was Jesus doing with that naked boy in the garden? What naked boy? Big John and I are on the same page. This argument is pointless. The caller refused to bridge Christianity's arbitrary obedience with it not being efficacious for salvation. His answer was an intuition pump about meaningfulness. I agree with that stance. I think that's correct. This is a stupid argument. If I'm disgusted by the idea of being unfaithful to my wife and therefore cannot do it, it does not mean I never loved her. Does God remain faithful to us meaningful? I think, listen, I think that, you know, if PAP doesn't apply to God, Jesus is God, PAP doesn't apply to Jesus. I think that's just sound. If Jesus cannot be obedient because he's incapable of doing otherwise, why would men after Adam be responsible morally since we are slaves to sin? If Jesus cannot be obedient because he's incapable of doing otherwise, why would men after Adam be responsible morally since we are slaves to sin? I understand what you're saying, right? Is it possible that Adam could have not sinned? That's the question I think you're asking. All right, let's bring up a couple. We'll do a couple more guests and then we'll move on. I can't wait to get your old headphones back, John.
Why? Are these bad?
Yeah, they're pretty bad.
Mm-hmm.
When you talk, they're fine, but when you sit there, they just go zzz. Uh-oh.
I can mute.
You're good. Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
Hey, not too bad. I'm 42. How are you doing?
Good, man. All right, Christianity is true. Prove us wrong. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I guess before I do that, I would have to get us to clarify. So when you say Christianity is true, are you saying that the Bible is infallible and the Word of God, every word is true, there's no mistakes, none of that?
No, I'm not saying that.
Ah, okay. Well, then that does make it a little harder. So because I was going to make the argument that no matter how you look at it, there are some things in the Bible that Christ's story don't line up.
Can you mute
the resurrection
if you're not
story has a
talking,
lot
John?
of contradictions in it.
Like what?
So in Matthew, when you look at the resurrection story, Mary Magdalene heads to the tomb to see, the body, that sort of thing. She gets there. The stone has been rolled away. There's a big earthquake. There's an angel there. Tells her, hey, don't worry about it. Christ rose again. That's what he said was going to happen. You're all good. She starts heading back to tell the disciples. Jesus himself appears to her talks to her and the other Mary that was with her. So she's clearly met Jesus. She knows what's going on. He rose from the dead. He's alive. All's good. She talked to him. She talked to an angel. Then you go over to John. You do a horizontal reading in John of the same exact story.
Oh, Bart Ehrman
She
fan.
gets to the tomb. He's not there. She freaks out, has no idea what's going on. She runs back and tells Simon Peter and the other disciples, and then they go back to the tomb and they're like, "What the heck's going on?"
So
Both
just
stories can't be true.
Just real quick, what is P and not P here?
The argument that I'm making here is that if the Gospels are so grossly contradictory that one of them has to be false.
Yeah. So what is the P and not P? They're very two specific things. Where is it where it says Jesus did X, and the other one where he says he did not X?
Jesus was at the tomb and Mary knew about what was going on versus Mary did not know what was going on. He was never at the tomb when she got there.
Can you show me the two contradicting verses?
Yes. Let me.
Okay.
I'm just grabbing my book, grabbing the old good book. Give me 1 second. Should have been prepared with that. My bad. All right, we are looking at Matthew 28.
Mm-hmm.
His appearance was like lightning. His clothes were white as snow.
You cut out. I was waiting for you to bring up the other one, and then you just came back and started saying lightning. So Matthew 28, and then what?
Matthew 28 and John 20.
Which verses specifically?
Matthew 28, you read from verse 1, and then you will go all the way down through 9. Well, 10 technically. Matthew 28, 1 through 10, you're going to see that an angel appears. You're going to see that Jesus appeared to Mary.
Okay, hold on. We're just going to do it. So Matthew 28, 1. After the Sabbath at dawn on the first day of the week, Mary Magdalene and the other Mary went to see the tomb. Suddenly there was a great earthquake, for an angel of the Lord descended from heaven, rolled away the stone, and sat on it. His appearance was like lightning, and his clothes were white as snow. The guards trembled in fear of him and became like dead men. But the angel said to the woman, "Do not be afraid, for I know you are looking for Jesus who is crucified. He is not there. He is risen, just as he said. Come see the place where he lays. Then quickly tell his disciples he has risen from the dead and is going ahead to you Galilee. There you'll see him. I have told you." So they hurried from the tomb in fear of great joy, and he ran to his disciples. Suddenly Jesus met them and said, "Greetings." They came to him, grasped his feet, and worshipped him. "Do not be afraid," said Jesus. "Go and tell my brothers to Galilee. They will see me." Okay, and what in John?
Okay, so now let's flip over to John. We're also going to go to verse 1.
To when?
And John 20, verse 1. And we're going to read down. I mean, it doesn't take long because the first two verses are really where it contradicts this whole story.
Okay, so I could just read the first two verses and you'll be able to show me P and not P, right?
Yeah, no problem.
Great. Early on the first day of the week, while it was dark, Mary Magdalene went to the tomb and saw the stone had been removed from the entrance. So she came running to Simon Peter and the other disciples. Then one whom Jesus loved, "They have taken the Lord out of the tomb," she said, "and we do not know where they have put him." Okay, so where's P and not P?
In theory, it should be fairly obvious. In Matthew, she knew exactly where Jesus was. He appeared and he talked to her. In John, she had no idea, and she ran back all freaked out to Peter.
So where is P and not P, specifically in the two verses? Show me.
I'm not tracking what you're asking for there. It seems fairly obvious to me.
It's not obvious to me. So you're saying there's a true contradiction, right? Not an implied one, right?
The contradiction is that Mary either knew where Jesus was and that he rose again, or she did not.
Where does it say that? Because it says here, John 20, verse 1, "Early on the first day of the week, while it was still dark, Mary Magdalene went to the tomb and saw the stone had been removed from the entrance. So she came running to Simon Peter and the other disciples, the one whom Jesus loved. 'They have taken the Lord from the tomb,' she said, 'and we do not know where they have put him.'" Okay. And then
they have taken the Lord and they do not know where they have put them. She would know where they put them if she just got done talking to him and he appeared to her.
Right. So here's the thing.
Nobody put him anywhere according to Matthew.
Where is the contradiction here? Because she runs away and then she meets Jesus. Where does it say that she didn't speak to the disciples?
Okay, I think maybe we're looking at two different things. I'm not saying she didn't speak to the disciples. The P and not P here is that in the one story, she knew exactly where Jesus was, and in the other story, she didn't.
After she ran away, right?
She never got back to the disciples in Matthew because Jesus gave explicit instructions on what to tell the disciples when she got to them, and it explicitly
How do
says
you know she never spoke to the disciples?
Because whenever you read John, she had no idea where Jesus was at when she got back to the disciples. In
Right.
Matthew,
So
Jesus intercepted her on the path.
Here she runs away from the tomb, and then it says she met Jesus after. Here she runs away from the tomb and then meets the disciples, right? Again, where does it say here that she did not meet the disciples before she spoke to Jesus?
Your contention is that it's possible that the chronological order is not correct, that perhaps she left the tomb.
It's still in chronological order. What I'm saying is there's one part where it's not saying something. So what you're doing is an argument of silence. My question for you is a very specific, you say it's a true contradiction. So there should be a P and not P, right? I can actually give you true contradictions in the Gospels. I don't think this is a true contradiction.
Okay, I see your argument if you're trying to say that perhaps she went from the tomb, talked to the disciples, and then Jesus appeared to her.
No, my argument is that's not my argument. My argument is very, very specific. I haven't presented an argument at all, for one. So people always say that when I'm poking holes in other people's arguments, I'm making an argument. I'm not, right? You're making an argument that there's a true contradiction. I've yet to see a true contradiction, right? A true contradiction where it has to be P and not P. You presented two things that can be harmonized. It's a possibility to be harmonized. My argument is very simple, that we have four authors that have different rhetorical goals when recording information.
Okay, but I think that mindset of what you just stated creates yet another argument against Christianity being necessarily true.
You don't trust the news?
It depends on your perspective.
You think all news is false?
Here's the issue. Well, here's the issue. If it's the word of God, then why are we also falling back on this?
You're also assuming a presupposition there. I don't think it's the word of God.
And that's why I asked the first question I asked when I came on, and you and I seem like we agree on that. That's why I said it'll change the conversation, because you're definitely more reasonable on that. So I give you credit on that. Some people are there's absolutely no mistakes or contradictions, which I think common sense says that's not true. In this case, I think you and I might disagree, and we probably always will, and that's fine. You have a rational rebuttal, but I don't see how she would have left the tomb and Jesus would have given her orders for the disciples. It just doesn't make sense if she left the tomb and went back and then acted like she didn't know who Jesus was, or where he was at, rather.
I don't see how that's being said here, right? So in Matthew, she leaves, right? Or is it Matthew? I'm getting it mixed up. She leaves. She hasn't, and then argument. Hold on. Let me finish. She leaves. Then there's a point of silence, and then she meets Jesus, right? That point of silence is explained in John 20, where she meets with the disciples.
Right, but I'm trying to remember, and I apologize, I stepped away from my desk. In Matthew, it made it sound as if she was on her way back from the tomb, and Jesus met them on the path. So your contention that, hey, there might have been this time where she ran into Simon Peter and then all that, it just doesn't seem like it adds up with Matthew.
Right, because again, there's rhetorical goals from each individual author.
Yeah, but don't you think an earthquake and an angel and Jesus himself appearing are pretty big deals to just accidentally leave out of John?
It's not accidental, it's intentional.
Why would you intentionally leave out something so big?
Because they have rhetorical goals. So, for example, John has a rhetorical goal specifically to point to the physical embodiment of Jesus Christ to combat a specific heresy that blew up at a specific time. So that's his specific goal. Now, most of scholarship will say that his divinity is the most prominent in the Gospel of John. Yet, almost ironically, his miracle signs are the least amount. He does the fewest amount of miracles in the Gospel of John rather than Mark. There's more miracle signs that happen in Mark. That would seem counterintuitive, right? Why would John leave out miracles if his goal is to show divinity? Well, it's because John's specific goal is to combat a heresy.
Okay, I track that. I see where you're going. So let's say that that's the case. And actually it's funny because even though we don't agree totally on the examples I gave, you kind of reached the same point I was hoping we'd reach. So now that we're here, I agree with what you just said. So my question really boils down to then, if there are different authors, if there are different goals, and there are different man-made reasons behind the way things are written, why should I believe that's the word of God and buy into it and believe that it's scientific and historical fact?
I don't believe it's the word of God, so I wouldn't try to convince you of that.
Well, then that kind of proves the headline that Christianity is true to be in question, right? Because if it's not the word of God, it might be false. It's man-made.
Traditionally, it's the inspired word of God. Those are two very different things, two very different categories. The word of God implies that it's a verbatim knowledge that comes directly out of God's mind. The inspired word of God means God has interacted with mankind, and mankind was inspired through the Holy Spirit and through God himself to record the events that happened.
So then would you agree or disagree with the concept that if this is actually written by men with inspiration from God, there is room for potential error in what was written?
Sure. Yeah.
And then therefore you would also have to agree if there's error, it's not completely true. By definition, an error is not truthful.
I don't think that's entirely true, right? So for example, when I ask people, they'll probably get this now, but I used to have a green light behind me, and I'd ask the people, hey, what's the color of the light? Some would say teal, some would say green, some would say blue, but it was all within that spectrum. I wouldn't say that they're being dishonest or not truthful.
Well, let me rephrase that from truthful, because obviously truth and lie would implicate someone's intention, right? But here's what I think would be a good way to use the analogy you just brought up. If we both look at a stoplight, and the actual facts, yes or no binary, is that light is green. It was programmed to be green. We know it's green, but you think it's blue and I think it's red. Are either of us correct?
In that specific scenario, we would both be wrong, but we also know the context.
So if we're both wrong and we write a book that says the light was those colors that are wrong, is it true?
No, that'd be wrong.
So by looking at it that way, you just agreed that Christianity is not true, because the Bible itself has errors in it. You
gave a very
true.
You gave a very specific scenario that where the people were wrong recorded something that was wrong. It was disingenuous.
Okay. There's other errors that I can point to, and it sounds like you're familiar with some of them as well. I mean, I could point to the fact that, King Herod supposedly killed all the infants, and that's why they fled to Egypt in one gospel, but another gospel talks about how they went to Jerusalem every single year for the Passover and other things that clearly weren't in Egypt. I could point out that Quirinius was governor in one of them, but he couldn't have been because he wasn't governor when Herod was alive. There's a lot of different contradictions in the Bible. If something is not accurate, it cannot be true.
Yeah, if there are, first of all, you asked if it's possible. I said, yes, it's possible. I didn't say that they were actually in there. So there are certain things that I would agree with. There are certain explanations. So a good example, I think, is a contradiction is, did they take a staff or did they not take a staff? I think I think that's an actual contradiction. I think that the author just misspoke or missed a jot or a tittle or a copyright error happened. I think it's an actual contradiction. It can be harmonized, which means it's not a true contradiction, because it can be harmonized used on how language is used in Luke with the Greek. I think it's a little bit too much. It's easier to say that it was a mistake. Now, if there's an actual true contradiction that debunks Christianity as a whole and we can't trust it, I would love to see that. But if your issue is that, hey, there could be small minor errors, therefore throw away the whole thing, my question for you would be, how do you operate in daily life? Because there's small minor errors in everything that you trust.
Yeah, that's a great question. Here's why I would say this is important. If you catch somebody in being inaccurate, even on a small scale, let's say you're in your workplace and somebody is consistently wrong on the little things, are you going to trust them on the big things?
Again, it depends on the things, and it depends on what we're talking about be consistently wrong on. So, for example, is there a specific news platform that you trust?
Truthfully, I don't trust any of them. I kind of cross-read until I really feel like I have enough facts to judge for myself, or hopefully come to some conclusion. I think they all misreport these days.
Okay, but would you say that there's enough information in this cross-reading of news reports to say that you can convey and learn true and accurate information?
I think you can get as close as you humanly can, right? That's why science really calls everything a theory instead of a fact, because even in science, we don't really know for sure on everything.
Well, for example, have you personally met Donald Trump?
No, I haven't met him. I've seen him in person, but I haven't met him.
Okay, well, logically possible, let's say you've never seen him in person, right? Could you still come to the logical, rational conclusion that he's the president of the United States?
Yes.
Even though the vast majority of those things that are recording him and taking information about him have been wrong?
Yeah, absolutely. But the reality is you could take that to a ridiculous extreme. I mean, physicists are trying to study whether we live in a simulation right now. So maybe you and I actually don't exist really. Who knows?
Sure. But that's completely arbitrary to what I'm saying. So something that I would take is like Lydia McGrew's undesigned coincidences or the historic reportage model to say there's enough information that we could say that they're trying to record accurate and true data, and enough to say that yes, Jesus Christ actually existed, that he was actually crucified and he actually resurrected. Now you can point to these things that are minor issues. I can actually probably grant every single one of them and say that there's still enough data to say he resurrected.
Okay, so can you point to any sort of evidence outside of the Bible that would talk about him having resurrected?
Why do I need to do that?
Is a little tough. Because using the Bible is a little bit like saying Yoda existed because Star Wars says he did. Like, it's sort of the same book that's, it's like we need some historical evidence that's not just the book itself. Like, where's the historian?
But you seem well studied enough to know that the Bible is not a book.
Right. It's multiple books from multiple authors, none of which actually ever saw Jesus.
Well, hold on. You're presupposing things there. So multiple books from multiple authors from multiple time periods. So these would be multiple historical documents, correct?
They're multiple documents. Whether they're historical, that's where you and I might differ.
Well, you seem to be like a Bart Ehrman fan because you're using his arguments. He would say they're historical.
I'm not necessarily a fan because of what you just said. He seems to think they're historical. He and I would disagree there.
Okay, well, you do know that's the consensus viewpoint. Like, I'm not, ad populum doesn't mean it's true, but you're going to have a pretty solid argument on why it's not historical if you're going to go against the consensus.
Sure. I will say this. I'm not somebody that's afraid to say something's wrong just because everybody agrees with it. I think the popular vote's a terrible idea because most people are idiots.
Sure. Like I said, that doesn't mean it's true. I'm just saying you're going to have a pretty solid argument.
Okay, so here's my argument. The earliest manuscripts that we have ever found of any of the Gospels are from decades and decades after Christ died. And when you actually look at it, even if those were the disciples' documents, none of them are around for the birth of Jesus. So at least that portion of the Gospels can't be from eyewitness accounts.
So then by that definition, you don't think any historical document is historical?
I don't think that those are, because no historians or other outside sources have ever validated it or written anything about it.
Well, Luke is an historian.
Yeah, but not that was firsthand having met Jesus.
But you just said an external historian that validated it.
How
Luke was an
validate
historian.
Something he didn't ever witness?
Well, hold on. Are you saying the actual historian had to meet the person? Because if that's the case, then you can't trust Josephus, Tacitus. You can't trust anybody from antiquity and history.
I already mentioned if you bring up Josephus and Tacitus, I'll rip that apart because they never actually saw Jesus.
I'm not even talking about Jesus. I'm just talking about like the antiquities of war, for example.
Yeah. Well, they based those documentations on interviews and things with people that actually had witnessed those things. And we don't know that that's the case in any of the Gospels.
Well, Luke, right on the start of Luke, says that he's basing his information off of eyewitness testimony. He's interviewing eyewitnesses.
Whose?
He's going around to the community and witnessing to them.
There's just no proof of that. He just claimed that.
I'm fine, but that's what I'm saying is if you're going to disregard these as historical documents, you disregard all historical documents and all ancient historians. If you want to do that, that's fine, but you're a very minority viewpoint, and I don't really see a point in having a conversation.
I'm willing to be in a minority viewpoint that says that science requires us to have observable and reproducible evidence.
You're shifting to a completely different topic. We're talking about historical criteria right now.
Yeah,
we weren't even referencing the scientific method.
Right, which obviously historical has a much looser acceptance criteria, but there has to at least be something with that validation on it. Like at this point, what we have is somebody saying, I promise you I talked to somebody who might have seen him.
You're jumping all over the place, man. You refuse to stay on the actual point I'm pressing you on what is considered a historical document.
A historical document is something that references history based on as close to fact as we can get. And I don't know that we have that here.
So it's something that can get as close to fact as that we can get. So how do you measure that criteria? How do you get a document and say that, yes, this is an historical document? And how do you get another document and say this one is not?
Well, multiple eyewitnesses that we can actually cite and we know who they were, that would help.
Okay,
so right now, nothing is written that was at the time of Christ at all. It was all decades later.
So within the 4 Gospels and the epistles, we had 21 eyewitnesses that are cited.
Do we?
Yes, we have them named.
Who?
So this would be like Mary Magdalene. This would be like the 12 disciples. This would be like James. This would be who am I thinking of here? Trying to remember.
And what specifically did they act? That we're kind of going back circular to where we started. So we have the Mary Magdalenes of the world, right? Which the documents that we have contradict on their encounters. That's kind of
You're
where
going full
at.
circle. We've already agreed
Exactly.
that things can have. We already agreed that things can have contradictions and still convey truth.
Yeah, but if we're going to say we have the Mary Magdalenes of the world and the two gospels completely disagree with each other on what she
They
experienced.
don't completely disagree. We already went through this. You're going full circle and presupposing you're right again, and you're not actually sticking to the consensus that you and I both had.
Well, I believe the consensus that we both had is that there is, in fact, contradictions and errors.
You said the argument that I
small or
presented
large.
was a rational, sound argument, so you moved on to the next thing. That's the words that you said.
Yes, because we both agreed that there are contradictions and errors in the Bible, even if the one that I brought up you don't necessarily see eye to eye on. We both agreed on that.
Yeah, so you're going full circle, and now you're showing your disingenuous nature. You seem very genuine up until this point, but you and I had a consensus viewpoint. You've gone full circle. You're backtracking on what you said.
No, it's not that. It's just that it seems as though you're picking and choosing when. Let me think how to say it in a non-offensive way, because I think we're having a great conversation. You're seemingly willing to accept that there's errors and inaccuracies, but then you're turning around and wanting to accept all of this as being correct whenever people reference these people.
What I said is I think the vast majority of those things that you could bring forward, we can harmonize, right? That's the example I gave was the two staffs. It can be harmonized, but I think it's just simpler to say it's a contradiction instead of us spending an hour on that. What I said is even if we granted every supposed contradiction that you brought forward, I still think there's more than enough data that says that Jesus Christ died and resurrected.
There's absolutely no scientific or historical data outside of the Bible that shows anything for the resurrection at all. You can't use something other than the Bible.
You've yet to bring an argument why I have to go outside of the Bible. If the Bible is considered historical documents, they should be fine to use.
Because here's the problem. If you make a giant grandiose claim, which someone being executed after being sentenced and then being seen running around town after everybody saw him die, that is a large enough, huge enough, giant enough thing that someone would have recorded that. I mean, Roman history is not necessarily secret. We have a lot of information on that period of time.
So you're jumping into my favorite thing. Can you show me a writing of Herculaneum and what's the other town, John? I'm forgetting it all of a sudden.
Pompeii.
Pompeii and Herculaneum being destroyed.
Of them being destroyed?
Yeah.
Not off the top of my head, but I'm not going to be one of these Phil Bros that claims to have all the answers off the top of my head either.
Well, great. So I'll just tell you, and then you could trust me. There's no documentation of that. 2 entire cities being completely destroyed isn't recorded and actually written down until 300 years after it was done. Right.
Sure.
What we have is writings from Pliny the Younger talking about the Vesuvius erupting and destruction happening around him, but he does not document any cities or any places that are completely destroyed. 2 entire cities are completely wiped off the map. Why didn't they record it? So just saying a grandiose event happened that they should have recorded is completely ridiculous.
Well,
and here's the thing.
However,
Hold on. There's one more part I'll add, and I'll let you speak. There's another historian, something the elder. I'm trying to remember his name, who actually does record about Pompeii having a great earthquake that happened before. So about 100 to 200 years before Pompeii destroys it, he records an earthquake happening to Pompeii. So it's not uncommon for them to write about the events that happened there. But yet, for some reason, they didn't write about the entire destruction of it.
Yeah, you're 100% right that didn't seem to have any historical writings, but correct me if I'm wrong, we have actually archaeologically discovered Pompeii. So now we have physical evidence of this to back the writing that came up several hundred years later.
That's not my argument. Your argument is that this grandiose event happened. We should expect to see people recording more about it. Well, I actually have data that says they wouldn't.
You have data that shows that cities were destroyed where probably most of the people that would have written about it were killed. There were people, obviously, that word of mouth passed it around, and somehow it made it a couple hundred years. I'm with you.
You're missing my argument. Pliny was there, witnessed the Vesuvius erupting. He recorded those events happening. He recorded the destruction that was happening around him.
Okay.
He was there experiencing it, yet he didn't just record that Herculaneum and Pompeii was completely wiped off the map.
So your argument is that just because in that instance there was a major thing that didn't get recorded, it's likely that someone who was crucified and killed and came back to life, which has never happened before, ever, would have also just not been recorded?
Your
One of the
argument,
Gospels talks about the dead coming back to life and running around all over downtown like zombies. I mean, I think that would have gotten recorded. That's pretty freaking weird.
yeah, your argument is an argument from silence. You're saying people should have wrote down more about it. They didn't, so therefore I didn't trust it. Right? It's armchair psychology.
I mean, it's lack of evidence.
It's armchair psychology and an argument of silence. And I actually have an argumentation that people would not record grandiose events.
It's a lack of evidence, which I think is, I mean, that's kind of a big deal.
You're saying this is what we would expect to see. You're not giving me a reason why. You're just saying it's a big event that happened, therefore they should record it. I'm giving you an argument why we wouldn't expect to see everybody writing it down, especially when we're talking about a culture where miraculous events in their mindset was just normal.
Right. Yes. So you're saying it's reasonable and normal that nobody would have written that down?
Well, no, it's not nobody that written it. We have all the New Testament authors that wrote about it.
We have the guys that had a vested interest in keeping their leader's story alive.
Paul
that wrote it down.
Paul had a vested interest in that?
We also don't have any historical evidence Paul even existed. We don't know.
Except for his actual writings.
Are they his actual writings? We don't know.
So you're saying someone invented the writings to these churches back then and nobody contested it?
There are a ton of different Bible books and things that were, well, I mean, I say Bible, you know what I mean by that, that were never canonized, never agreed upon.
And they were all
the Bible
contested.
itself was not all agreed upon and what it was even going to be until hundreds of years later.
And those extra Bible verses that you're talking about were all contested.
All of it was contested. We don't really know what
Paul was not contested.
Original manuscript.
Paul has never been contested. We have writings from people who knew Paul.
So, for example, when we're looking, I've been really quiet.
You have. I'm going to let you go while I go take a leak.
Yeah. So, when we're evaluating whether or not someone existed, or whether or not they wrote the documents in which they're attributed, what criteria should we utilize in order to figure that question out? And secondly, what criteria does Paul miss? Or the letters of Paul? What criteria should we use? And what criteria does the letters of Paul fail to fulfill?
So Paul himself, other than the Damascus Road incident, which we don't know if it's true or not, no evidence for it one way or the other, has never actually met Jesus. He's not a first-hand eyewitness.
That was not my question. That was not my question.
For the resurrection.
That was not my question.
My argument all along here is we cannot prove the resurrection. We have no reason to believe it's true.
That was not my question. That was not my question. Can you repeat back to me the question I asked you?
I will be honest with you. My kids were asking me something at the same time. So if you could repeat it one more time, I'd be happy to try to pay more attention to it.
Cool. Awesome. So what criteria in history should we use to evaluate the truth of whether or not Paul existed and the attributions of the epistles toward Paul? That's the first question.
Okay.
And second is, in that criteria, what criteria is not present?
Okay. So criteria number one, it would be the same criteria as we were discussing earlier. I would like to see some sort of corroborating historical writings or someone else that vouches for him, not just, one book. I don't want it to be Yoda existed because Star Wars says Yoda existed. Someone else needs to say Paul was a real dude.
Can I ask just a quick question based off that? If somebody else wrote about yes, Jesus Christ died and resurrected, wouldn't you be a little shocked if they didn't just become a Christian and they put it in the Bible?
I mean, maybe, maybe not. There's a lot of those kinds of other extra books that didn't make it into the Bible. I mean, the Gospel of Thomas and other things that because people didn't think that it was doctrinally correct. For the
I'm
leadership
just
of the
talking like
church
it's a credible. It's a simple. I try to ask simple questions, and people make it over complex, and it does become not simple. It's a simple question. It's an actual historical document. Somebody witnessed Jesus Christ resurrected. He wrote about it. Would we not just see that person turn into a Christian and then put that document in the Bible?
Most likely, yes.
Okay, so do you see how your criteria is kind of silly?
My criteria, I mean, I guess you can say it's silly, but it's just such a huge incident in history to have such a limited amount of people saying it happened.
So
the Talmud literally talks about Jesus performing miracles. Sorry, John, go ahead.
Right now, my question doesn't even have to do with the resurrection. The question has to do, what is a historical criteria to evaluate whether or not Paul existed and wrote the documents attributed to him? And the second question is, of that historical criteria, what criteria does Paul fail to meet, or the epistles attributed to him?
Okay, and I answered earlier by saying criteria number 1, I need someone other than the actual books of the Bible to say Paul was a real dude. I need historical evidence, corroborating evidence. That's number 1. Number 2,
so
the epistles attributed to him, I would have loved to have seen a response letter from one of the churches or something of that nature.
One sec. So, criteria 1, you want people referencing Paul that are not
one sec, guys.
in Paul's epistles.
Correct.
For Paul's letters to be
we have
real,
that.
someone else got to write a letter confirming Paul's letters. Then we need someone to confirm the confirmer, and a confirmer for the confirmer, a confirmer, and then turtles all the way down.
So here's a list of people who wrote about Paul: Origen, John, Augustine, Ambriosta, Polygius, Jerome, Theodoret, Theodore, Marius, Gennadius, Osemius, Theodat, I can't say his name, Clement, Ignatius, Polycarp, Irenaeus, Tertullian, Clement, Eusebius, Ephanius, Gregory of Nazianzus, Athanasius, and Lactius. Those are all people who wrote about Paul.
So these...
I will look into those guys. I'm not going to claim that I know all about them. I don't. I'll look into them.
That's fine. That's fine. So these they fit the first criteria. So what's the second criteria?
The second criteria, let's say that the list of people John just mentioned are legit. I look into it. I'm like, hey, point for you. People referenced him. You win that point. The second item that you brought up, now we got to prove the epistles were actually written by him, because that's a whole other thing.
That's not a criteria. That's what's in question.
Right. That is what's in question. I think we'd have to validate the documents somehow. Do we know anybody who acknowledged receiving that from Paul that wrote about it in a different book of any sort, or a different letter or response to his letters?
Yeah, Luke in Acts.
Yeah.
Okay. So
that criteria is met.
He didn't. Okay. So let's say that we grant that one. Paul's legit. He's the guy. He wrote the epistles. Cool. With you. He still actually never met Jesus himself.
He met Jesus on the road to Damascus.
Road blindness could be a psychosis incident. Who knows?
But why would you say it's a psychosis incident?
I mean, because he didn't actually meet Jesus at all or see him while he was alive. He saw something happen to him.
Hold on. What's the Christian belief? The Christian belief is Jesus is alive, that he resurrected from the dead. So he would have saw Jesus while Jesus was alive.
I mean, yeah.
Well, not only that. How do you know, or how would Paul have known? Right. Who was spoke? Wait.
Side tangent. Nicholas brought up 500 people corroborating it. Where?
Yeah, we're not arguing about that.
No, we're not.
Yeah. Okay.
That's just the chat. So this point actually goes against you in a sense as well, because if you're like, okay, Paul never met Jesus in real life, right?
He did not see him resurrect.
And you're talking prior to resurrection. That's all you're saying. You're saying
correct.
Paul never
I'm saying correct. Paul saw something. We don't for sure concretely know what after Jesus died and supposedly resurrected. Who knows what it was? Could have been Jesus, maybe not. But he never actually went and was like, yeah, I saw Jesus. He was preaching. He was the guy. He did the Sermon on the Mount. And by the way, I saw him after he resurrected. That's that dude. That just didn't happen.
Yeah, but Paul knew people who knew Jesus.
Okay.
Which is one of the things that you wanted confirmation of. You wanted somebody outside of the people to confirm it.
The bigger issue is not whether. Okay, so I'm trying to think how to word this in a way that gets my point across. The bigger issue is not whether or not someone knew Jesus. I'm super willing to accept there was a preacher walking around out there, but did he resurrect? Did people see him after he resurrected? Because that's really what the whole Christianity story hinges on. And those stories start contradicting grossly in all four gospels at that point. So who saw Jesus after he resurrected that can give a consistent historical evidence of any sort? That's what I'm looking for.
Do you know what the earliest documented source of Christianity is? Ever?
Go for it.
1 Corinthians 15:3. This is written by Paul. And what does Paul say in 1 Corinthians 15:3? He gives a creed. The reason we know it's a creed is because it uses a certain patterns that would be used in spoken word, right, during this time period, which means that he received it from other people, which he also says he did. I've received this and I give it unto you. And he recites the creed, which is a memorization that goes around. It says that Jesus Christ died, was crucified, resurrected, and then showed himself to Peter and the 12, and then him. That's the earliest documentation. And James. This is dated amongst the consensus of scholarship, depends on who you ask, about 1 to 5 years after Jesus Christ died. Very, very, very early dating. So the crux of the foundation is everything starts on that and is built off that. Okay. That's where we go, right? So we have Paul, who confirms the Gospels, which come after, much later. So he confirms those. We have Luke, who's an historian, who confirms the historical events that happen and then confirms Paul, right? And then we have these Gospels, which we would claim original authorship, and I'd assume you claim not, but we can get into that conversation next. And so we have all these sources and the documentations, which is why the unanimous consensus, for example, John Dominic Crossan, one of my favorite guys to cite because he's not a Christian, says one of the most assured things that we know in history is that Jesus Christ was crucified under Pontius Pilate. One of the most assured things that we know. We have so much data that says that. Well, the same data that says that is the same data that says that he resurrected. So why should I accept one and reject the other?
Okay. I actually agree with you on the Pontius Pilate item because there are actually several Roman documents discussing the crucifixion of swapping out Barabbas for a preacher that the Jews wanted to kill named Jesus. Not named Jesus. There's no J in Hebrew. It was the Hebrew version. There are documents that corroborate the Romans crucified him. I'm with you on that. I still don't see anything similar to that, though, that would make me go, yeah, he clearly resurrected in some sort of Roman document or some sort of historian document. You're still referencing Corinthians. You're still doing the Bible says this.
So First Corinthians is a Roman document because Paul is a Roman.
It's okay. I mean, we're probably just not going to see eye to eye on this one, and that's cool. You've at least entertained the argument. You've done a good job at it. I'm not going to say you haven't.
You're not going to see heaven?
I'm not going to see eye to eye with you on this one because I don't think that we're going to see eye to eye because you can't point to something that I'm looking for.
But I did. You said you wanted a Roman document. Paul's a Roman.
Your level of evidence does not meet the level of evidence that I'm looking for.
Well, yeah. Okay. All right. Appreciate your time.
All right, man. Catch you later.
God bless. I got a stupid, find two letters that are the same. This one and this one, confirm. All right, chat. We've been live for 5 hours now. 5 solid hours.
Yeah, I think I'm cooked. I'm done.
I'm going to keep going. If chat wills it. I got to make up for a whole week we lost.
That's true.
That's true.
Didn't you hit your dono goal in like the first 10 minutes though?
Yeah, but that's the dono goal for like today. That was just like, and I didn't change it.
Where's the wife?
She went to work. LOL, this guy at work gets things wrong sometimes. So when he runs in and tells me someone got run over, I just won't believe him. Valid my dad's been wrong about some things, so I just don't trust him anymore.
Yeah.
For Paul's letters to be real.
Oh.
Shut up, John, just a second. For Paul's letters to be real, someone else got to write a letter confirming Paul's letters. Then we need someone to confirm the confirmer and the confirm the confirmer and the confirmer and the confirmer, and then the show goes all the way down. All right, John, sorry, go ahead.
No, my wife, she's going to do laundry, and that's going to be the dryer, and you do not want to hear that in the background.
We're shutting it.
So,
we're shutting it down. We're shutting it down. We're for sure shutting it down today. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for hanging out. Our Father is in heaven, hallowed be thy name. The kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we also forgive our debtors, and lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. You want to support the channel, go to the links. All the things are in there. We're going to hang out on YouTube for about 5-10 more minutes. So if you got questions, come on over there. God bless.
I'm bought by blood. Follow me on TikTok.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Oh, dang. It was behind.
You know what I've noticed? You got to, like, the first crew that comes in, like, as soon as you go live, you got to accept that the first hour is just going to be silly gooses. And then
Actually, first hour was like a lot of nothing. It was just a lot of nothing. It was like there's nothing really happening here.
And then we got silly
Second
gooses.
and third hour was silly gooses. Then fourth hour,
we got some substance.
We got atheist, and then, I mean, only one person that actually tried to present an argument, which was Gumbo. He was the most intelligent of the day, but I still think I messaged him. I said, "Listen, formalize it, send it to me, and when I see it written down and see the justifications for each premise, then I'll respond to him."
I actually don't think it's that good an argument. And again, maybe I'm just not tracking it. It's not clicking. Maybe I'm the idiot in this situation.
No, I don't think it's a good argument either.
Well, I just don't see how it connects.
No, I don't think it's a good argument either.
Yeah, no, and Phil Bro's got to stop doing that, man. I think it's a sophistry. We're like too much jargon, too much speed speaking.
Well, there's a reason. Here's the reason. Gumbo, whenever he goes up somewhere, he's always recording. So there's going to be a clip out of this somewhere, guaranteed.
Okay.
But two, it's the rhetorical side. It's like you win debates based off of, if you have the better substance, you can win the debate. And if you combine rhetoric, the rhetoric is also going to make it look like you're winning the debate.
Yeah, so I said
even if you lose. Yeah, it's no. It's sophistry, but it's meaningful in these types of in these types of interactions. Sometimes I'll do it. Sometimes I'll go up and I'll do that to people, just because I think they've been really conceited, or I think they've been like beaten down on Christians. I did it the other day. There was a.
I will believe Jesus was resurrected if you can show me someone who believed in his resurrection but didn't believe it was an important enough event to change my life, but also that it was important enough to write about.
Yeah, that's actually a very good point. It's got to be so important that I'd write it down, but not important enough that I would actually concede and become a Christian.
Yeah.
That's a weird dichotomy. I was hoping to actually talk to mostly Muslims today. That didn't happen. We had a few at the start.
If you'd have put like Muslim Monday.
Well, I thought Christianity is true. We just bring them up.
No, you gotta ask for them specifically. You gotta say, hey, Muslims.
So chat, I'm gonna ask chat, what do you think about? I tried to ask you and you gave terrible advice. So chat, here's the thing.
I gave terrible advice?
You didn't give any advice at all.
What'd you ask me?
You'll find out in 2 seconds. So chat, here's where I'm conflicted right now. The money is in Islamic apologetics. Every video I post that's an Islamic apologetic does 4 or 5 times better than any of the other videos I post. Everybody I know that's a Christian that does Islamic apologetics is popping off right now. And that seems to be the focus where like every Christian apologist is focusing. I despise Islamic apologetics with a passion, with an absolute passion. but I also have a career to focus on. Now, it's not unfruitful because they need Christ just like everybody needs Christ. I wonder what chat wants to see me do. My focus, I'd rather focus on atheistic apologetics. But Islam is what everybody's tuning into. So chat, what do you think? John, what do you think?
Oh, so I think Islam is a greater threat to Christianity for two reasons. One, socially and ethically, there's like an actual there's changes happening in our world in references to conversions and references to like the number of Muslims, like ethically and socially, Muslims are gaining a lot of ground. Two, I think their theology is directly contrarian to Christianity in such a way that is actually more important than atheism, right? So atheists, they're still a very minor position. Christians and Muslims rule the world. That's just the fact. And so I think Muslim apologetics in that sense.
I think secularism rules the West.
The ideology, sure, to an extent, but Christians and Muslims rule the world. But yeah, I think socially and ethically, they are encroaching and they're a threat in that way, and like conversions and stuff. And then I think specifically they're directly antithetical to Christianity on the Trinity, the crucifixion, the resurrection, all of these things. And I think
my thing is, though, no Christian, no prominent Christian that I know is focusing on secularism. None. They're all Islam. Do you disagree with that?
They're all this. Say that again. Oh my God. Sorry, I was reading the chat.
There's no prominent Christian that I know of right now that has a focus on secularism. Every one of them seems to be focused on Islam. Everyone.
No, I think there's plenty.
Who?
Like Frank Turek. He's very prominent.
Frank Turek's not prominent anymore.
Cliff and Stewart. Cliff and Stewart.
Yeah, Cliff and Stewart.
They still are very, very focused on that. Another one.
I'll give you Cliff and Stewart.
Sean McDowell.
When's the last time you've seen anything from Sean McDowell?
Not too long ago. He had a whole conversation. He had a really interesting conversation with the creator. I actually recommend people to go watch this. It was kind of interesting. I think he was too nice, but he had a conversation with the guy who created Spawn, and he's like a comic book writer, and he was an atheist, and it was a brief conversation about comics, and then it just went full blown. It went full blown atheist rhetoric against Sean. And what was really funny is the atheist, he's like, listen, I know I'm your guest. Don't hold back. I want you to give me everything. I don't want you to be nice to me. I want you to give me everything. I don't want anyone to say that I left here and Sean didn't push him hard enough. And so like he starts the conversation like that, and it's an interesting conversation. But so yeah, Red Pen Logic, he's another one. Red Pen Logic goes after atheists probably more than most others. I might stop. I might leave Muslims alone after.
Okay, well, I'm going to do a poll right now.
Libiano debates me.
I'm going to do a poll right now, and we're going to say, should Big John Steele focus on Islam? Starting the poll.
I'm going to rename my account Reverse Shahada. I voted yes.
You voted yes. You want me to hyper focus on Islam? Here's the thing is too, is like, I know that's where the money's at. Cause like I can go to my channel right now, and if I click popular videos, the first 3 rows are all Islam.
Yeah. I don't care where the money is. I want Libiano.
Yeah.
Libiano.
Well, also on the same note though, to get Libiano, you got to be prominent. He won't touch you if you're not prominent enough. Apparently he won't touch anybody apparently to that last stream. That was crazy. Everybody was trying to go up and they were just rejecting all of them, all the prominent guys. Guys, don't give me 50-50. I need you guys to like, it's literally 50-50 right now. Doing a mix, I think, is too much because here's the problem with doing a mix. Right now, I am a jack of all trades, master of none. I know history. I know, so I know biblical history. I know philosophy. I know Islam. I know a little bit about Mormonism. I know enough that I could debate anybody on those topics on a street level. I'm a master of none of those topics, which means as soon as I get somebody on any of those topics who's like an expert in that field, I'm going to get cooked. So I gotta pick something and I gotta focus on it right now. So I can't, if I keep it a mix, that's been my problem for years is I'm too mixed up. I have no topic I'm an expert in. For the sake of sanity, I'd say focus on Islam. Your vote is Islam, right?
My vote's Islam, yeah. It doesn't mean much. I have a bias right now.
Dog, how you guys going to keep me on a 50-50? You're going to tell me I'm going to have to make this decision myself?
Let Abbie decide for you.
She'll say no
That's all you have
Islam.
to do.
She hates Islam. She doesn't want to talk to Muslims ever. To do secularism, I have to study politics. I actually want to do that. That's another thing on the list of topics I want to study because I want to get into political debating too. I want to start doing that.
I won't be here on those days. I hate politics. Like I'll still debate Charlie Kirk. Like I still think that needs talked about. But
well, I want to do debates on Christian nationalism.
Like against it
or it.
Oh, I don't like that. I don't think that. I don't like that.
Maybe you'll be the first person I'll debate when I'm ready to.
Yeah.
And Christian nationalism. I'm 100% for it.
I mean, you're also for like slavery
I'm
and
not for slavery.
genocide, and you're for you've conceded every single disgusting subject known to man.
Because
at some point, if someone just like took a compilation, like go through all your videos, find all the things you concede, and then put them in one clip, you're done.
But the thing is, my argumentation's never wrong.
No, they're going to clip you out of context, though.
You are true, but everything of those things I conceded. Can you point out one time I was wrong in the conclusion?
Yes.
Which one? You can embarrass me.
The whole objective morality thing.
Yeah, but none of those. Hold on, none of those. Listen, I agree with you. You can ground objective morality without God. It's a possibility, but none of those guys do it.
True.
That's the thing. So I asked them, are you objective or subjective? They say subjective. And then I destroy their worldview.
Yeah.
So that's the difference.
The day you run into someone who's a moral realist and an atheist, and like they actually know the topic.
Well, I'm not gonna go down that path.
Don't argue. Yeah, don't.
That'd be a stupid path to go down.
Yeah.
I'm a moral realist. I'd be like, well, okay, it's good to kill babies. Like, that's going to be the stupidest thing that you could do. All right, guys. Time to shut it down. Love y'all. God bless.
God bless. Dios te bendiga.
I think I'm going to be canceling the Bible study on, I'm not talking to you, by the way. You can leave whenever. I'm talking to the chat.
All right. Peace out.
I'm going to be canceling the Bible study, guys. And the reason I'm going to be doing that is no one listens to it. It's a lot of work to do the Bible studies. It's a lot of work. Like, it's more work than you think you should do. So I've been doing Bible studies on the Patreon, and to save time, if more people were tuning in, I keep it going, but nobody's tuning in. So I'm going to shut down the Bible study on Patreon. please let me know in the Discord what you would like to see on the Patreon. That's something that's worth your time. So we can start introducing new content on there for you guys. Right now, it's primarily just a place where you can support, get access to the Hangouts and the raids, and you'll get access to some exclusive content, usually like one primary video a month, which is I'm going to post actually after this is a video just for you guys on there. But like I said, we've been doing the Bible studies for weeks now, and no one's tuning in. So a lot of work. No listeners, so we got to reevaluate that. Outside of that, guys, God bless. We'll see you all next time.